Entschuldigung. Do you have the telephone number for Hamburg? I accident, accident Düsseldorf.
Yeah.
Contact Hamburg. They note down massive accident. Almost broke my leg.
Yeah.
They said Düsseldorf is not the main center for Edeka. Neuss is the main center. So I'm now traveling around on a busted ankle for 4 days trying to speak to someone in Edeka, and the Edeka store won't even call Edeka.
Okay, haben Sie vielleicht nur die Nummer von Hamburg, also irgendein Center von da? Können Sie das vielleicht schon machen? Nur die Nummer, er braucht nur die Nummer, Adresse und so. Und weil in Düsseldorf haben die das hier in Neuss angeschrieben, dass er in Neuss in ein Edeka Center hingehen muss. Und die haben mich die...
So what am I supposed to do? I have an accident in Edeka, then in the Düsseldorf and Hoffenhof, they steal everything. I mean, before Edekas, not one Edeka store will contact their own head office.
Haben Sie vielleicht in Neuss einen Sitz?
Nein, der Hauptsitz ist in Hamburg. Hamburg ist der Hauptsitz.
I know.
Aber in Neuss haben die
Nein,
doch
gibt
bestimmt
es
auch was,
nicht.
ne?
Nein, gibt
But
es nicht.
I've been to...
Alles über Hamburg.
But how can you be in an Edeka and not want to contact your own head office? No, but it's crazy.
Könnt ihr euren eigenen Hauptsitz nicht anrufen?
Wir haben keinen eigenen Haus. In welchem?
Also in Hamburg.
Vielleicht können wir da mal an.
Das war in Düsseldorf.
Ja, welchen?
Which part in Düsseldorf do you been?
The Berliner Allee.
Berliner Allee.
I can't go in.
They
I
will call
don't
them.
need the telephone. Oh
No,
my.
they will call them. They will call them.
They told me I can't go back in that store because that's where the accident happened. Please.
Also hier kann man nur über Internet Kontaktformulare anschreiben. Die haben keine Telefonnummer in Hamburg. Sie können nur über Internet, also über E-Mail, Internet.
What country am I in? Really, what country am I in? I don't know. I don't know. Well, this is like fucking Twilight Zone. I don't know what country I'm in. Oh my God. Edeka, the premier store of Germany. Yeah. The doctor or the surgeon?
Yeah, he's going to take a look at this, but I need to draw some blood.
Okay. So the guy that's in there, is he like a normal house doctor?
He's a house doctor, but I talked to the surgeon and he will look at this. Okay?
It's just concerning that kind of why it got so bad. Like I went to one doctor and they were like, oh yeah, don't worry about it. And I'm like, well, I'm not a doctor, but it doesn't look.
But is it like you have the same problems with this hand?
They were both really dry.
Okay.
And then this got worse and worse and worse.
Okay, so this one is okay. And
This one is okay, but this one, it's not even a normal color.
Yeah. Okay, can you take a speech? And do you want to lie down for?
Okay.
Okay, I need some. Can you like sit here? I take this. Okay, sorry. Okay, I will draw blood here. So somebody has already taken blood over here. No?
Not today.
Not today, okay. Can you make a fist?
My GP in Cologne did a blood test on this, said there was nothing wrong, but clearly there is something wrong.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I see. Can you do like this? Perfect. This is gonna make a stitch. Okay, so I'm drawing some blood right now. Can you move over here? can, yeah, first. Okay, oh, don't move.
Do you know how long the surgeon said he would be?
How long it will take, I don't know. So since this is like an emergency room, it depends on the emergencies.
Right. I just can't understand why when what's the doctor's name?
Dr. Roybos?
Robert Henry. He instantly looked at it and knew straight away it was that bad. I don't understand how I can go to another doctor in Cologne and then they'll be like,
Yeah, like, I don't know what it looked like before, so...
no, it's today. I came straight from Cologne here.
Oh, okay. Can I just go?
Yeah.
Okay, you can get up. Take your stuff.
Is it possible to talk to the doctor for 1 second?
I can check. 1 second. Mit ihm reden.
Ja. Was ist denn jetzt, wer ist denn zuständig? Wer macht denn das jetzt? Machen wir
Oh,
das?
that's your macht das.
Ja.
It's just a quick question. Obviously, when I initially saw you, it looks very badly infected, right? Before I see the surgeon, I'm a little bit concerned now that I'm seeing a surgeon. Is there any reason I can't get an antibiotic, or it's that bad that it...
The question is, I think you need an antibiotic as an infusion,
Okay.
not in form from a cream or something like this, or tablets or something like this.
But what I mean is, why am I going? I guess you're a house doctor, right? Why is it going from a house doctor to a surgeon? That's that bad. Might have an operation. I'm just confused.
No, I don't think we need an operation or something like this. But we need a therapy with infusions, and normally a house doctor cannot make an antibiotic therapy with infusions.
Okay, so the reason I'm seeing the surgeon is so it goes directly in there.
And probably you will get also something for your hand, so you won't move it anymore.
Because my GP said that because I was moving it around, and when he looked at it, he's like, "Oh my God, you can't move your hand."
Yes, that's true.
Just I know it's just an initial opinion, but what am I looking at here? 1, 2 weeks to fix this, or just an estimate? You can't estimate.
The surgeon will tell you we need to go right now. Okay?
Fine.
Bye.
Pick that something up.
English?
Yes, sorry.
Mr. Fraser, Hummel's my name. Wish you a happy new year, though it's maybe not the happiest time for you. I'm gonna take it into the system.
You live in Munich?
Well, my work is there, but I have a big legal battle, so I'm staying with a friend here right now.
Okay.
What happened?
To be honest with you, I think it initially started out because my work. I have a big legal battle. I work for SAP. I've been moving around a lot, also with the weather, I started to develop. Oh, my hands are lost.
Okay.
No, I don't think so.
Don't worry.
No, no,
She's a student at medical school.
don't care.
Okay.
Okay.
Also, dann sehen wir uns morgen wieder.
Ja, genau.
Gut.
Okay,
Dann bis
alles klar.
morgen.
Bis morgen.
Tschüss.
So, I am now receiving too many death threats for me to survive this now. I'll tell you what, let me just quickly. The police are calling me practically every other day, telling me to kill myself. I had the Hanover police call me, and you know what? I've actually got 2 lawyers in Trier trying to get my money back, right? One of the guys that was helping me was a social worker. This will show you what I'm up against, right? I stayed in the Black Sheep Hostel in Cologne. Now, the staff there know what I'm up against, so I stayed there. He was actually helping me. The only reason I've even survived this, well, Germany's made me go through the winter homeless in a pair of shorts and t-shirt. The owner of a hostel in Cologne called this social worker and told him he was going to kill me, called me a fugitive and told him, I was stood right next to the phone, he didn't know that, said I'm going to smash his fucking head in, pummel it into the ground, do you know who he is, he's a refugee, how do you know him, kick him out on the street, and there was a couple of people in Trier trying to help me and they are now terrified because police have threatened them, authorities have threatened them, and I have now witnessed it myself. And if you actually want to look at this, the other weird thing is, remember I said about your receptionist? What Germany's going after is my mind, and Germany's now made me homeless for 3 years. It's exactly how Canada does it, it's the same how UK does it. And as soon as I was made this political scapegoat, RCMP beat the shit out of you. I've now been beaten by police 3 times, and they're actually threatening to throw me in jail. I had a medical emergency because my hand was actually poisoned, I found out. Someone put poison in my glove on my right hand, that's why my hand got screwed. So because Germany's blocked my bank account since October 17th, and AOK is now saying I've never been with AOK, which clearly is a lie, otherwise my chip wouldn't work, right? That's clearly a lie, that I've never been with them. So that's why they didn't pay my Krankengeld. So I've now been on the street, $5 million guy. You know my whole history, right? Terrorizing my mind, sending me child porn, beating me, and I'm now getting harassed so badly by the Deutschbahn. They were basically saying, I don't give a fuck who you are. And they took me to the Düsseldorf police station, went in my phone, deleted all my medical evidence for my court case, and said for a €10 ticket, they've actually written the report, they're going to put me in prison, and they're going to beat the fucking shit out of me. So if you don't believe me, and I mean, you say you wonder why I go to the bathroom a lot, right? Some of these reports, I can't obviously read German because your country hasn't allowed me to do that. But what does that mean in English? That.
Vorsätzlich, intended, Körperverletzung, hurting another person.
Right. So I have now been to. So how many of these do I have? There's another one. right?
It's the same.
Yep, I just got back from Stuttgart. A guy was trying to help me in Stuttgart, and he had his life threatened. So what happened was I was in a hostel. The one day that I'm there by myself, my door is completely open, and they take my evidence, my hat. Remember that wristband help you gave me? You gave me help. Did they not steal it? My socks. There's one here that clearly states. Just give me 1 second. This one, what does that mean? Kill you.
Rupture.
Hmm?
If I take something of you
Yeah.
which is belonging to you.
Stealing.
Stealing, yeah.
And this, well, I mean, this is just now impossible to solve because anyone who wants to help me is now terrified because now they're getting death threats. So I'm now out on the street. This one, what does that mean?
Room.
Pretty much means I will kill you.
I will kill you, I will hurt you, or something like that.
Do you know how many of these I have? So there's now tens of thousands of Germans know. It actually got so ridiculous in Trier, on couch surfing, right? A guy who works for the UN, I told him I was tortured, I showed him all the evidence. You know what he did? Burst out laughing. He said, well, you've been tortured and those fucking Tunisians, black bastards, need to be tortured as well. How do I mean, and the one thing I did want to say, because I don't know whether AOK is going to renew they are lying like you would not believe about everything. And that lawyer in Munich who took my money is now demanding that I give him even more money, even though he stole my money. It is such a plethora of lies. Do you understand that since October 17th, I've had to somehow survive with no money, no food. I've actually been refused water. And I don't have my pouch over there. Do you know what they always go for? My razors. It is to make me look as homeless as possible. I was a model, actor, top athlete. It has become so disturbing. Pedophiles all over the place here, and they are paid off. And now that I know, I was stood next, he threatened a guy from Göttingen, basically called there, is Facebooking me, threatened to, I don't know these people. I actually, even in Bonn, where I have another doctor who took a picture of my foot because it was about to fall off. It was that bad. He's like, this is seriously dangerous. The 3 hospitals in Cologne refused to treat me, my hand, and they're now being investigated by the North Region, whatever, right? I was there 4 times. They didn't even register that I was in the hospital. You're a doctor. Is that not illegal in any country? If I see a doctor in a hospital 4 or 5 times, different ones, they all get the diagnosis wrong, they never registered me with my AOK once. That's illegal in any country, not just Germany, no? If you see a doctor, you have to do the AOK, right? Completely denying it. I mean, what I am being subjected to is probably, whether I live or die, one of the most horrific assaults on one person in history. Because it's out and out slavery. I am being oppressed like you cannot believe. If a Muslim family and complete strangers don't take me in, how on earth am I supposed to survive? And the thing is, I was in Stuttgart, right? Felt very, very ill. And I had to go down there because, remember I got attacked with an axe? I got attacked with an axe and also a police officer. I have a hole in my cornea now, right? The artery down the back of my spine has now become so thin, it's dangerous that I could die. So I went all the way to Stuttgart to find that out because they did ultrasound on my neck. That was German authorities did that. And to this point, they've been pushing me to commit a crime. And it's not just that RCMP did it in Canada, UK. The authorities, the police, as soon as this became political and I got sold, they own the police, and they're now threatening to put me in jail
for 10 euro, if I go to jail, right, for a 10 euro ticket, my life is over. And not only that, he said, the police officer said they were going to do bad things. Really, I mean, I don't know what you want. And the one last weird thing is, before I get the medication, and this...
What do you intend to do?
What do you want me to do, Doc? Have you not seen that I have tried everything in my power to get out of this? I've been chased in Portugal, France, and it is clear to me...
Serbia, Croatia.
Croatia, it is clear to me...
Denmark.
Well, yeah. But if you read that, that's what the social worker wrote, right? About my treatment in the Cologne hospitals. Sexist comments made, racist comments made, refusal to committing the wrong operation. As soon as I was made, this comes from Scotland. I can't even say that word anymore. I am being terrorized. The reason I lost my Canadian citizenship was because of that island. The reason this is happening all over Europe and Germany is because of that, and I cannot get out of it. And the thing is I went to the Stuttgart police station 72 hours just to log a crime, and they're like, why do you want to log it? I said, well, it looks like I'm going to die in Germany. I can't stop it, because I can't fight 90 million people by myself, and I'm getting chopped down. You know what they did? After, they called the Black Sheep Hostel. Black Sheep Hostel called me a fugitive. They kicked me out the police station. And as soon as I turn the corner, you have German POLIZEI. Now, right? Giving me the finger and laughing as they go by. Now, you know how many cities I've been in now, right? I mean, what city have I not been in? Right? You know this. As soon as I get off the train and I'm going to meet somebody, within 20 seconds a police car is following me. The last thing I will say, how did I end up in Trier? Because I went couch surfing there. A student who is at the University of Trier, right? So I'm there and I have some evidence and I want to upload it to my site. It's the only thing that might save me. Turned out, he hacked my USB. He said, I got paid to do it. I'm not telling you who. So when you have a USB, it's on a DOS network. Basically, someone hacked the USB and blocked the information. And I found out through another hacker, yes, someone manually hacked your USB. So when I asked them, people are getting paid all over the place. Who is doing it? I work for the banks. Your government is pulling the strings on this, because why else would every police officer want me dead? It was the same in the UK, same in Ireland, same in Portugal I've never been to, and I even went to the consulate of Spain and Portugal and said, why the hell was I treated like this? You're not Spanish, you're not Portuguese, fuck off. And I recorded it. So, in reality, how do you even think I'm paying for the medication you're sending me? I am having to pull out miracles.
Not good. So I don't know what happened, but I sent you some emails, yes? To show that I'm not lying.
Yes.
Since I came here, and I'm trying to organize it, understand why I was treated like that in those Cologne hospitals. I've been kicked out of my accommodation. My lawyers have refused to now have given me back my legal case, refused to look at it, and now I'm in a serious situation. I'm literally, I literally am dumbfounded. I'm without medication, I'm without a home. The lawyers threw the papers back at me saying I'm no longer dealing with it. I mean, my treatment in Germany has been horrendous. Job Center owes me money, AOK owes me money. SAP, Sky Deutschland, the hospitals. I am now technically on the street in a serious medical condition after I came to the arts camera to find out what Düsseldorf was doing, and everything has been taken from me. Lawyers, 2 of them, get out, we're not doing it anymore. No reason, nothing.
Say anything about this, but
all I have done is try to stay here and stay quiet and get my money back, and I am being tormented. Tormented. And it's weird that 2 lawyers, yeah, we'll totally take your case. I come here to try and expedite the situation. I have massive pain. The phone call is made to Pia Schmidt, and then all of a sudden 2 lawyers get out. My own lawyers wouldn't even let me use the bathroom.
I don't think that the Ärztekammer Nordrhein knows anything about the lawyers here in Trier.
Well, it's a little weird though, no? And also they refused me, I couldn't even use the bathroom in my own lawyers. That's a little weird, no? Everything is fine, and then everything falls apart. Wouldn't even let me use the bathroom. Here's your file. So they gave me the file back. Give me the file back. I went like that. Get out of our office. Can I use the bathroom? No, get out.
Which lawyer was it?
Busse and also Baum. They 100% guaranteed me they would deal with this case, and then just treating me like an animal.
I can't say anything about it.
I'm in a life-threatening situation now, really, because the thing is, people don't want me to get my life back. I have SAP Sky Deutschland. I got kicked out. I'm a high-level senior IT manager, 6 billion all over the place. If my story got out of how I've been treated, it would be very bad. I guarantee you phone calls are being made. Why would I be kicked out of a Christian facility when they've been targeting me from day one? Stealing my Bible in a Christian facility. They had someone steal my Bible, my USBs of evidence. I am targeted here. This is ridiculous. So I've worked for over a year in Germany, and the job center won't even give me money, saying I've never worked in Germany before. I am being blocked. That phone call to Pia clearly did something, because I literally, after I went here, I went straight to my lawyer. I'm not doing it anymore.
I don't think this is Ärztekammer Nordrhein contacts any lawyers or the job center. I don't think so.
Well, you think that's a little weird. You had Benedict's Laberhaus, which I've been placed in, which is a zoo, contacting the job center and telling them not to give me money. That's a freaking homeless unit. Why would they do that? They took my resume, personal information, USBs, and blocking me from getting money in Trier. Why would they do that? That's lunacy, but they still did it. And this morning they kicked me out. No reason. So I said, you stole all my stuff. The police have demanded that you give me the name of the person who did it, and they wouldn't do it. All laughing and joking, haha, get out. I mean, what is this? We are on the eve of Karl Marx, socialist, most famous socialist ever, and I'm being treated like an animal. Boom even 100% guaranteed me they would do it. Never called me back. I went in there, spoke to me like a dog. All after I came here.
But
I'm not saying you, but what I'm saying is, I'm not saying you, but what I'm saying is the fact that anytime I try and resolve anything in Germany or the situation, my situation escalates horrendously to the point my life is in danger. I have no money, no home, no medication, and now my lawyers won't even deal with me. My lawyers who proved AOK was lying now won't even deal with me. The job center just blocking doors, not even opening the doors. There's something very weird going on. Well, not weird. I'm being taken out, is what's happening, because Germany owes me a lot of money from Munich. Phone calls are being. This has gone on way before I came to Trier. Way before I came to Trier. It happened in Düsseldorf. It happened in Cologne. I came to Trier as a small socialist city, and it's been horrendous. You're damn right. Phone calls are being made. 100%. They want me out there dead, so my story is over, and the way I've been treated doesn't get out. That's why I'm being treated like this. You damn right Pia made a phone call. You cannot do that within 6 hours. I'm cut off everywhere now.
Sorry.
If I die, and it's a good chance, on the eve of Karl Marx, I mean, I have tried to abide by the law on everything, and I am getting obliterated. Even since the last time I've seen you, how much weight have I lost? Obliterated in Germany. For nothing. I've done nothing other than try and stick by the law. And even those emails I sent you, I emailed her again. Do you think she replied? Nothing. That's now 3-4 months. Purposely being made homeless to die outside, starving to death. It's sick. Sick. Germany's telling everyone to come here. Oh yeah, we'll do. I have been. You don't even want to know what I've been subjected to. And yet I'm the one sticking by the law. I'm the only one. And yet I'm getting tormented here. Nine. I told you. 1 second. This is ridiculous. Why are you laughing all the time? There's something going on here. You know exactly what's going on. The POLIZEI, you're calling the police in the art camera. I have nothing to do with you anymore. We've had a conversation. This is who I want to talk to. This is the only one I want to talk to, and they're blocking me.
I don't know what to say.
I don't want to talk to you anymore, sir. Please. You mocked me the whole time.
Nobody can help you.
No.
They can help you.
I went over there. They said they could call this commission. There's no problem. 20 minutes later, they come down from a different department and tell me to get out, or they're calling the police. They're in this house. They're in this house.
I really don't know, but you have an appointment.
I've already spoke to them. They're not doing their job, so I'm supposed to speak to them.
They understand English.
Yes, but they're blocking me because they're not doing their job, so I wanted to speak to them.
I don't know if it's their job, I think, but...
Their service desk said that they're based here.
Yeah.
And they're blocking me from talking to them.
I think because they don't have an appointment.
No, but it had nothing. It's nothing to do with that. You're.
They can't help you.
For 5 months, I spoke to them. They did nothing.
Take it easy.
No, I'm not, because your behavior is now.
They are responsible. Who can help you?
They explained to me that the arts camera deals with behavioral things, right? With the hospital.
Yeah.
On a medical basis, I need to contact them. All I said was, and they weren't here. They went to eat lunch. It's got nothing to do with them now.
Okay, just
all
take
I said
it easy.
was,
I'm
no,
sure they
but
are
they're
trying to help
harassing
you.
me. She just came over and harassed me over there. All I'm saying is I wanted to talk to the commission.
Just want to know.
Sir.
Yeah.
How do I get to talk to someone from that commission?
But
You're
like
not in
this-
that commission.
You are not helping yourself, you
It
know?
makes no sense to talk to them.
Why?
We explained you what you have to do. You have to
Please
wait
don't
for
touch my
your,
bag.
you have to wait for the file.
You are making
Listen.
things difficult for yourself. Because
I
nobody
have
here
nothing.
can...
Have I just met you today? Have I just met you today?
No.
I met you before?
No.
So I've just met you today?
Yes.
How do you know what's happened previously? How do you know?
No, I don't know. I'm
So
sorry.
how can you make a comment like that?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You got me seriously worried about your behavior now. Why would you do that? You're blocking me from talking to the right person. You're not the right person, you admitted it. I know I have to fill out that formula, but I've traveled 400 kilometers. I thought, just out of courtesy, can I talk to someone?
Yes, but they
Why
cannot,
did they call you again?
They didn't call me. I crossed this and they asked me because they didn't understand what you want.
That's not true, because...
Okay, listen to me. The problem is today you cannot do anything with the documents. We explained it to you before that you have to wait for the files from the hospital. And your lawyer gave a date till the 4th of June. So
what I'm saying is, I got two people over there who spoke very good English, a man and a female. I came over and spoke to both of them. I said, all is good. They were the ones who told me to sit there.
yes, but
So am I
to
just
me
sitting
they
there?
said that they don't know what you want. So
Oh, come on, man. They spoke to you in German. I said, alles good. You told me to sit there. You told me. I'm in like the twilight zone here. If you travel from like Denver to Colorado, just out of courtesy, I said, can I speak to someone for 5 minutes? Just out of courtesy. That's all it was. And
but
they called you down.
they don't say you more than we said to you. You have to wait for your hospital files and then you have to give us all the documents with this what
So
I
why
printed
make me
for
wait
you.
over there all that
Because
time?
they didn't understand what
The
you
people
want.
who spoke to them in German.
Yes, but
So I said, alles good?
They were not sure what you want and they
Oh,
asked me if I
come
can.
on. We're not like 3 years old. And for the fact, and Tia, to be honest with you, for the fact that you actually threatened to call the POLIZEI on me, you're a joke. And you will get that in an email. I have no trust in anything you've done now. Nine. I told you. 1 second. This is ridiculous. Why are you laughing all the time? There's something going on here. You know exactly what's going on. The POLIZEI, you're calling the police in the art camera. I have nothing to do with you anymore. We've had a conversation. This is who I want to talk to. This is the only one I want to talk to, and they're blocking me.
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
I don't want to talk to you anymore, sir. Please. You mocked me the whole time.
Nobody can help you.
No.
They can't help you.
I went over there. They said they could call this commission. There's no problem. 20 minutes later, they come down from a different department and tell me to get out or they're calling the police. They're in this house. They're in this house.
I really don't know, but you have an appointment.
I've already spoke to them. They're not doing their job, so I'm supposed to speak to them.
They understand English.
Yes, but they're blocking me because they're not doing their job, so I wanted to
I
speak
don't know
to them.
if it's their job, I think, but
Their service desk said that they're based here,
yeah,
and they're blocking me from talking to them.
I think because they don't have an appointment.
No, but it had nothing. It's nothing to do with that. You're
They can't help you.
for 5 months. I spoke to them. They did nothing.
Take it easy.
No, I'm not, because your behavior is now.
They are the people who can help you.
They explained to me that the arts camera deals with behavioral things, right? With the hospital.
Yeah.
On a medical basis, I need to contact them. All I said was,
Yes.
and they weren't here. They went to eat lunch. It's got nothing to do with them now.
Okay, just
All I
take it
said
easy.
was,
I'm
no,
sure they
but
are
they're
trying to help
harassing
you.
me. She just came over and harassed me over there. All I'm saying is I wanted to talk to the
She
commission.
just wanted to know.
Sir,
Yeah.
How do I get to talk to someone from that commission?
But
You're
like
not in
this-
that commission.
No,
You are
but
not helping
cannot-
yourself, you
That
know?
makes no sense to talk to them.
Why?
We explained you what you have to do. You have to wait
Please
for
don't touch my
your,
bag.
you have to wait for the fund.
You are making
Listen.
things difficult for yourself. Because
I
nobody
have
here
nothing.
can...
Have I just met you today? Have I just met you today?
No.
I met you before,
No.
so I've just met you today.
Yes.
How do you know what's happened previously? How do you know?
No, I don't know. I'm
So
sorry.
how can you make a comment like that?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You got me seriously worried about your behavior now. Why would you do that? You're blocking me from talking to the right person. You're not the right person, you admitted it. I know I have to fill out that formula, but I've traveled 400 kilometers. I thought, just out of courtesy, can I talk to someone?
Yes, but they
Why
cannot,
did they call you again?
They didn't call me. I crossed this and they asked me because they didn't understand what you want.
That's not true, because
Okay, listen to me. The problem is today you cannot do anything with the Budapest Commission. We explained it to you before that you have to wait for the files from the hospital. And your lawyer gave
I understood
a
what you
date
said.
till the 4th of June. So
What I'm saying is, I got two people over there who spoke very good English, a man and a female. They came over and spoke to both of them. I said, all is good. They were the ones who told me to sit there.
yes, but
So am I
to
just
me
sitting
they
there?
said that they don't know what you want. So
Oh, come on, man. They spoke to you in German. I said, alles good. You told me to sit there. You told me. I'm in like the twilight zone here. If you travel from like Denver to Colorado, just out of courtesy, I said, can I speak to someone for 5 minutes? Just out of courtesy. That's all it was. And
but
they called you
cannot,
down.
they don't say you more than we said to you. You have to wait for your hospital files and then you have to give us all the documents with this what
So
I
why
printed
made me
for
wait
you.
over there all that
Because
time?
they didn't understand what
The
you
people
want.
spoke to them in German.
Yes, but
So I said, alles good.
they were not sure what you want and they
Oh,
asked me if I
come
can.
on. We're not like 3 years old. And for the fact, and Tia, to be honest with you, for the fact that you actually threatened to call the POLIZEI on me, you're a joke. And you will get that in an email. I have no trust in anything you've done now. Sorry I'm late, I telephoned to call. Did you get the message?
Yes.
You got the message.
I think phone is food.
No, I called today to say I'm going to be late. Yeah.
I asked Ms. Schmidt yesterday. It's just proceeding there because they are waiting of the answers from two physicians.
But like I said, I don't understand. That could go on forever.
I can't help it. It's
Let's say if you're the arts camera and you're dealing with someone in the Trier area, right? When you write them a letter, I guess it's kind of, it's written in a legal way, I guess. You would normally give someone a deadline.
If this happened here, we asked the physicians to get the answer in about 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, not 2 or 3 months.
Reclaim, yeah. But
because
I don't know the reasons for it, but
so she won't.
And she also told me you will get mail or a letter.
Yeah, but my problem is that it was very difficult to engage them in the first place, right? I had to send them email after email after email after email, and I think the way I was treated, I mean, the last time we spoke, my treatment was horrendous, right? I think they're trying to just postpone this so they don't have to do it. 2 to 3 months to get one response, like an initial response, is way too long. Way too long. Even if you're a lawyer, maximum you give is 14 days. That's more than enough time to write something. Did she say which one has replied? Which hospital has replied?
No, I don't know.
She won't tell you?
No. Because it's not possible to give me any answers. I'm not...
So I mean, what do I do really? Because they can just sit there and do nothing.
I hope you get an answer in the next 2 weeks, but I can't...
The problem is that they don't answer emails either. I'm like, is there anything I could do for you? And it's just, I think they're dragging it out so long that I get my compensation from my lawyers here, and then I just go away. There's no, look, I've been an IT manager for 17 years, right? Or whatever line of work you're in. It doesn't matter if it's medicine or IT or sales. You don't wait 3 months for an initial response.
I don't think that this is usual. That's a long time to wait.
This is what I'm saying. Because the thing is, even if it's got that date, I was in contact with them even way before that. Something is not right. Because this makes no sense. If I'm an IT manager, I can't say to a vendor, oh, by the way, I'll get back to you in 3 months. The vendor will be like, what are you talking about? I don't know any work that works like that. The thing is, the last time I spoke to you, you said you'll call, and I know this is a different arts camera and it's not the North Rhine region, right? But you are director level? The chef?
Yeah, yes.
Right. Can you, I need to get some answer. It can't just be a case of, oh, well, it happens when it happens. She's not responding to me, personally, because I've written her emails and she just doesn't reply. So the fact that you're a chief and she's still, it's unacceptable. Really, it's completely unacceptable. Is there anything else you can do? Because the last time
No, I can't. I hope, I was hopefully to get some answers, but it was not possible.
So again, that's like, when was that? That's been another week, right? And she's still done nothing and not changed her answer.
I don't know the reasons, but...
But she pretty much gave you the same reason as the last time, right? Like a week ago.
Yes.
Is there also, in terms of the arts camera, I'm guessing there's a procedure, right, of what you do, and there must be a time scale next to that procedure. This has to be out of procedure. This can't be normal process for an arts camera. It can't be. And all the arts cameras in Germany must be relatively similar. They must be. So if you have something like this, there must be like A, B, C, D, E, F. This is the process we follow, and this is the timeline guideline. This can't be right. It's impossible to be right.
Yes, Mr. Fraser, but I'm sorry for it, but I can't help it.
So my question to you, if my problem was here, right, and you wrote the initial letter, what length of period would you be asking for a response?
I think the latest moment must be about 4 or 5 weeks.
Maximum.
Most time we asked to get an answer for a reclaim
in about 2 weeks, and then we ask again, and after that normally we get the answer and we can tell the claim.
So what I would say is, what happens if the other hospital just refuses to reply?
I don't know.
No, but I'm saying, what would happen if it was somewhere here? What would you do? Let's say if it was someone who complained in Trier, for example.
If the hospital doesn't answer the Ärztekammer, you can ask again, and if there's no answer at any time, you can get punished for the physician.
The physician can get punished?
To pay money because of the reason he doesn't answer the Ärztekammer.
Would the money go to the Ärztekammer or
Ärztekammer?
It goes to the Ärztekammer.
If you are interested to get money, they don't pay any.
No, I have an external lawyer. I have an external lawyer, but the external lawyer is curious to find out he's asking me, like, these guys, what's going on with them, because it's been a long time. Because he's writing a letter, he looked at all the evidence and went, oh, it's pretty clear, pretty clear. But what I'm saying is, I don't want some kind of confusion crossover with what they're doing and what he's doing. I don't want them contacting my personal lawyer, but at the same time, this is what he really wanted was, surely they must have had an outcome by now. And that's what, because he wanted to read the outcome. Oh, what did they say? Before he started to, and like they did, like nothing. Is there any way to call this person while we're both here? Can I talk to her?
No, I don't think that it's possible. Normally, we also don't give any information to the reclaim until we get the answer from the hospital.
So an arts camera, right? Let's say those 3 hospitals, and I told you what happened. Let's say, well, for one, one of them has to be foul play, because let's just take the registration one. Of being in a hospital 4 times and not being registered. That is completely illegal. What I'm saying is, what power does the arts camera have? What can the arts camera do to either that physician or that department or that hospital? What power? Are you more like an ombudsman, or do you have the power to actually do something?
I think it's nearby ombudsman. We always try to get information, and the reclaim
So I believe Paul Hansen called you, right? The director from the Arts Camp at Trier?
Yeah.
So, I'll be honest with you, my treatment in Germany as a whole is horrendous.
I came to you here, then you don't have to speak so loud.
My treatment in Germany is horrendous, regardless of the employment, doctors, hospitals. Horrific. I was a high-profile guy who came here, $6 billion in North America, came here with very little. This all started in Munich with Sky SAP. So not only have I been treated medically horrendously in this region, it was also the same in Munich, in Hanover. When I went to the Arts Camera in Trier, I showed him your letter. He phoned you. He said you had 1 response from the 3 hospitals. I now have a lawyer against these 3 hospitals. He said it makes absolutely no sense from an Arts Camera perspective to take this long to get responses, at least 1 response from a medical unit. And also the thing is, I've just come from a doctor today who has been, I got physically attacked very badly, hence I ended up in those hospitals, right? The reason I got physically attacked was 1 week before I was supposed to go to the Arbeitsgericht in Munich to get my money back from Sky and SAP. And ever since then, it's been non-stop attack. Medical, employment, job center, anywhere. So I'm now down to 0 money, and I'm getting treated like a refugee. What I would say is that when he actually spoke to you, and he spoke to you twice, he said it makes no sense what you're saying, because he said if we were the Arts Camera in Trier or for this region, I can't remember the full term.
Rheinland-Pfalz.
Rheinland-Pfalz. it would never take us this long to get at least an initial response from a hospital. This makes no sense. And I said, did Pia at least tell you who the response was from? And he said, she will not give me any information. You need to go there in person. So I now have a lawyer in Trier for these 3 hospitals. But I'm now getting more and more and more concerned because the attack that happened, the police have closed the case. When I have medical evidence, I have German witnesses. And the doctor who had a lot of my evidence here in Düsseldorf has now kicked me out of his office, who has all my medical evidence, because I used too much paper. With a completely valid German AOK card. There is something very weird going on, and it is dragging out and out and out and out. My health is getting worse. And he said, purely from an Arztkammer perspective, the length of time it's taking Northwest Rhine region Arztkammer to do anything, it makes no sense.
I think you have not the right idea what the Ärztekammer is doing. We don't control hospitals. We only have to control the medical doctors, and we cannot investigate in a big thing. Our only opportunity is to send your letter to the doctors, and we ask them to say how they saw this situation.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is purely on a time scale perspective. I asked Paul Hansering, the director at Arztkammer, I said, this is when the initial engagement was, because I forwarded him all the emails that I sent to you.
Yes.
He said, this time scale, he said, we work more like an ombudsman. I know what an ombudsman is, right? You basically investigate to see if there's any malpractice, how much power you have, I don't know. That's why I've got my own lawyer. But he said, purely on a time scale perspective, what's going on here makes no sense from an Arztkammer perspective.
Yes, but it is our kind of working.
Nobody said
when
any
we have,
Arztkammer.
When we have, yes, but this is a discussion we don't have to do.
Why is
we
it?
are working like this, and
can I see the letters? So when you send a letter, you don't say, can you respond by a certain date?
No, you cannot.
So this could go on for 5 years and they just don't respond.
I wrote you a letter that we are ready with this whole situation.
I didn't get that letter.
I'm sure that we send it to you.
I wouldn't travel 400 kilometers if I had got it.
What you don't understand is that if you send us a letter that something went wrong with a doctor, we open a file. Yes. But you are not part of this file. This is only a file between the Ärztekammer and the medical doctor, and you will never know what we did with the doctor. This is.
So I open a case and I never find out a conclusion.
Yes.
I'm never given a conclusion.
Yes. This is because.
So what's the point of me opening the case?
Yes, this is that we know there is a problem with one of the medical doctors, and when it is a real problem, we could make a big file with
Can my lawyer get access to your documents?
No. Yes?
My lawyer.
Wait. No. No, because you are not part of this file. You say us there is a problem, there is a doctor which has behavior what's not okay, and we open this file, but it's only a thing between us and the medical doctor. You are not part of this file.
So why would you never tell me that instead of no one ever told me that. No one ever
of privacy reasons.
No, but
yes,
what I'm
but
saying
it
is,
is
1 second please.
Yes.
What I'm saying is at no point did anyone tell me what Pia just said, as in you send the case and that's it, we never contact you again. No one told me that. So I'm waiting there, writing email, what's going on, not getting a response, not knowing that that's what you do.
But that's not
sure
right.
Pia responded.
First I responded in the emails, and then I said you have to write everything to us on a paper with a sign.
That's right, which
yes.
I did.
And after this you got a letter that we have everything, and in this letter we wrote that you are not part of this file, and that I got the letter. I showed it to my lawyer. I also showed it to Paul Hansering, and at no point did he say it says anything like that in the letter. I wouldn't travel 400 kilometers just to wait 1 minute.
Right. Because if you send something that I don't have,
Really, why would I travel 400 kilometers just for a joke?
You just came here by chance to see
No,
someone?
I went to Paul Hansering, and I also went to my doctor over here who's connected to the legal case, and now he's disengaged. I'm going to have to write another arts camera, but at no point did anyone explain the procedure to me of you write to the arts camera, we investigate, and we tell you nothing.
But you have a lawyer.
No, but I only just got a lawyer.
Okay, so
like within the last couple of weeks.
Okay, so he should know the procedures. And
yeah, but the thing is, he's contacting the arts camera in Trier to find out what you guys are doing.
Okay, but we are not connected with the Ärztekammer in Trier.
So when I give you all this confidential information, right, it's then a dead end.
For you, it's dead end. If you want to open a real procedure, you have to go to see the courts.
Right, so if this ever gets to the courts against those hospitals, right, do we get access to the North Rhine region file of what you did?
Here?
Yeah.
No.
What is this, like a bank?
Yes.
So that basically protects all the doctors.
There are two.
Absolutely, it does.
There are two possibilities that when we ask the doctors for an answer,
yep.
sometimes they don't answer. So
right.
we have to ask again, and sometimes this depends a few weeks. So I'm not sure if we have the last answer and if you got the last letter, but I asked for...
I definitely did not get a letter because I showed what you sent me to also Paul Hansering in the director, and also I now have a lawyer, and they both said this doesn't state, and so that I wouldn't travel 400 kilometers just for a joke, really. And honestly, the way this is set up, and obviously you didn't set it up, you just work here, this is totally set up to protect the doctors, because if there is mass malpractice, then it never gets out and I never know. That can't be right on an ethical level.
No. That's not an ethical question. You are at the wrong place here. If you want to sue a doctor, you go to the courts. You don't go to Ärztekammer.
So what is the purpose of Ärztekammer? What is your purpose?
The authority that controls the doctors. But we are not. We don't act within an individual way, like a court.
But what powers do you have? Let's say I gave you those 3 cases, right, and you found them all to be legit.
Then we can revoke the profession
of the doctor.
Of the doctor.
And I just never know about it.
Yes.
But that just on a legal level, I mean, my lawyer has seen what I sent you and a little bit more. And he said, this is like horrendous. You can't go to a hospital and not register someone and give 4 medical opinions, right? So let's say whatever this goes to court, I don't understand legally how your information or your investigation would not... I'm just looking at it from a North American perspective, right? You've obviously will have gone through an investigation of did they, didn't they, what happened. I mean, one of them is a no-brainer because you can't go into a hospital anywhere in the world and not register someone. You can't do that. Let's say someone one of the doctors lost their job for that. If I'm going to court against that guy for that sole purpose, I don't understand how my lawyer or someone should not be given access to that, because then your evidence is critical.
Yeah.
How is it not? You've done an investigation on a medical level to see whether this guy practiced correctly, and if your investigation matches what I said, and I'm taking this guy to court,
but
surely
our department, we don't have a look how they are acting in the medical way. We are only looking how was their behavior. Did they everything like they have to do in the contact with the patient? And if you want. This is.
So you act on the behavior, not the medical side.
The medical side is another department here inside the Ärztekammer. This is the Gutachterkommission. If you have a case where you say the treatment was not the right treatment for my... What?
In the information that I sent, I thought you were the only one that was dealing with it, and so it was 3 complaints, right? One of them was a behavioral, the other 2 were medical.
Yes.
So should I be talking to them?
If your opinion is that your treatment was not the right thing and you are now more ill than before, then they can they can have a look if everything was right.
But that's what it is. That was really my major complaint.
But this was not what you wrote to us.
No, well, it was. I sent all the evidence in the emails of basically medical malpractice. I got hit with a baseball bat in the head. The MRI wasn't done properly. Wrong medication. I now have massive problem. I can't see out my eye. I have massive problem in my neck, and I have concussions absolutely every single day. The doctor that I've just come from, Alexander Lazarus, has all the medical evidence and is now saying, I'm not seeing you anymore because you use too much toilet paper. That was really my medical push.
Super, danke.
The behavioral side was the one in the urinary clinic where they acted extremely unprofessional. The two were medical malpractice. They're the ones who should be dealing with the medical malpractice. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, but I wrote all your
Right,
emails and I wrote everything, but that you were hit by a baseball, I heard the first time now.
It's in the emails. It's police reports. This is what I'm talking about. This has gone on 4 or 5 months, and it's the first time I've really spoke to you. If there was any confusion,
yes, but
someone should have told me. I didn't even know the fact that that's the only deal with on the behavioral part. There's only one hospital was behavioral. The other two were medical. Wrong medication.
So, this is the reason why you didn't get a letter
It wasn't sent
yet, because we don't have all letters from the doctors we wrote.
Which ones
This
do you
is
have?
this is a what?
Which two do you have?
I cannot say it to you because
Okay,
it's not
so
your
the thing
file.
is, right, so this is not being dealt with correctly, right? Because
But this is not a letter to us. This is a letter to the hospital in Cologne, and this is the point. If you have a problem with the hospital, something went wrong when you were there, and you didn't have a problem with the doctor, then you have to go to the hospital, or you have to go to the Bezirksregierung. This is in Germany.
No, but you know what?
You know,
No
Germany
one,
is so
But
difficult.
no one told me anything. I sent you those emails and you disengaged.
No, but this is the work of a lawyer. You see a lawyer and he will help you.
Sir, she just told me on a medical level, if it's you deal with behavioral, if it's medical, it goes to the other department. The emails that I sent, 2 of them are on a medical basis.
but-
No one contacted me from that department.
Yeah, okay, but we don't contact the department
So
because
why don't you tell me? How am I supposed to know?
Well, it's written on our homepage how the
fantastic.
procedures work. So that's how it works.
Yeah, but it's in German. I can't read.
Yeah, sorry.
A little
but
bit of common courtesy, sir.
We can't give any information in any possible language. It's in Germany here, so you get the information in German.
So why can Pia write to me an email in English?
Yeah, because she's able to speak English.
So why not tell me about the other department?
We are not allowed technically to give one file to another department.
No,
This
I
is
would
not-
just say, just advise me. Oh, by the way, Barry, considering 2 of your cases are medical, you might want to contact this department. That's not difficult.
Okay.
So, this is the reason why we didn't this is what you wrote to us in German.
Well, I basically told one of my friends what happened, and he wrote it in German
Yes,
because I can't
this
write
is
it.
what you, yes, but this is what we working with, and
Right.
this is only there, you only say that the behavior of the doctors were not okay, and that what they did with you in the hospital was not okay. So we
So
can...
there's nothing medically there,
No,
you're telling me?
there's nothing medical inside. The only medical thing is that you say that they didn't do a CT scan because of your headaches. This is the only thing what is medical.
There's
and
nothing in there about not taking out the IV drip, wrong medication.
no. And this is the reason why we didn't know that you have a problem with your head that depends now, and because this is what we work with. This is what your friend wrote, and this is, I can translate it to you. Your card was not registered. This is not our problem. This is a problem of the hospital.
But it needs to be
You
investigated.
say
You can't
4
do that
doctors
anyway,
didn't give you
No.
medical help, but you didn't say who didn't give you this help. Nobody made a diagnosis. Racistic comments from
So not making a diagnosis is not a medical. Is not a medical. I mean, you know I can't
Yes,
speak
but
a right
I cannot.
German, right?
But this
I'm
is
relying
like
on him. So you basically said I'm not going to accept it unless it's in German. You know I can't read, write, or speak German. I got a friend to translate that. I can't obviously, when he writes that down, I don't know if it's right or not, but purely on the basis of someone not making a diagnosis is a medical.
yes, but it is not. You have to make. You have to tell us a concrete problem. You cannot say they didn't do a medical diagnosis. Then I asked the doctor,
So
and
how
he
do I
says,
do this
yes,
now,
I
then?
did a medical diagnosis. My medical diagnosis was a headache. That's it. So, and then
So
it's
what-
the end of my possibility of investigation.
So
I
this
cannot.
whole investigation has been wrong, man. How do I do it again with really what happened? I can't see out my eye. I have massive head, neck issues. The registration thing anywhere in the world, you can't do that anywhere in the world to get 4 diagnoses from a doctor in a hospital and never be registered. You can't do that in Guatemala. You can't do that anywhere.
Yeah, the
Yes,
problem
but-
is this is not our problem.
No,
This,
but you would investigate that.
No.
Why is that?
No.
That's
We-
completely illegal.
No, this is, you have to go to the authorities that watch over the hospitals. This is not our problem, simply.
Yeah,
So
this
why
is-
don't you tell? Like the lack of communication is unbelievable, really.
I said it to you in my first email that all these problems are a problem of the hospital and not of the Ärztekammer. And you sent me back that this is ridiculous and make no sense. And I can only say, but
you know
this
what?
is
You
like
know what?
this. Sorry.
Look, if I'm a project manager and I have a senior person, director to me, they'll be like, don't come to me with a problem, come to me with a solution. At no point was anyone giving me a solution. This is the problem you have, but I'm not giving you a solution. This is the problem. These are really the departments you need to go to. That's how you work it.
I'm sure that I wrote it to you on the first.
As an example, this medical one over
We have
here.
to inform you that we do not control hospitals or other medical institutions. If you want to give a complaint about a hospital, you have to write to the management of the hospital or to the Bezirksregierung. The Bezirksregierung is a supervision of hospitals and institutions. This was
Okay.
my email to you, my
Okay.
first email to you.
Okay,
And
so-
now you say never say.
No,
never
but
say
the whole,
said
but the
it
whole
to-
point was those two told me to contact you. I contacted them before you.
Yes, but this is then we didn't do the fault because I saw that you have a problem with the registration and all this stuff, and this is a
It
problem
is a
in the
behavioral
hospital.
thing. Behavioral, but it is medical as well. Because the thing is, with this concussion, because I've had several, I could die. It's that serious.
But do you have a diagnosis of this? Do you have a CT scan or an
Yes,
MRI?
I have MRTs. I've had my left eye scanned several times, and they've all said I now have a problem with my cornea and my retina, and I have a blind spot in my eye that I can't see.
So, and who did the first fault that they didn't do the right diagnosis? Which doctor?
Well, I've been seeing numerous doctors. I have doctors in Munich, in Würzburg, in Cologne. And the thing with the hand, the hand infection, 3 doctors sent me to that hospital saying this is getting extremely dangerous. I went there, they didn't register me, they gave 4 false diagnoses. I then had to take an emergency train to Aachen, who then fixed my problem. Within 10 seconds, they said, plastic surgeon, IV drip, monitor this guy 24 hours. Yet for 1 month in a Cologne hospital, I saw 4 doctors who didn't register me and give me 4 wrong diagnoses. That's medical.
Yes.
And now I have a massive problem with I'm on constant painkillers, right? I'm on constant medication that goes in my eye. I have to rub cortisone in my hand every day. This could go on for the rest of my life, and especially with a concussion, I don't know how much damage is done. I could be a vegetable in 10 years. It's very dangerous.
Yes, but this we cannot.
So the other department in here who deals with the medical side, can I talk to them today while I'm here?
No.
Why?
You have to no, because you need a date. You cannot come inside the Ärztekammer and everybody is coming to you and.
So what? Everyone's coming to me. It's all about Barry, right? This has been dealt with horrendously, honestly. So I don't have a lot of money to get here because all my everyone is screwing me at this point.
So what do I do? Really, what do I do?
Now you have a lawyer.
Yes.
Is it true?
Yes.
So
So-
he will help you with everything. He's there for you. He's the instance that will help with every problem.
So the medical.
So, let us make the first step. Because your lawyer, he sent a letter to the university hospital in Cologne,
He sent one to all three.
and this is from which date?
Probably about a week and a
Yes.
half ago.
You have. He said that they have to send all your medical
yeah.
files till the 4th of June.
He sent a letter to all three
So-
hospitals, not one.
Yes, but we have only this one. We are not the hospital. I don't know why we got this. I don't know. So we can give you, or we can send to your lawyer the address of the Gutachterkommission, and when you have all your files from the hospitals, because you need every file you can get.
Well, this is what I'm saying. I just went to my doctor today and he refused to give it to me. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to do that.
So, but if you have everything, then you can give it to the Gutachterkommission, and they can make an
They're the ones that deal with the medical side.
yes.
Is it possible that I can get an email that I can send my medical evidence to them to get it started now?
No, because they need your files from the hospital. They cannot was heißt beurteilen? They cannot say anything about your complete file when they don't have the information from the hospitals. You know what I mean? They need the information.
So let's say I never got a lawyer. Let's say I didn't have a lawyer and I was by myself, which I
Yes.
was for a long time.
Then you have to bring the files from yourself to this Gutachterkommission. This is one of the things they write on their internet page. What
Okay.
you have to bring them that they can.
Is it possible to get the information or the web page or how I can contact them?
Yes, I can write it to you.
Okay. And so then this engagement, well, it feels like a total waste of time until you even told the arts camera, I'll be honest with you, but I have another complaint about, well, this guy that I just went to get all my medical evidence for the fact, with a concussion you have to be very careful because I've had 4 or 5 from sports in Canada. This wasn't dealt with correctly because it was the wrong medication, MRT. I could be a vegetable in 10 years. I don't know because you can't physically see it, your brain, right? The problem that I can't see out my eye now, I mean, that's seriously,
Can I see the MRI?
I don't have it with me. But I can see, the 2 eye doctors, the MRI basically shows if it's bleeding or not. What they actually said in the hospital is you have a massive concussion, but they gave me the wrong medication. It actually got to the point they forgot to take the IV drip out. I had to get a friend who was a nurse to take the IV drip out.
Yes, but
that's ridiculous.
Yes, it's ridiculous, but it happens.
But
This
it's
is not-
dangerous.
Yes, but it's not.
What if my friend
It's
had
not
an
a
infection?
drama. It's you.
You're acting like it's. I'll be honest with you. If that was in North America, you'd have your ass sued like nothing.
Yes, but we are not in North America. This is.
So it's okay for someone to walk around with an IV
No,
drip?
it's not okay, but it could happen. I was working for a medical doctor for many years, and it don't have to happen, but it happens.
In the 3 hospitals I went to, the same thing happened 3 times. That's
Yes, but
unbelievable.
So, hello. How are you doing?
This gets worse and worse.
Long time no see. When did I see you last?
When I had to check my 3-month card the last time.
Oh,
I can only see you once every 3 months.
you're still in Düsseldorf?
Yeah, I've been chased pretty much all over Germany at this
Where are you
point.
staying for?
No, I was in Trier.
In Trier?
Turns out all the lawyers I had basically lied. Some of them became extremely violent. And it's the same scenario of let's write all these legal we'll take the Berufsschulungsschein, we'll write the legal document. When it gets to the point of having to come to court in Munich to get my money back, you speak English and it's in Munich, I'm not going. And I'm no longer your lawyer. And you can only get one Berufsschulungsschein. So let's say I get a Berufsschulungsschein against AOK. If they do that and then don't go to court with me, I can never go to court. So that's happened 6-7 times now in Cologne, Munich. Anyway.
How is your financial situation at the moment?
Well,
I mean, it's brilliant. I've probably been, I can't go one day without an attack now, either psychologically, physically, theft. Two of the doctors that I had before I've now disengaged with. One became, the one in Würzburg became quite physically violent because I wouldn't do what he would say he was going to do, taking all kinds of drugs and everything, so I disengaged with him.
What drugs did you want to give you?
Well, he was saying, constantly pushing this psych ward crap, and he knows about, he's the one that has all the political papers, because that's when I was summoned to Schweinfurt, so he knew the history of everything. And he was trying to push all kinds of stuff. I said no, and he would play psychological games of do something really nice, and then as you're walking out the door, underline it with something really nasty psychologically. So he would have me kind of jumping all over the place, and I knew what was going on. But as an example, he had the political papers from Schweinfurt, and then just lost them somehow. They're like, oh, they're in my home, I can't find them. So I knew what I was up against. The point was is that for a long time I've been trying to stabilize enough in order to get my story out, right? So what I will tell you is, remember that black backpack I used to have? I always used to go around with a black backpack. That's all I had, was my black backpack. So because I'd run out of money and gone on couch surfing, it turns out all the couch surfers that I went to in Trier, and so when you have no money, and there's a website called couch surfing, and some couch surfing. So let's say I came to your house, and you're like, okay, let's have dinner, blah blah blah, and you can sleep on my couch.
Okay.
Turns out they were all hackers. Hacked a lot of my information, stole a lot of my information, and sold a lot of my information. So I also remember telling you I had a lot of USBs with my information on it, yes? USBs. So I was gathering evidence to come back to the Arbeits, and I was going to have to do it myself. I was sat in the Starbucks in the Düsseldorf Hauptbahnhof, not far from where I first arrived here in Wiese Airport. Now, if you can imagine, I positioned myself, so the USB is 100 USBs, 17 years of IT work. It has VPs, CEOs, politicians, pedophiles, everything, right? Pretty much of what I'm up against and the reason I came to Germany in the first place. I know how valuable that information is, not the USB stick. This was the emergency exit that has to be closed. The only way to come through is through the front door. The US Embassy is directly behind that door, and the police are there. So whilst me sat there on the laptop, someone managed to steal my bag, come in through a door that cannot be opened, and walk out with everything that I own. My Danish asylum, my Irish immigration card, my passports, all the USBs, the medication. And the weird part is the Starbucks staff, I said, can you call the police? No. Why not? Well, if you have something so valuable in your bag, you shouldn't be in Starbucks. So then I go to the police, and I'll be honest with you, I've been beaten by the police so many times now, and all they ever do is tell me to get the hell out of Germany. I went to the Bundespolice, and I had 28 items listed of everything stolen. And they said, why don't you pay your Deutschbahn tickets? So I've had no money for 6 months, yes? Why don't you pay your Deutschbahn tickets, and why don't you get the fuck out of Germany? I went to the job center in Trier, and Miss Weber started laughing at the fact that I'm being tortured in Edinburgh and said the only money you're getting from Germany is a fucking ticket out. It's got so bad, well, it was so bad and now it's taken a turn for the better. Well, I have one chance now. But if I'm in the job center, every single email I have, if I send it to a German government building, is now blocked. That's not a good sign. When I was in the
You're getting money at the moment?
Well, when I was in the Arbeitskultur, people, because I couldn't speak German, were trying to help me, and you actually have staff in the Trier Arbeitskultur telling people not to help me. One of the ladies in there, Charlotte Wortman, said, we've been advised that we are not allowed to get you a job. That is not a good sign. So on the eve of Karl Marx's celebration, I was practically half dead on the street in Trier. I jumped the train to Düsseldorf,
Because the thing is, they're trying to make me out to be homeless, criminal, whatever. This has gone on a long time. And the only reason to do that is because they know I'm right. So I went to a bookstore, I managed to get to a church, and a random person took me in. I then had an address. I sent an email, and last week AOK put a random amount of money in my account.
AOK?
Yes, Bayern. It's not the right money, it's money.
It's money.
Right, but I am essentially a slave here, and the only reason I am a slave here is because everything I told you is I'm right. Remember I told you about that bug in my right thigh? Well, you sent me to the guy downstairs to have it looked at. They did an MRI of my right thigh, and at the time he said there's something very bizarre about your right thigh. All that information is stolen, and the problem is that the last time I went to the police, they said I now have 57 police reports of attacks against me. 57. That's quite a lot, no? And what they've actually said is, and this is not one police station, this is all of them. If you log one more police report, we log 4 against you. Recently, and the last time that I saw you, I stayed in a Frankfurt. I was in Würzburg seeing this doctor, and they were fully booked. And I went to a Frankfurt hospital where I had the bouncers threaten to kill me, and they stole all my money. Now I called the POLIZEI. They turned up. They said, "Are you German? Who are you?" They realized who I was. Got back in their car, and I had to sleep on the streets of Frankfurt. Not one police officer would log the case. So I went to Arschaben. And they keep on mentioning this asylum thing. So you remember, I obviously arrived here under political circumstances, right? And the whole thing is bullshit. I shouldn't have arrived under political circumstances anyway. It's all a lie. What I would say is, remember, when I got all that stuff stolen in Düsseldorf, my whole bag, everything. Do you know what? You had 7 police officers in the Bundespolice laughing, sniggering, going, asylum. So, what I'm asking you is to hang in there. Remember I said I'm going to have to make a drastic move. The fact that I now have some money, I'm going to have to make that move.
Okay.
Most of my evidence is gone. The POLIZEI, the Canadian police, beating me. They don't want that. Now, if you think about it, why would police want to hurt me? It comes from politicians. I cannot stay in Germany. It's physically impossible. I will die here. There's no doubt. So what I am asking you for is repeat prescription. I'm going to have to make those phone calls that I've made over the last 3 months because I don't physically have the money to come back here. I'm constantly having things stolen. What I have done is I have a laptop. There was a person that I gave 500 gigabyte of evidence to, and I didn't tell anyone. I have now got a copy of that evidence on an external hard drive. I'm staying with someone. The key thing is, I've got to get Germany to admit that I worked here. So another one of the reasons is, I have to go back to the Arbeitskultur and get the transcript of that lawyer who lied and basically take it to the job center. If I get Düsseldorf to give me job center money, then it's Germany admitting that I worked here legally. At that point, I probably take myself out of Germany for a couple of weeks, and then I have to blast my situation on social media, and then I really have to get that's okay, someone to save me. So all I'm really asking is, be my doc for another 3 months. But I am not going to, it's going to be very, you know my situation, I don't need to go over it again. I will have to make phone calls. All I'm saying is, if my story does start to come out and people start to ask what the hell happened, if you get a phone call to say don't give him this medication, I'm asking you to be stronger than that and just see me through these next 3 months. But the fact that I have, it's not a lot of money, it's enough. But you have to remember is, every time I've seen you, have I not had these black shorts? Remember, like in December, you said you look kind of very summery? Right.
What those?
Right. Because I can't buy any clothes, because as soon as I buy clothes, they get stolen. So someone from the church has taken me in to give me an address. As soon as it gave me an address, it gave me a base. I went straight to the job center. The weird thing is that you might not find funny is, I get Hitler salutes, or that salute, from random people that I don't know in various cities. And I actually asked one person, why are you doing that? And they said, I don't do it to everyone, just you. My name is obviously out there in terms of certain organizations. If you pay criminal organizations to take someone out, the amount of death threats and everything I get, if I had to go into an Airbnb, a hostel, a hotel, I've been in a 4-star hotel and had my things stolen. What I'm saying is this little bit of money has given me a chance to fight back, get my story out, and get out. Because it is pretty clear that Germany is way too connected to the country that I came from, where I got tortured, and I have absolutely zero chance of survival here. So, repeat prescription, I'm going to have to make those phone calls randomly because I never know where my stuff is going to get stolen, and hang in there with me the next 3 months. But I have got to get the job center to admit that I worked in Germany. If I get them to do that, that is a big, big step for me to get out of here.
Okay. Now, I see no problem in giving you the prescriptions. You can call in. We'll send them to you.
Yeah.
If you need them. The only problem would be the Zopiclone. I can only give that to you because it's not covered for by the insurance more often than once every 3 months because they don't.
What I'm saying is though, is that literally, with the amount, you can imagine the amount of stress I'm under, right? Do it as a private.
I'll give you private prescriptions without any problem.
I have enough money to cover private.
And I can give you every 3 months, I can give you some now, I can give you a normal prescription on insurance. But this next one will have to be on a private.
That's fine, because I have enough to cover it. The thing is, if I do manage to pull off what I'm about to pull off, I need to detox off all this crap. I've been on it way too long, but literally it's keeping me alive. Because if I sleep, I can do this, but I am going to have to physically, I'm going to have to take myself out of Germany, rest my brain, rest my body, and then I'm going to have to put myself in a very bad situation in order to get out of here. This can't go on anymore. I am not living. All I do is go to a doctor, go to a hospital, go to police, get beaten. This is not a life. And I came here under peaceful circumstances, and it has been nothing but assault from the start. And even when I thought about it, the family that I came to in Meerbusch, who was with German Anonymous, after 1 month started demanding money. I've had zero chance from the moment I got here. From political garbage that's got nothing to do with me. I have a plan, let's see whether I can pull it off. But it's going to be, I'm going to have to risk my life, there's no doubt.
What medication do you need?
Nasonex, Zabutamol, Zopiclone, and I'll be honest with you, my eye is starting, I'll be honest, this is scaring the shit out of me and is on my mind every day, this right thigh, because I know what it is. I have problems on and off with my eye. As an example, remember when I got attacked with that baseball bat and it was in that internet cafe? The police just let him off with it. Oh yeah, don't worry about it. I had all the evidence. That's not a good sign, is it? So anyone can attack me and I can do nothing. It's not good, is it? I have no safety here. So what happens is I've had the eye test, the green-blue thing where you have to point where it is. And now I have a blind spot in my eye. So because of that blind spot, I get searing pain every now and again. So just a painkiller, not ibuprofen. I don't need to use it all the time, but when it gets very, very bad.
Amazon was something we gave you before. Did that work?
Honestly, I can't even remember what day it is sometimes. So.
But do you think that should I just give you a prescription for that again?
Whatever you gave me was fine.
Okay.
That is the situation, but this cannot go on. And the problem is when I get so tired, like, let's put it this way, for someone to come through an emergency door in a Starbucks, if there's an American embassy, which is probably the biggest embassy in the world, there's cameras everywhere, right? You trying to tell me the cop can't see who did that? I mean, and it's not the fact of the USBs alone cost $2,000. So any money I've ever been given, all I've ever had to try and do is use it to try and get the evidence to prove my story,
and then it gets stolen. The only way someone can do that if my bag is under my chair is a professional. A random thief can't do that. But I have zero chance of survival here, and I have to push it to the max over the next 3 months.
Okay.
It is what it is, but I have a chance now. And that bag that I have here, the only reason I'm even breathing, this last thing I'll say, is I met a Japanese girl who burst out crying at the way I was treated, gave me 400 euros, and it allowed me to last until I got my money from AOK. Then a Greek girl gave me that bag. Otherwise, I am dead. I am not. There are random people I seem to be meeting who are giving me things at the last moment. This is the next 3 months are my only chance. I'm just asking you to hang in there with me. You might get a phone call to say, if it looks like I'm going to get out of here, you may or may not get a phone call to say, don't give this guy medication. Because, I mean, that medication helps me survive, right? All I'm saying is, hang in there with me for the next 3 months. I've got to get the key is the job center. I get them to admit that I've worked here. Then I go to another country, and then I do the social media, and then I got a chance.
I give the prescription. Okay. Go get your earphones.
To be honest, you know.
Sorry.
How's this coming?
Sorry.
Hello.
Hi.
How can I help you?
So, as you know, I went for...
Just one important thing. Again, you didn't have an appointment.
Look, I did. I made it with the lady, the English-speaking lady. She made it for today at 5 o'clock. But what happened was I got attacked on the way here on the Deutschbahn, and that's why I was late. I came last week to make the appointment because I...
5 o'clock you had an appointment today?
Yes, because she told me you're going on vacation, and I said the reason I need to come today is because I had those electrodes all over my head, and I had to get the result.
Oh, okay.
So I did make the appointment. I came in here last week.
Okay, just when is your birth date?
10th of December 1976. And to be honest, I just got... I'll let you do that first. I don't know what's happening because I'm making these appointments.
Yeah, usually you should get if you have an appointment, you should get a
card. Yes. What's up?
A short text message.
I've never
email.
I've never had an email or a text message from you.
Then we have maybe the wrong telephone number. It's 0152 1723 02.
My number changed since then.
Ah, okay. Then could you please give me your
I'll have to check it because I don't know it off the top of my head. Just give me 1 second.
Guten Tag, Sie sind Herr Fraser?
Ja.
And you speak English?
Yes.
What is wrong with you?
Nothing's wrong with me, but I normally see your husband, I think.
Yes, yes, yes. So the last time my husband is ill.
He's ill?
And is ill at the
Okay.
moment and come for many hours at the week, but we can communicate.
Yeah, well, the problem is that I'm in France
Yes.
and Luxembourg, so I'm going for interviews there. So I traveled since 4 o'clock this morning to get here.
Yes.
So it's really just to get the same prescription as before, only because I'm staying in hospitals and a lot of my stuff is getting stolen. I'm not.
You need the medicaments. You need the pills and dossier aerosol.
So my
Sultanol for the
Nasonex,
yes,
and the Zofacone. But it's not going to be easy for me to get back to Düsseldorf because I'm like 4 hours away on a train.
Yes, yes, yes. I understand. Also, salbutamol. One is enough, or you are on travel?
Well, the thing is, if I get it in France or Luxembourg, it's actually very expensive. If I get it here, it's free.
Yes, yes. And you stay how long in Luxembourg?
Well, if I get a job, I stay there. But my thing is my health insurance is German.
Yes.
So until I get another job, I have to use AOK. If I get in Luxembourg, then I will use a Luxembourg health insurance. But right now I have to
This
travel.
Nasonex, you must buy it because it's a new right that it is the prescription on the recipe isn't possible.
Is it possible to the only one that works?
Salbutamol.
No. The only one that works is the original Nasonex. If I get a substitute, it doesn't work properly. You know what I mean?
But we have at the moment the order from the AOK.
No, I can pay for it separately, but what I'm saying is that when I go to the apotheke, they said you must do the eggs.
Yes. You buy the other one with the same ingredients.
But it doesn't. Yeah, but the other one doesn't work, so it has to be the original green one.
Okay. And salbutamol, 1 or 2?
Well, 2 because it's free here. If I buy it in Luxembourg, it's expensive.
Okay. We look at the pulmonary function at the moment.
And
Yes?
the Zopiclone as well for the sleep.
Isopiclone for the sleep.
But your husband has already done a test on my asthma.
Yes.
And I did one in Canada, so I know I have asthma.
And you have problem with the sleep?
Well, yeah, because I have 3 legal cases in Germany right now because my employer didn't pay me. So that's why I've gone to France and Luxembourg to try and get another job because Munich owes me a lot of money.
Yes.
That's why I'm under a lot of stress. So when I don't sleep, my nose gets worse. When my nose gets worse, my asthma gets worse, and then I can't stop it.
But the Zopiclone drug isn't one for forever.
No, the thing is, if you can get Munich to give me my money, I don't need to take it anymore. But this legal case has gone on for like 12 months. They owe me hundreds of thousands of euros. It's not like peanuts.
Yes. Okay. And you come from England?
I'm Canadian.
Canadian. You can wait at the moment here. Frau Heinrich?
Is it to do an asthma test?
Yes.
I've already done it before.
Yes?
Yeah.
In September?
Sorry?
In September?
Last year I've done one in
Last year. After 1 year, you make it. At the moment, yes?
Frau Weber, kommen Sie bitte.
It's a prescription from the pharmacy to call that. It's for you from the 20th of September. This is for today.
Okay.
Yeah?
She wanted to do an asthma test, but there's no point because I did an asthma test in Munich like 3 months ago and I did one with her husband.
Do you bring up the results here?
She already had the results.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Gehen Sie erst rein und dann schauen wir, was Frau Doktor sagt. Ja? Halten Sie zurück und setzen sich bitte mal. Kann ich noch mal gehen? Wenn Frau Doktor fertig ist, ist die weg. Ja, also Sie können gerne eine halbe Stunde rausgehen, aber nicht länger. Wenn sie fertig ist, ist sie weg.
Yeah, but the thing is, the asthma has gone on since when I was in Canada. So I've had it for like 5 years. I already saw her husband. I saw a doctor in Munich who also did the test. I know I have asthma because they put them all down at one time.
But we have to make a control. 3 months is very long.
Can I make another appointment? Because I have to take the train back to Luxembourg. Can I make an appointment?
I came to see Dr. Dentist here a few times and they did fillings for me, and I said at the time I didn't want any metal fillings, I wanted the white ones, and they did that. I don't have an appointment and I'm not coming to see the dentist. I went to a dentist in Cologne and I specifically said, please do not put any of that metal, and they put metal all in my mouth. I've gone back and I said, why the hell did you do that? Because I'm lying, I don't know what they were putting in, right?
Yeah.
What do I do? Because I specifically said, do not put any metal in my mouth, filling is whatever. I got home, I looked, and there's now metal fillings in it. What are my options? Completely illegal, you can't. I specifically said, do not do that. The dentist here did what I asked. This dentist in Cologne, which is where I'm now staying, and I came down to see a doctor, there's metal now all in my mouth. I went back, why the hell did you do that? No response, no nothing. What can I do? That's basically putting something in my body that I said don't do.
Because you have an allergic or?
No, I don't want any metal in my mouth. So,
Decision.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
So a lot of, so there's a difference,
Yeah.
right? You can have the metal or why are you laughing?
I'm sorry, no. Not with you. I look here because it's...
What's so funny?
No, I don't not with you.
So what are my options? I mean, because this dentist is now denying all knowledge that I was even there, that he did anything wrong.
It was the
On a dental level, what can I do with this dentist?
Nicht hier,
in
Köln.
aber er fragt jetzt, was kann so machen, weil wollte das nicht in den Mund.
Also man kann nur ausmachen.
Ja.
You have only the option that you make an appointment at any dentist you want, and he or she has to remove it and put it on.
Yeah, but okay, so that's one option. But my point is, with this particular dentist, what are my options against him? Yeah, no, because I've gone in, he refuses to take it out.
Did you sign anything?
Like what?
Like if you agree with something they are doing?
They gave me a form that was in German that all they said was, I said, I can't read that. They said, oh, all it is that you give us consent to like the same thing I filled out here. But when I've gone to the dentist, I've made it as clear as possible. I never want any metal in my mouth, period. And they did it anyway. And I have gone back, they're denying it, they're denying I even went to the dentist. This complete bullshit, and I don't know what to do, because I'm not from Germany. And it's really like...
Let me ask the dentist, okay?
That's horrendous, though. You're putting something in my body that I specifically don't do that.
Ich glaube, weil sie wollte es bestellen.
Is it a filling? Can you just...
Right, so when he did it with the other one, it's the white. I specifically said, don't put any metal, and he did, and now they're denying that. I mean, like, they are being horrific with me. It's a big medical facility.
I thought you were talking about a crown or something.
No.
But I don't think that you signed everything for that.
No.
It's also for free. You have a normal insurance, or?
Yes, I have Alcohol insurance.
Yeah, so the one option he told me,
It's
the
completely
dentist
illegal.
told me, is to go to, it's not illegal, but
if I specifically...
you have to say, okay, I want it,
Right.
then it's okay, but if you said before, I don't want it
No, because even when I came and saw him, I specifically said no, man, and he did it right. When I went there...
You've been in our surgery before?
I've seen this, I'm a patient here.
What's your last name?
Fraser, Fraser. I've been here probably twice. Barry. Right, so that's why I've come back to you, because he did it right. What I'm saying is, I was, because...
So if you want, we can change it now. But you... Yeah.
I'm only in Munich for one day.
Yeah, today, now, if you want.
Okay, how easy is it to take that out and do another one?
Yeah.
But how easy is that?
How easy?
Yeah.
It's easy.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So normally it's easy.
Well, what did he say?
He said because they.
Can someone take a
something,
picture of that
you can-
before you take it out? Like take a picture of the metal that's in my mouth. Can someone take a picture so I have some kind of... Or if I give you my phone, can you take a picture?
Yeah, but
I just want
no,
some...
I'm only thinking about if it's because he told me that your option is to go to your insurance to our car and tell them what's happened.
That's my only option.
Yeah, he said.
And what's our car going to be able to do?
I don't know, but he said you have to go to your insurance and tell them that is happening. But I don't know if they want to see it then.
No, but what I'm saying is just from an evidence point of view, when I go back to them, I haven't taken a picture of it because I can't do it. Can you take a picture on my phone?
Yeah, okay.
So, okay.
Was der Grund ist, wenn in seiner eigenen Praxis, in der Praxis das gemacht worden ist?
Where are you at the moment?
I'm not sure how I'm still alive. Remember those other doctors I told you about that I thought were helping me?
Yeah.
So Dr. Jarudi in Bonn had taken several pictures of the beatings that I was taking in the Northwest Rhine region, yes? Like blood everywhere. I went to him a few days ago, he deleted my file without my knowledge. He seems to have moved to a brand new facility, state-of-the-art facility, which is a little concerning considering he just did that. One of the receptionists, who appears to be some kind of feminazi thing, and this has all started from 2013, yes? Politisches Gal, medical corruption, this fake political thing in Scotland, I can't get rid of it. So then I went to that other doctor, remember Norbert Hoffman in Würzburg? He deleted my file, lost all my political papers, and is now moving into a state-of-the-art medical facility. I am now banned from looking for a job in Germany. Every job center has banned me. I was staying with some psycho from Diakonie in Düsseldorf who ended up stealing 4 terabytes of my evidence, throwing all my clothes out, and I went to the head priest of Diakonie in Düsseldorf who said, I know who you are, you're that Canadian that's in trouble, and threw a 20 euro in my face. I started to receive death threats from police, mainly from Hanover, which is where my lawyer was based against SAP, that I've had to change my phone number probably about 10 times now. I get death threats on email, so then I started to have to post on social media what I'm being subjected to, because if you think about it, I've had no money for 1 year. Can you survive on money? Can you survive without money for 1 year in a European country? Well, it's impossible. The only reason I'm still alive is people have seen what I'm being subjected to and given me money. So I went to Luxembourg. I had a friend in Bonn who said, I can't stand and watch this anymore, and financed me to go to Luxembourg. The only reason I'm here is the only health insurance I have is German. The health insurance in Luxembourg is very expensive. So I have now applied for, after I worked at SAP, for about 7,000 jobs. Can't get one. I actually even went to the International School Church. They wouldn't help me. I went to 3 youth hostels that my friend in Bonn was paying for, yes? So I can at least try and save my life. I was terrorized from the moment I got there. People taking pictures of me, videos of me. So if you have breakfast is included in what you pay for, denying me breakfast, constant stealing. I can't, it's very, never mind 24 hours. If I take, as an example, the U-Bahn from Düsseldorf to Cologne, or I might take the U-Bahn here, no one looked sideways at me when this manufactured fake political situation happened. Yeah, I had 2 passports, I had 2 embassies, nobody bothered me. I was jacked. Now I can't get on an U-Bahn without someone throwing my clothes on the floor, throwing punches. from people that I don't even know. So what I did was I started posting a lot of the, well, some of the documents that I have left on Facebook, on Gab, and I am receiving on YouTube. And if there is nothing going on, doctor, why am I receiving emails from YouTube, Facebook, and Gab? Gab's not even, none of these are German websites, right? But it's the if you're in trouble or provide, the free speech websites, yes? I'm now receiving emails from YouTube saying the German government is blocking everything across Europe, and if you post any more, something bad's going to happen to you. If nothing is going on, why? And it's an official document from YouTube, an official document from Gab, an official document from Facebook. I'm literally saying, can I be left in peace? And I'm receiving messages like that. Then I really don't know at this point how to solve this. Because if you can't block someone from job center. How many people, this is an 18 million in Germany, something like that. So I'm an IT and I'm blocked from jobs. What am I going to survive on? How physiologically, on a biological level, can I survive on nothing? Biologically, you can't survive on air. So I have come back to see you. I had to jump on trains. The only reason I was able to even get here was I showed the conductors some of the police reports. I'm now getting, this is the last thing I'll say. Well, it's not funny, I'm going to die, Doc. Police officers here, when I was in, this will show you how bad it was, I was in Cologne and I met a Taiwanese woman and a Chinese woman. And we became quite friendly. Police would follow me with the flashing lights, literally 5 meters behind me, to the point they got terrorized and flew home. As soon as I crossed the border from Germany into Luxembourg, I was escorted by, the Flixbus was escorted by police to the station. And what they're doing on JF Kennedy Boulevard, right, which is where the European Parliament is, right, what they'll do is, police cars or ambulance or whatever, I won't know they're coming, and then about 10 meters behind me, they'll flick on the lights and then the siren to obviously irritate the shit out of me. So there are random people helping me. I've created a tiny little group on the phone. They also stole my phone. But there's only so much, these individuals don't have a lot of money. So I am totally and completely trapped. If you block me from jobs, block me from medical care, you have doctors deleting my file. So on a data protection level, yes, you have ISO 9000, ISO 12000. Can you just delete someone's medical file? I said, can I at least have it? No, they completely deleted it. On a medical level, you can't do that. You can't do that in a bank. You can't do that in any office. Never mind the doctor's office, right? You can't. You have to wait 5 years at least for data protection purposes, in case someone needs to access. You can't just delete the file, your file. I'm right, because I've worked in all these things. I know about data protection. You can't do that. The 2 doctors who I thought I could back have completely deleted my file and lost my paperwork. That's against the law. So I have no, how the hell do I am about as trapped as you can get. And literally, I have to go back to Luxembourg because someone has my suitcase, but I had my phone stolen in the Luxembourg airport. I actually got a Luxembourg, because I was receiving the attacks that were happening in Germany, that happened in the UK, that happened in Canada. It's the exact same, attacking psychology, attacking medication, blocking from jobs, same thing. I took a Luxembourgish person with me, who works for the government. We went through how I'd been attacked. The female officer refused to give her name, refused to give her badge number, and refused to write a report. That is illegal. So I'm now going on a back and forth text message with him, like, now you see what I'm up against, and he's like, I'm starting to wonder what's going on. I've just met this guy, he took me into his home, so some people in Luxembourg have taken me, an Ivory Coast woman took me into her home. They've now banned me from Luxembourgish youth hostels, because in Luxembourg it's so expensive, if you don't have a lot of money, that is the only accommodation. Right? So if I die on the street, well, his story never happened. And I can't keep making emergency 200-kilometer journeys to see you to get an emergency prescription. I don't know how I'm going to stop this. I don't. Because there's so much corruption now involved in my story, so much money. They're doing everything they can on a passive-aggressive basis without literally putting a gun to my head to try and kill me. This has nothing to do with politics and is about murder. The same thing that happened in Canada, the UK. Was this to do with anything about politics? No, because the politics in Scotland was faked anyway. This has nothing to do with politics. They wanted me dead because I was getting too good at my job and has now gone on 5 years. And I am trapped. I'm adding people on LinkedIn, and at some point, someone's either got to do something or I can't survive.
What can I do?
I mean, literally, unless you have... There's thousands of people, tens of, maybe hundreds of thousands of people in Germany know my situation, and if no one's going to do anything, I'm going to die. And it's becoming apparent it's the same in Luxembourg. Remember when I traveled all the way to Denmark? So we're not just, I am completely cut off. Other than the prescription, and remember, I think, when was the last time I saw you? And I said I had the no money thing, right? How am I going to pay for a prescription? I'm going from 5 euros to 10 euros to 15 euros, people giving me dribs and I am literally, was made out to be something political when essentially it was attempted murder and now it's slavery. So other than the prescriptions that you gave me before for my nose, my asthma, and the sleep, if no one has the balls to actually go to the government and stop this, I'm going to die. Because it's not only Germany now. Anytime I try and save my life anywhere, do you know the number one people I'm up against now? And before you write this prescription, it's the police. The amount of attacks I've had from POLIZEI, Danish police, Luxembourgish police. Why? Who controls the police? The politicians. Who controls the politicians? The banks. Who did I work for? They are my number one. I mean, they are terrorizing me. To a degree, even if it's not a physical thing, do you think it's normal? So Luxembourg is a tiny country, yeah? 500,000 maximum. If I'm walking down a street, unless there's now a mass murder in Luxembourg, 17 ambulances and police cars will wait until they're right behind me, flick on the switch and lights and go right past me. Every single day. Do you think that's a little unusual? One last thing I will say is on a psychological basis. You know how I'm taking Zopiclone, right? And this all started with that Felicia Schiskal massively overprescribing that. That's how she tricked me. If you've ever have you ever been in a hotel? At some point in life, I'm sure you have. So, because I can't afford that, I'm staying in hostels, right? So there might be 2 or 3 other people in the room. If someone is threatening to fight you, take pictures, stealing your stuff, you go to the manager, can you please move me room? That's logical, yes? So I moved to, this is in Esch, in the south of Luxembourg. I moved to another floor, another room. Do you think it's logical for that hostel to then take everyone out of my room that I now get on with and put the other person back in my room and start it all over again? Is that a logical thing to do when the hostel's empty? It's not, is it? Why? You're instantly causing a situation, no? And then because they did that, I went and complained again, and that was the excuse for them to ban me from the hostel. You see what I'm up against? That whole situation had nothing to do with me. If you cut me from jobs, cut me from accommodation, I can't survive. I come here for the prescription. I have a bit of a battle when I make phone calls to the receptionist. I'm in a dogfight to save my life. And if I don't solve it by, my birthday's on December 10th, yes? Christmas is coming up. If it doesn't stop soon, I will not survive till January. It will be over. Because I am now so tired from this beating. And it's a genocidal beating of an innocent man. I just don't have the strength anymore. That guy in Bonn has been a legend. He's kept me alive. He don't make a lot of money, but he's going out of it. He bought me these shoes. The whole thing is, I had Prada, Gucci. I don't dress like this. If you make someone homeless, cut them off, they die on the street, I'm just going to get thrown in the river. There's so much money on my head now because my story is so bad and I am a high-profile person working at all these places.
they'll throw me in the sea. And if I go back to the UK and this fucking Brexit thing is coming up, I'll be instantly tortured and killed. I am trapped. I have about 20 to 30 days to solve this or it's over. I know how bad my body's getting. There's only so many broken bones I can take. So I have a network of maybe 3 people in Luxembourg and 1 in Bonn trying to help me. If I do not get a job, and that is the key, it's impossible. I'm actually going to go to Sky Sports after this and say, the reason they blocked me in Düsseldorf, blocking someone from a job center, have you ever heard of that? Right, so we're blocking someone from applying for jobs based on the fact that they're saying SAP and Sky, I never worked for them. You can't, it's illegal.
I don't understand that, but...
I know what I'm up against. They want me dead.
2 things. We talked about it before.
Yep.
I can give you a prescription.
Yep.
Okay. I'll give you a prescription for the Sopraclone and for the nasal spray. Do you need a prescription for the asthma?
There's a bit more, yeah. Well, it's a vicious cycle that I can't get out of. I can't sleep. My nasal drip gets worse. It goes into my asthma is getting worse by the day.
Okay. So give that to you. I don't see where I can help you with the other problems. The only thing I can offer
in the hospital. Yes, but I'm going to tell you one thing. When I was in Cologne, yes, not Munich, and I had a horrendous situation when I was in the Helios hospital, remember? Right. So how they treated me. Again, a feminist. I can't stress to you, and the last time I say it, March 10th, 2013, the Jewish are very well connected, yes? They pretty much control everything. This feminazi, psychopath, Felicia Giscal got me hooked on that Zopiclone, that's why I take it. I was 4 months away from passing my probation at RBC, and I have a beautiful life. Scotland faked that referendum, and now since March 13th, do you think it's a little unusual that every female doctor I go to refuses me medical care? It just happened 3 days ago in Düsseldorf. Psychos. And this feminist, whatever the hell movement it is insane. Any doctor I see now is male. Why? They've injected me with pheromones, I've not dated. The number one way to get rid of a male threat is turn him into a woman. This is insane what's going on. I'm literally fighting to stay alive, hold on to my sanity and my manhood. I mean, it's insane. 2018, I'll be honest with you, the way things are going, regardless of my situation, you ask any person with a brain, something bad's coming. It's coming, because people have had enough of it. It's ludicrous what's going on. The point was with the hospital, I had 3 legal complaints, because I got tortured in one of the Cologne hospitals. By who? 3 feminazis. So, I was actually very sick about 1 month ago, so terrified that I didn't want to go into the hospital. I went down to the basement, locked the door in one of the toilets, and managed to get my health back together because I didn't know what they were going to do to me in the hospital. That's not a good scenario. I lived my life perfect. Hurt nobody, worked hard, helped everyone, and I'm subjected to this. I should be put on the mantle as this is how you're supposed to live your life. Really though, no crime, no torture, raised myself since 10, put myself through university and delivered a $700 million project at Bank of America. Should I not be praised for that? And I'm tortured all over the world from that redneck country that's above England. And there's no doubt in my mind there's money going back and forth between Germany and that shithole. I've got to get a job somewhere else, stabilize my life. I'm not even dated in 5 years, Doc. As a man. Yeah? As a man. They're cutting me off from being a man. And for diacony to do that, if the church is doing that, then I got a big problem.
only reason I'm even still alive is my brain is still intact. I refuse to turn to be a bad person. It's not my makeup. They're doing everything they can to destroy me. My brain, my soul, my body. I mean, it is homicidal. I come for but the thing is, if I am there and I somehow manage to get a job in the next 20 days, all I will say is, Doc, we talk on a reasonable level, right? We don't shout at each other, we're reasonable. I don't really want to get in a battle every time I have to get someone to call here to maybe get a prescription. It's just not necessary. I'm under enough stress as it is. I need peace, calm. If I need to, I literally need to go on an island and be left alone for 2 months and nobody bother me. That's really what I need. I need to go to freaking Siberia. Leave me alone. Even this Zopicon thing now, I know I got a problem with it. Without it, I would have been dead. But that, I would rather come off that myself. But it'd probably take me 5-6 months to come off that. I'm more than mentally strong enough to do it. But this is unsurvivable. And we're now in winter.
I put down that if you need a Zopicon, we can send a prescription to you.
I just don't need to get in a battle with someone.
I've already put it down,
yeah.
So we know. For the Zopicon, I can only send then as a private prescription.
Yeah, I know. Can this one be Alka?
This is an Alka prescription. Okay. If you don't lose your money, or at least your...
it's not funny, Doc. So you're a doctor in Munich, right? Are you trying to tell me, and this is not really your go-to, all these doctors and whatever, surely someone can step in and do something to stop this. People are connected. We live in 2018.
I mean, still, I told you, I think...
I feel terrified going into hospital, based on what happened in Munich, based on what happened. I have 3 legal battles with hospitals.
At the same time, if you think you need that kind of help, let me know and I can
Doc,
organize.
I'll be honest with you. I'm so terrified to go into a hospital, not just in here, also in the UK, someone doesn't put a little something in my drip. That's where I'm at.
I understand that.
I know, but understand that you understand the situation I'm in, right? It's about as bad as you can get. Well, I need more than luck. I need someone with the balls to do something. So I just had a conversation. This is the clinic, yes, that also took the MRIs of my thigh that basically diagnosed that I had been tortured, so people know exactly what's going on. 3 years, people don't give a fuck if you die on the street in Germany or the UK, and it's all over Europe now. I went to Denmark, threatened me with guns, knives, it's everywhere. As I said, once Scotland faked that whole UK referendum thing, then I have no passport. There's a Scottish dickhead in the passport office in Toronto who blocked my passport, and everyone who was jealous of the fact that I had come from nothing, raised my life and got to the very top, then it's murder. It has nothing to do with politics. That's why the police are trying to kill me in every single country I go to. My hands are lost.
Don't worry. No. She's a student at medical school.
Don't care.
Okay.
Okay.
Also, dann sehen wir uns morgen wieder.
Ja, genau.
Gut.
Okay,
Bis
alles
morgen.
klar. Bis morgen.
Tschüss.
So, I am now receiving too many death threats for me to survive this now. I tell you what, let me just quickly. The police are calling me practically every other day, telling me to kill myself. I had the Hanover police call me, and you know what? I've actually got 2 lawyers in Trier trying to get my money back, right? One of the guys that was helping me was a social worker. This will show you what I'm up against, right? I stayed in the Black Sheep Hostel in Cologne. Now, the staff there know what I'm up against, so I stayed there. He was actually helping me. The only reason I've even survived this, well, Germany's made me go through the winter homeless in a pair of shorts and t-shirt. The owner of a hostel in Cologne called the social worker and told him he was going to kill me, called me a fugitive and told him, I was stood right next to the phone, he didn't know that, said I'm going to smash his fucking head in, pummel it into the ground, do you know who he is, he's a refugee, how do you know him, kick him out on the street, and there was a couple of people in Trier trying to help me and they are now terrified because police have threatened them, authorities have threatened them, and I have now witnessed it myself. And if you actually want to look at this, the other weird thing is, remember I said about your receptionist? What Germany's going after is my mind, and Germany's now made me homeless for 3 years. It's exactly how Canada does it, it's the same how UK does it. And as soon as I was made this political scapegoat, RCMP beat the shit out of you. I've now been beaten by police 3 times, and they're actually threatening to throw me in jail. I had a medical emergency because my hand was actually poisoned, I found out. Someone put poison in my glove on my right hand, that's why my hand got screwed. So because Germany's blocked my bank account since October 17th, and AOK is now saying I've never been with AOK, which clearly is a lie, otherwise my chip wouldn't work, right? That's clearly a lie, that I've never been with them. So that's why they didn't pay my Krankengeld. So I've now been on the street, $5 million guy. You know my whole history, right? Terrorizing my mind, sending me child porn, beating me, and I'm now getting harassed so badly by the Deutsche Bahn. They were basically saying, I don't give a fuck who you are. And they took me to the Düsseldorf police station, went in my phone, deleted all my medical evidence for my court case, and said for a €10 ticket, they've actually written the report, they're going to put me in prison, and they're going to beat the fucking shit out of me. So if you don't believe me, and I mean, you say you wonder why I go to the bathroom a lot, right? Some of these reports, I can't obviously read German because your country hasn't allowed me to do that. But what does that mean in English? That.
Vorsätzlich, intended, Körperverletzung, hurting another person.
Right. So I have now been to, so how many of these do I have? There's another one, right?
It's the same.
Yep. I just got back from Stuttgart. A guy was trying to help me in Stuttgart and he had his life threatened. So what happened was I was in a hostel. The one day that I'm there by myself, my door is completely open and they take my evidence, my hat. Remember that wristband help you gave me? You gave me help. Did they not steal it? My socks. There's one here that clearly states, just give me 1 second. This one, what does that mean? Kill you.
Rupture.
Hmm?
If I take something of you
Yeah.
which is belonging to you.
Stealing.
Stealing, yeah.
And this, well, I mean, this is just now impossible to solve because anyone who wants to help me is now terrified because now they're getting death threats. So I'm now out on the street. This one, what does that mean?
Broom.
Pretty much means I will kill you.
I will kill you, I will hurt you, or something like that.
Do you know how many of these I have? So there's now tens of thousands of Germans know. It actually got so ridiculous in Trier, on couch surfing, right? A guy who works for the UN, I told him I was tortured, I showed him all the evidence. You know what he did? Burst out laughing. He said, well, you've been tortured and those fucking Tunisians, black bastards, need to be tortured as well. How do I mean, and the one thing I did want to say, because I don't know whether AOK is going to renew my, they are lying like you would not believe about everything. And that lawyer in Munich who took my money is now demanding that I give him even more money, even though he stole my money. It is such a plethora of lies. Do you understand that since October 17th, I've had to somehow survive with no money, no food. I've actually been refused water. And I don't have my pouch over there. Do you know what they always go for? My razors. It is to make me look as homeless as possible. I was a model, actor, top athlete. It has become so disturbing. Pedophiles all over the place here, and they are paid off. And now that I know, I was stood next, he threatened a guy from Göttingen, basically called there, is Facebooking me, threatened to, I don't know these people. I actually, even in Bonn, where I have another doctor who took a picture of my foot because it was about to fall off. It was that bad. He's like, this is seriously dangerous. The 3 hospitals in Cologne refused to treat me, my hand, and they're now being investigated by the North Region, whatever, right? I was there 4 times. They didn't even register that I was in the hospital. You're a doctor. Is that not illegal in any country? If I see a doctor in a hospital 4 or 5 times, different ones, they all get the diagnosis wrong, they never registered me with my AOK once. That's illegal in any country, not just Germany, no? If you see a doctor, you have to do the AOK, right? Completely denying it. I mean, what I am being subjected to is probably, whether I live or die, one of the most horrific assaults on one person in history. Because it's out and out slavery. I am being oppressed like you cannot believe. If a Muslim family and complete strangers don't take me in, how on earth am I supposed to survive? And the thing is, I was in Stuttgart, right? Felt very, very ill. And I had to go down there because, remember I got attacked with an axe? I got attacked with an axe and also a police officer. I have a hole in my cornea now, right? The artery down the back of my spine has now become so thin, it's dangerous that I could die. So I went all the way to Stuttgart to find that out because they did ultrasound on my neck. That was German authorities did that. And to this point, they've been pushing me to commit a crime. And it's not just that RCMP did it in Canada, UK. the authorities, the police, as soon as this became political and I got sold, they own the police, and they're now threatening to put me in jail for a 10 euro, if I go to jail, right, for a 10 euro ticket, my life is over. And not only that, he said, the police officer said they were going to do bad things. Really, I mean, I don't know what you want. And the one last weird thing is, before I get the medication, and this...
What do you intend to do?
What do you want me to do, Doc? Have you not seen that I have tried everything in my power to get out of this? I've been chased in Portugal, France, and it is clear to me...
Serbia, Croatia.
Croatia, it is clear to me...
Denmark.
Well, yeah. But if you read that, that's what the social worker wrote, right? About my treatment in the Cologne hospitals. Sexist comments made, racist comments made, refusal to committing the wrong operation. As soon as I was made, this comes from Scotland. I can't even say that word anymore. I am being terrorized. The reason I lost my Canadian citizenship was because of that island. The reason this is happening all over Europe and Germany is because of that, and I cannot get out of it. And the thing is I went to the Stuttgart police station 72 hours just to log a crime, and they're like, why do you want to log it? I said, well, it looks like I'm going to die in Germany. I can't stop it, because I can't fight 90 million people by myself, and I'm getting chopped down. You know what they did? After they called the Black Sheep Hostel. Black Sheep Hostel called me a fugitive. They kicked me out the police station, and as soon as I turn the corner, you have German POLIZEI, now, right, giving me the finger and laughing as they go by. Now, you know how many cities I've been in now, right? I mean, what city have I not been in? Right? You know this. As soon as I get off the train and I'm going to meet somebody, within 20 seconds a police car is following me. The last thing I will say, how did I end up in Trier? Because I went couch surfing there. A student who is at the University of Trier, right? So I'm there and I have some evidence and I want to upload it to my site. It's the only thing that might save me. Turned out, he hacked my USB. He said, I got paid to do it. I'm not telling you who. So when you have a USB, it's on a DOS network. Basically, someone hacked the USB and blocked the information. And I found out through another hacker, yes, someone manually hacked your USB. So when I asked them, people are getting paid all over the place. Who is doing it? I work for the banks. Your government is pulling the strings on this, because why else would every police officer want me dead? It was the same in the UK, same in Ireland, same in Portugal I've never been to, and I even went to the consulate of Spain and Portugal and said, why the hell was I treated like this? You're not Spanish, you're not Portuguese, fuck off. And I recorded it. So, in reality, how do you even think I'm paying for the medication you're sending me? I am having to pull out miracles. I just want to make something clear before I go. Let's say, you know, I've had several operations in here, right? Let's say blood is pouring out my nose in the bathroom. A doctor in Düsseldorf is refusing to treat me, and I know this is not the real reason, based on paper toilet in the bathroom when I've had medical...
No.
Right, what?
Please stop it. You, second time,
yes.
I documented it.
Documented?
To the top, yes.
Okay.
I've got it documented.
Okay.
Yeah, and this was not nose bleeding. It was completely, the whole bathroom was completely with paper.
So you're able to document the bathroom with paper towels everywhere, but the medical certificates you've given me, every time I've gone somewhere, said this is incorrect, it's not even filled out correctly, and I've had to go to another doctor.
Yes,
But you can document the toilet, okay?
Yes.
It's absolute nonsense.
Yes. Yeah, it's not nonsense.
That's a bathroom. Every single certificate you've given me, I've ended up having to go to, remember the one for my head, my concussion and everything? I now have a massive complaint with the arts camera about my treatment in Germany, and we're talking about paper towels? What about someone's health? What about someone being alive?
Okay.
You don't care.
Okay, yeah, have a seat. So, alright. It's the first time you have this examination, this retina examination?
No, I saw you once before, you said there was a problem.
But with the drops, I mean.
No, they've done the drops before in other eye. The thing is, this is just a verification of what the other eye doctor did. They said I had a hole in my retina because of the attack that I had. So the only reason I was coming here was basically everything you said about, okay, I have a bit of a blind spot and there's going to be a hole, that's kind of what they said. So this is really just it's another eye doctor in Düsseldorf.
Yeah. So I will check now.
But the thing is, it causes me searing pain at the back of my eye. Not all the time, but like when I get it, it's really fucking sore.
Yeah, but these are like two different things. A hole in the retina or a retina detachment doesn't cause any pain.
My house arts said it does.
No.
The one here.
Yeah, but he, I mean, he's not very bad. No, but there are two different accidents you had. Like the second accident where the finger was pushed inside your eye, this is what causes the pain. This is an injury of the cornea, the surface. This may be a scratch, and this may, from time to time, may reoccur. It can open again from itself sometimes.
It's never gone away from when it happened.
But this has nothing to do with the retina.
Okay.
Which I see more a connection to the first accident.
Yeah. Because my nose was all busted and my jaw and my face and my head. Okay.
And you have, like, we have now an appointment down at the DUSSELDORF, is that right?
Yeah, I basically sent him Holocaust screwing me around for money, so I'm owed a lot of money, I'm in a bad situation, and my health is deteriorating rapidly. So I have 4 legal battles right now. 2 against 2 employers and Holocaust.
To the right. Okay, to the right. Yeah. And down. This way. Yeah. Perfect. And all the way down.
It's uncomfortable there.
And down to the left. To the left.
When I do that myself, like sometimes when I think it's blurry. My right is always pretty good, but then because my left is now a bit blurry, I'm starting to think that my whole eye's blurry. But I do the test myself, and it's just this one.
Yeah. Just only coloring the surface.
Don't want to look like directly.
It's yellow.
I look like jaundice.
It will disappear. Just close for a few seconds, and now open, and yeah, keep it open. Good. Okay, good. Alright, so the thing is, have you used like these these drops? And
to be honest with you, the last thing you gave me didn't work because the bottle broke.
Okay.
So I was never able to use it.
Okay, so this was which I gave you out of
You gave it to me for here, but the thing is, it was like, and the whole bottle was broken.
Okay. Yeah, we try with different then.
But to be honest with you, I think you might be right about the two different scenarios. The hole in the cornea might be from the head. And because the thing is, I had the ultrasound on my neck, and I got all kinds of neck problems and.
Yeah, and the thing is, we double check.
I got hit pretty hard.
Yeah, and this is what has to be checked like with other examinations as well. I think because
I've had two of them. You're the third.
Yeah, we double checked the vision field, and it's like we confirmed that there's a part of the vision field which is missing. You don't see the spots, the lights.
Okay.
And so, but yes, I see a little scar on your retina, but it does not explain the result of this examination. So I don't know, maybe I remember that you said that maybe plans for a scan, CAT scan or something. It should be done. I can write a few lines for Dr. Berner because he's the one.
I had an MRT.
When?
About 2-3 weeks ago.
Okay.
And it showed no. I wanted my neck done in my head, but they only did my head, and they said it wasn't of my eye, it was of my brain.
Yeah.
And they said there's no bleeding in the brain, but they said you took a massive concussion. But the problem is that I've had numerous hits to the head because of hockey, but that was a long time ago, like over 10 years ago.
Yeah, but then
this was an axe to the head. An axe.
I know, because this is why we see the difference between this vision field. And maybe it should be like done again with a certain view on the area behind the eye.
Ich könnte so den Herr Fraser in 3 zum Röntgen bringen. Max ist nicht bei mir. Okay, jo, danke. So, Sie werden gleich zum my colleague comes in a minute and he will take you to the X-ray.
Okay.
And then the ultrasound.
But the X-ray is for bone, not muscle.
X-ray and then ultrasound.
Okay.
Yeah? Ultrasound is
for
the muscle. We have to take a, if you know why you come to the hospital, we have to take a look both, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Something has ripped for sure though.
We will take a look. Okay, please take your baggage. I'm going to bring you. No, you can have a seat and take your baggage on your knees and then bring it. bestimmt noch. What's your name?
Barry.
Barry? Da war mal ein Barry dabei. Genau, ja. Und ich sag einmal, sondern auch noch reinstellen für ein Boot.
Ja, bitte. Danke. Geradeaus rechts und dann auch bitte Platz nehmen.
Okay, danke.
Do you have the telephone number for Hamburg? Accident Düsseldorf. Contact Hamburg. They note down massive accident. Almost broke my leg. They said Düsseldorf is not the main center for etiquette. Noise is the main center. So I'm now traveling around on a busted ankle for 4 days trying to speak to someone in etiquette, and the etiquette store won't even call etiquette.
Okay, haben Sie vielleicht nur die Nummer von Hamburg, also irgendein Center von da? Können Sie das vielleicht schon? Nur die Nummer, er braucht nur die Nummer, Adresse und so. Und weil in Düsseldorf haben die das hier in Neuss angeschrieben, dass er in Neuss in den Edeka Center hingehen muss. Und die haben mich die.
So what am I supposed to do? I have an accident in Edeka, then in the Düsseldorf and Hauptbahnhof, they steal everything. I beat the 4 Edekas. Not one Edeka store will contact their own head office.
Haben Sie vielleicht in Neuss einen Sitz?
Nein, der Hauptsitz ist in Hamburg. Hamburg ist der Hauptsitz.
I know.
Aber in Neuss haben Sie doch bestimmt auch was, ne?
But I beat it.
Alles über Hamburg.
But how can you be in an Edeka and not want to contact your own head office? No, but it's crazy.
Könnt ihr euren eigenen Hauptsitz nicht anrufen?
Wir haben keinen eigenen. In welchem?
Also in Hamburg. Das war in Düsseldorf. Which part in Düsseldorf do you be?
The Berliner Allee.
Berliner Allee.
I can't go in.
They
I
will call
don't
them.
need the telephone. Oh
No,
my.
they will call them. They will call them.
They've told me I can't go back in that store because that's where the accident happened. Please.
Also hier kann man nur über Internet Kontaktformulare anschreiben. Die haben keine Telefonnummer in Hamburg. Sie können nur über Internet, also über E-Mail, Internet.
What country am I in? Really, what country am I in? I don't know. I don't know. Well, this is like fucking Twilight Zone. I don't know what country I'm in. Oh my God. Edeka, the premier store of Germany. Yeah. Hi.
Wir sind das erste Mal hier.
Oh, mein Deutsch ist Katastrophe.
Okay. Das heißt lieber English?
Yes, please.
Okay, so your first time here
Yes.
in our practice. And so what has happened? What is the problem?
Okay, so basically I got attacked twice in a very short period of time. One was in an internet cafe in Cologne, and the other one was from a police officer in Göttingen. The attack that I had in the internet cafe, I got attacked with an axe on the left side of my head. It was a Muslim guy in an internet cafe. The other one was and I got taken to San Antonio's hospital. They didn't deal with my concussion very well. I had massive headaches.
When was that? When did it happen?
That was September last year. I have the medical reports if you want to see them. And then what happened was, because of my employer's SAP, my lawyer was in Hanover, and I decided to take a vacation in Göttingen, and I was in an apotheke, and for some reason these 2 police officers took a real dislike to me, took me to the police station, were making really horrendous comments. And then what happened was, near the end of the interrogation, where I had to show my Canadian and UK passport, my SAP, my laptop, everything, I said, this is absolutely outrageous, you're making racist comments. And he had like an A4 paper, and I don't think, and he went, and the envelope went straight in my eye,
and my eye was in terrible pain, and he slammed the door and got out. And then I came to Düsseldorf because Düsseldorf was really the only place, it's the first place I came to when I came to Germany. I was in the emergency hospital, and then I went and saw an eye doctor twice.
When was that? When did that happen?
I saw the eye doctor last year, and then I also saw the eye doctor again this year.
So the second, when you got the envelope in the eye, this happened also in September last year, or?
It was like September, October.
October.
I can get you,
Okay.
yeah, I can get you the exact dates.
All right.
Actually, no, sorry, it would have been, just give me a second. August, September, the police officer.
So, and this was, there was a checkup from an eye doctor after this accident?
And they said there appears to be like a hole in my cornea.
Okay.
And the problem is that I've now gone to see a neurologist, I had the electrodes on my head, I have massive pain behind my eye, I have massive pain all over my left side. So obviously, because I did a lot of sports when I was younger, I have concussions. So that concussion, and then my vision has always been excellent. And now I have like real blurry, and I have like gunk coming out of my eye, like weird stuff.
Since when?
That's been going on months.
Months, okay.
I've tried eye drops, and the problem is that the pain is not going away. And
what kind of pain is it?
It's kind of like a very sharp pain at the back of my eye, and then on the left side as well. And it does, nothing seems overtly clear on my left side.
All right. So
because what happened was when the envelope went in the eye, the eye doctor said there's scratches on the eye.
it scratches the surface, and the cornea is very, that's very painful. But usually it doesn't leave any scars, and it heals in a couple of days. But it can stay, the surface is not as stable after such an accident as it was before. And so what happens sometimes is during the night when the eye gets very dry and you wake up, you open your eye, and the surface, the epithelium we call this, goes up again, and so it's like a really sharp pain you have then.
Well, the problem is that it's never really gone away from when it happened, both with the attack on the internet from the guy with the axe and this police thing. It's not, sometimes it becomes debilitating, sometimes it's not, but my vision doesn't seem right. It's not as clear to me as it was.
Okay, so I see you now the first time.
Yes.
So I can make like a short checkup.
Okay.
We already made some examinations.
Okay.
And we can do like a plan.
Okay.
What else to do?
Right.
Because this is like a.
Well, my house is here, so.
Yeah, it's a Dirk Brenner, no?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. So the visual acuity which was tested is good on both eyes.
Okay.
But it's different if I say it is good because you achieved the same numbers you were reading with the left eye as you were reading with the right eye. But for you personally, it can also be like the left eye is weaker or somehow has not the same quality.
It's just more blurred.
Okay. How many rays do you see here?
4.
4, okay. And this distance is the same?
3.
Just watch. So this is not for dilation of the pupils, it's for anesthesia of the surface. So I can take the.
I just want to say, if you could say to the receptionist, I think she got offended because I said obviously I needed a doctor to write this because it has to go to the northwest, right? It's very important. It has to come from the level of a doctor, which you are. She said she was going to write it. I said, you can't write this. And she's like, she got offended thinking I called her like some kind of bum receptionist. It's not the point. It's like, it has to be written by a doctor. That's the point I was trying to.
She wanted to write.
Yeah, and she wanted to see all my confidential information. I'm like, I can't give you that. And I said, but you're the receptionist. And, well, I'm only a receptionist? I said, no. He's my doctor. So I wasn't trying to like be offensive or anything, but that it can't be written by a reception. It has to be written by the doctor.
Yes. Okay.
This is very important.
So as you came to me for
you were the first one. You were the first one I came to.
Yes.
And you gave me that.
Which problem did you have? You had just problem with.
Well, I had headaches.
Yes.
Because of obviously the concussion that
you couldn't sleep.
I couldn't sleep. Massive headaches. So I think you gave me painkillers.
Yes.
And obviously a little help with sleep. But the sleep is not the main issue here. The main is the pain that I had from the concussion, and. So when did I first arrive here? When I was a patient. When was the first time I came here?
Yeah.
No, when was the first time I came here?
I don't know. I have to do it.
Okay. But I think it's important you put that in there. I started to become a patient.
Yes. When you came here, that was on 9th of November.
Right. So I think it's important you say Mr. Fraser has been a patient.
Kanadier, ich arbeite seit Dezember 2016 bei der Firma SAP, wo er von seinem Chef richtig gemobbt und belästigt wird. Unter anderem werden
Okay. So.
Can I say that?
Yeah, please. Tell me again what the problem is.
Does he understand English?
I think he understands you, but I don't think he can really reply to you. But just go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm a senior IT manager. I arrived in Germany. Sky Deutschland didn't pay me.
Okay.
And my employer right now is SAP. So I have massive racial comments, deleting emails, deleting all my information. I told you this before. Too dangerous to go back to work. The problem I have is numerous ones. Because I was originally in Würzburg when I got here by Dr. Norbert Hoffman, who started prescribing me Zopicon because I was under massive amounts of stress. I'm like, okay, the Zopicon got more and more until, I'll be honest, he was prescribing a lot.
This guy's in Bayern.
In Würzburg, Bayern.
In Würzburg.
So, as my case with SAP gets worse, when I arrived and I saw you, my lawyer is in Hanover, right? I had death threats. I had all my ties, my clothes stolen, my shoes. I earn a lot of money and I'm dressed like this.
Yeah.
Massive insomnia. In a hotel, hostel, constant stealing. My lawyer's like, you need to stay in Hanover, so I took a break in Donningham.
I took one of the prescriptions this guy gave me because he went on vacation. The apotheker is like, this is ridiculous, what's going on? Refused the medication. I staggered over here. They actually had to show my ID, my SAP laptop. I'm like, this is for a prescription. So what's happening since the last time I saw you is you gave me some Zopicon to get me some sleep. I looked exhausted, right? So since I've been here, no one's attacked me or anything, but my lawyer has disengaged because he's like, you're not living in Hanover. My email has now been blocked. I've had money stolen. So you gave me that name to go to the doctor. Like, you said, you need a doctor. That Monday, right. So what I did, two things. I went to your doctor and they're like, oh, he's on holiday for 3 weeks. And I was like, well, why was I told to come here? They're like, I don't know.
No, that was spontaneous. I mean, it was not planned that he's going on a vacation.
Right. But the problem is, I'm going from emergency to emergency. I contacted my doctor in Würzburg. When he's prescribing me, he's been doing it for 1 year. And I know what the drug is, right? And last time I saw him, I said, doctor, I shouldn't even be on this crap. But I am under horrific harassment to the point I'm bordering on going to the consulate. Because it's getting to the point I don't feel safe. And the problem is he's now been on vacation for 5 weeks.
How don't you feel safe? I don't understand that.
Well, is it normal for you to have your bank card? Well, let's put it this way. My legal case is against SAP, right? When I went on vacation to Italy and Croatia, which I told you last time, and I arrived in Munich, when you join one of these big corporations like Bank of America, Royal Bank of Canada, or SAP, they want you to open a specific bank account, right? As my story is now horrific with SAP, I've been to Waldorf and I told them the whole story. My wallet is on a Deutsche Bank. It has money in it, it has Sparkasse cards in it, it has everything. Guess what gets stolen? My Commerce Bank credit card and bank card. Guess what's associated to my legal case against SAP? My Commerce Bank. How many times have they been stolen? I've lost count. How many times am I closed? And then my email gets blocked, so now I'm supposed to go to court on November 7th in Munich. 2 days ago, what gets blocked? My email with all my legal documents, my lawyer disengages. This doctor has been prescribing me Zopicon for a year. I can't find him. I'm running all over the place to try and find you because you're the only one who treated me any decency. So you gave me that Zopicon, which was on a Saturday.
No, it's 2 days ago,
Yeah. So I'm like, actually, you know what? That night, because I spoke to you and you treated me like a human being, I'm like, I feel a bit calmer. I got some sleep on Saturday, Sunday. Because of what happened on Monday and Tuesday, again with, I couldn't find you, I couldn't find the other doctor, God knows where my doctor is. I'm massively stressed out my mind again, diarrhea, and it's non-stop. And it's getting to the point of, I am going to collapse. I'm not Superman, and then I'm coming back to you for more help with sleep. I actually went to because I can't, my German is very limited, right? If you call this guy's answer machine, it's not even a drug I should be on, but I've been on it for a year, so I obviously have a sleeping issue, right? He just disappears for 5 weeks, and I don't know where, that's the third time he's done that. So you prescribe someone all this, and then just disappear.
But you know that Zopicon is actually not good?
I'm well aware of that. I'm actually a very strong, healthy guy. The problem is, I started to see Dr. Hoffman.
Who's Dr. Hoffman? Our Dr. Hoffman?
No. In Würzburg.
Okay.
There's a lot of Hoffmans in Germany.
Yeah.
But my point is, I arrived in Würzburg, last summer? And then I started the situation with Sky, right? Who owe me about 4,000 or 5,000. Then my SAP thing. So he's had me on that since last June. And I actually said to the doctor last time, I'm like, this is ridiculous. And I am at the point of I don't even want to be in Germany. Because I've done nothing.
I think none of us want to be in Germany, you have to know that.
No, but I don't think
you've seen it.
Yes, but you know one of the reasons I came back to you as well? I feel like a minority. I'm not telling you everything I have been subjected to. I'm really not, because you don't want to hear it.
Okay.
I have been punched, kicked, spat at, beaten by police officers. I will tell you something now that you've made that comment. I went to Guardian, so I'm supposed to be on sick. What they're coming after me is psychologically. I'm not a stupid guy. I know what they're doing. So let's say, because I don't want to spend that much money, I'm in hospitals. I will have someone come in and punch me in my bed. I wake up, I can't get back to sleep. Is it normal for you to go into a hospital and someone say, do you feel like a targeted individual? I'm like, who the fuck are you? I don't know you. Then I go to Guardian with one of these guys' prescriptions. I hand it over. They're like, oh, we don't have the medication right now. I'm like, okay, come back at 1 o'clock. So I'm leaving Hanover, and even my gym, which is a Spria gym, which is one of the most executive gyms in the world, guess what they steal? My Commerce Bank credit cards and my medication. Do you know how many times that's happened in the last 9 months? We're talking well over 100 times. I've gone to the police and said, this has got to stop. Do you know what the answer is? You're not German, fuck off. Sky Deutschland, I actually got this is what I'm up against. I'm not, they make you out to be like a donut, right? I've delivered $5 billion worth of IT projects and I'm dressed like a monkey. You tell me if you think this is a normal scenario. I'm in Munich, it's Arbeitsamt. They actually get some money from Sky, which not what it should be, but enough. The lawyer waved the money in front of me and went, you ain't getting it. I called the POLIZEI right there on Leopoldstraße in Munich. I'm like, this is a fucking joke. He has my money. Do you know what the POLIZEI said? I said, he actually grabbed me by the arm and threw me out. I'm like, look at this. There was witnesses in the office. So his response was, he's German, he's in his office. If he wants to throw you out, he can throw you out. You're not German. I suggest you get out of Munich. I'm like, wait a minute. Are you willing to go on record and say that?
You're Irish, right? Or Canadian?
I'm Canadian and I have a British.
Okay, and have a
UK passport.
A UK passport, yeah.
But the point is that was a year ago. And they're like, get another lawyer to get that. And the thing is, I should be living quite a nice lifestyle right now. I went to SAP. I have pictures, videos that forcing me to drink alcohol on site. That's one of the scenarios I got in. So then I'm taking ridiculous trains from Munich to Würzburg. I need this Zopiclone. I'm under massive stress. And then he's prescribing more and more. Massive racial comments. It doesn't stop, and I am going to collapse. And then I get pissed off because I come in here. You're even listening to me. I spoke to a woman who couldn't understand me. Sent me to a psychiatrist over here. I'm like, why
are you not okay with a psychiatrist?
Well,
I
first,
like you have a huge psychiatric pressure. Like
yes, I understand.
And that's understandable. So why are you not okay with that?
You really want to know?
No, seriously. I mean, that's a medical thing.
Yes, but you know why?
You were breaking the UK, right?
Yes. But when I was in Toronto, and I'm quite a young guy, right? I worked for Bank of America, Royal Bank of Canada, Bank of Montreal. I saw a psychologist because I was deemed to have stress.
A psychologist is a very big difference. And
yes, but let me finish. So she started prescribing this Zopiclone crap. What she did was against Canadian law. She was Jewish. They brought holy hell after me. So that's one of the reasons I left Canada. So I understand psychology very, very well. And it's very, very easy to attack someone's psychology because you can't physically see it. It's a judgment, right? The problem I have is if you can't understand English and you have no idea what I'm saying, how do you know to send me to someone like that if you have no idea? It doesn't make any sense.
You can't know that it does make sense because there are some kind of like facial features.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with you.
I went to this person over here, right?
You seem really stressed. You know what I mean?
Would you not be if you were dealing with what I'm dealing with?
What I'm saying? I would be. That's why I'm asking. Why are you not okay with a psychiatrist? You know what I mean?
Because I don't trust them whatsoever. After what happened in Canada, and I went to the Ontario Board of Doctors and said this is actually against Canadian law what she did. I lost my job. I lost my home. It got ugly. That's why I came to Europe.
it's not appropriate to be sent to a woman over here. But what the woman here said, I'm sending you to a neurologist. I said, okay, whatever. So I went over there. So she said, I'm not a neurologist. I'm like, okay, I was told that. I'm a psychiatrist. I said, I specifically don't like that. I had horrendous treatment before. I don't really want to talk to you. Then started making outrageous comments like, who lives with you? Where do you live? Do you live alone? I'm like, what is... But it's not funny, it's dangerous. To the point, I'll be honest, I said, this is... And then I told her about the Zopicon thing. I said, if you even attempt to prescribe me any antipsychotic crap, I'll walk out. Well, I got to do much. And speaking to me like an absolute piece of crap, to the point I came out and spoke to the receptionist, and the receptionist was like, if you don't like it, get out. Is that a correct way to talk to someone?
No, it's not. It's not. But let's take it professional. Let's talk about it professional. Again, on a personal level, I understand your problems, and I actually
really don't think you do.
No, trust me, I do, because I have similar problems. Each of us have the similar problems. Something similar, not the same, but similar. And on a personal level, I really have empathy for you. You really should.
Theft, lying, stealing, I can't stop it.
I can understand, but again, let's take it professionally.
Yeah.
I mean, as a doctor, I can help you. I can help you in this thing with reducing your stress. Reducing your stress through medications. Sadly, I cannot help you in another way. I'm not a psychologist.
I'm glad that's the only reason I will talk to you. If you were a psychologist, I wouldn't even talk to you.
And we're not, as internists, we're not allowed. Last time you had a problem with the internist, like the internal medicine specialist, like an internal medicine specialist.
She couldn't understand. She had no idea what I was saying.
So, as internal medicine specialist, we're not allowed to write Zopicon for long.
Right.
Yeah. So what I can do is give you some medications for today, not today, for the next week or 2 weeks.
Can I tell you where I'm at?
Yeah.
My legal case is supposed to go ahead on November 7th, right? So it looks like I'm going to have to take SAP. It looks like I'm going to have to take on SAP by myself because my lawyer has disengaged. I am getting...
Excuse me for a second, I have to ask. Do machine mama? No.
One tablet?
No. Only one medication. So there are two medications. One of them is Zopicon, the one that you use.
Yeah.
And the other one is Fabulon.
What is it?
Diazepam. I don't know if you know it or not. It is actually for relaxing.
I know what it is.
Better.
Can I tell you exactly where I'm at? Yeah. Usually I'm a very strong, healthy guy. I'm quite athletic. It is getting very close to the point of I cut my losses and I go. Because I shouldn't really be on any medication, but I am being subjected to a brutal harassment. And the thing is this, as an example, this guy has been prescribing this Zopicon for a very long time. I'm now well aware of what it is because depending on which doctor you go to, you get spoken to like an absolute, not very nicely. And I keep getting this thrown back in my face that I'm not German. I said, I am very sorry that I'm not German.
You don't have to be sorry.
No, but it's getting to that point. It's getting to that point. And the problem is that the amount of racial assault, I can't fight everybody. And the problem is let's say this doctor, I don't really specifically trust him because to go on 5 weeks and prescribe the amount he got, he's starting to think it's a big joke and it's a big game. It's my life. I'm not a toy.
But he's not allowed to do it.
No, I know. But the problem is I'm being treated like a toy. Like a toy. I'm a 40-year-old man who's probably even more highly educated than he is. But the problem is I can't go to Sky Deutschland and say, give me my money. I can't go to SAP and say, give me my money. Because the whole time I've been here, and this is another thing, just on a basic level, sleep-wise, I've gone from hostel to hotel, to hostel to hotel.
Yeah.
Even if I didn't, that's difficult enough in itself for 14 months. You know why I'm doing that? Because I never know if I'm going to get paid and I'm not going to get paid. It is constant. I give you something with the left hand, I'm going to give it back with the right hand. So I'm constantly on edge. So it's getting to the point.
Yeah. Okay.
I gotta cut my like either my health completely collapses. Look at the state I arrived in when I first saw you. Either I figure a way to cut my losses and I go, or I'll be honest, if this continues much longer, my health will completely deteriorate, and I feel like I'm destroying myself here right now. I know exactly what this is. If I was treated like a normal human being since I got here, I should be living a decent life. I've not been to a bar, a club, lived a normal life because I am being bombarded with bullshit, like on the Deutsche Bank. I'm not German, racist attacks, constant theft, my employer not paying me. It's non-stop. And I literally got to the point in Göttingen, I'm like, if you really don't want me to stay in Germany because I'm not German, just fucking tell me. Because even when I'm in Canada or UK or whatever, Germans might be getting racially assaulted, I'll be the first one to go, hey, you can't say that. Dude, what I have dealt with has been, and excuse my language, brutal. Brutal. And I actually dress like this because I refuse to buy any more clothes. I normally have the Prada, the Gucci, I'm sick of the theft. I have gone to the, if I can't go to the police and say, by the way, this guy just punched me or he just stole that and they won't record it, I have a big problem. And as my court case gets worse, well, closer and closer, it gets worse and worse. Where I am in Düsseldorf right now, no one appears to have bothered me in my accommodation. But dude, I'm staying in a hotel. I'm not a millionaire. I can't, it's not normal accommodation. And the receptionist actually said to me, she's like, with the amount of mail and everything you're getting in your situation, like, one, a receptionist said, how are you surviving this? And two, why don't you get an apartment? The first one, I can't really answer, I don't want to answer. The second one, let's say I commit to an apartment here, right? A cheap apartment, and then they refuse to pay me, I am totally screwed. Whereas if I'm in temporary accommodation and it gets so bad that I have to leave, I can leave. And that, I have been jumping through hoop after hoop since I got here.
As a Fraser, I have to tell you something. I really, really would like to help you. Yeah, but at the end of the day, I can only help you medically. And at the end of the day, I have to check out patients. You know what I mean? I'm really sorry for saying this. The other patients.
Oh yes, I know. You asked me, and I'm telling you.
I cannot just,
There's not a whole lot you can do.
Let's get to the point. Do you need topical? Yes. Or do you want something else? Or
it's the only thing that helps me.
The only thing that helps you.
Yes, and what I will say is I need a permanent doctor.
And Hoff is a good one.
But he's not here.
No, he's back. I think he's back from his vacation already. I think.
When I went the Monday after I spoke to you, I was told he's not here for 3 weeks. 3 weeks is not up yet.
When he comes back, you can talk to him, and he will always prescribe you what you want. We're not allowed to prescribe Topiclone for longer.
I understand that. Just understand the pressure I'm under.
I really have empathy for this because I had similar situations. But I have to tell you, at the end of the day,
we're all German.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not only non-German. I'm also black-haired. I'm also black, not black, but
dude,
dark.
when I'm in the sun, I'm brown. I'm trying to make a joke of it, but all I'm asking is to be treated like a human. That's really it.
Try this guy, and I think he will help you a lot. I mean, Hoff, this clinic, like the private thing, cabinet, and again, he will help you for a while, but then he will say, I cannot do it anymore.
Well, after November 7th, depending on what happens on that date.
I don't think you're by yourself, you said. What do you mean?
No, that's when my court date against SAP is.
Okay.
Depending on what happens on that date, is going to completely determine whether I stay or I don't. If they screw me in court, but that's it. I've had enough.
I wish you all the best.
Thanks for listening to me.
No problem. Enjoy.
Your first question, you have to print it.
Yeah, exactly. You have to go to the nurse on the phone and she'll print it for you. Enjoy, huh? Have a nice life. Bye. Bye. Very good. So,
you want to tell me?
Yeah, I'll do it.
The
the problem is there.
That's a Beschwerde against Ärztekammer. Why you will make a Beschwerde?
Because when I went to the hospital, remember I came the first time and I said they won't treat me. You said no, go back. They have to treat you. They didn't treat me and they won't give me my patient file. So the forms that you gave me, they kept them and they won't give them back to me. This hospital.
Yeah, we give you Überweisung.
But the hospital.
Yeah, but what Uniclinic do, I don't know. I'm not Uniclinic.
I understand, but what I'm saying is they need. All they want to know is.
When we make a copy, when you make a copy, you see that's Überweisung Handchirurgie Uni Köln. And the reason is Handschmerzen. You see all this here.
I know.
I can give a copy.
I agree with you.
No, I cannot help you.
Hallo, Entschuldigung, 9 sprechen Deutsch, sprechen English?
A little bit.
Okay, genau. Is it possible to be put through to Bernard Adam, the director, or Christian Weber, his assistant?
Sorry, I don't understand your question. Can you please speak a little bit slowly?
Sure. Bernard Adam is the director who's dealing with my case in the Munich Lyme AOK because there's been so many horrendous mix-ups. Christian Weber is his assistant.
What's the name of my colleague?
Okay, so the two names are Bernard Adam. He is the director of your building.
Can you spell me the name? I don't know him.
Bernard, B-E-R-N-A-R-D, last name Adam, A-D-A-M. He is a...
Mr. Adam, okay, it's the director, yes, I know. But Mr. Adams doesn't still work here at AOK.
He doesn't work at AOK anymore.
Can you give me your insurance number so I can connect you to another colleague?
Well, I sent him an email last week and he accepted the email. So when did he leave AOK?
I think last month, I don't know.
But if it's last month, why? But if it's last month, how can you reply to an email last week?
Can you give me your insurance number so I can show your email, maybe?
So Mr. Adams still works there. That's a lie.
Do you have an insurance number for me?
Yes, I'd like to talk to Christian Weber then, because Mr. Adam is being blocked. I mean, to be honest with you, AOK is putting me in a murderous situation because he was sent legal documents that basically stipulates AOK can put money in my bank account.
Stop, you speak too slowly for me. What's the other name of my colleague, Christian?
Weber. V-E-B-E-R. W-E-B-E-R.
W? Weber.
Yes.
W-E-B-E-R. Okay, then please wait a moment, okay? And can you tell me your name again?
Barry Fraser. He's well aware of who I am.
Okay. Then wait a moment, please.
you know my name by my voice?
No, the colleague told me, she got me the phone call and told me there is Mr. Fraser on the
Right,
phone,
so
and then I know it.
right, so I really don't want to go around in circles here, but I have a very high-profile lawyer in Cologne that has. Look, I saw the emails that you wrote, right, and it was pretty much a coordinated attack because when I left, I had a lawyer in Hanover that you're well aware of, correct?
Yeah, I remember.
Right. And then I got attacked in Hanover, and then I got attacked in Göttingen, and then I ended up in emergency with almost brain damage. I then got sent to San Antonio's because I got hit with a baseball bat, all related to SAP. You're aware of me writing all those emails, right? Yeah, so basically, that lawyer disengaged. The last email that he sent, because we were starting to communicate on GMX, my GMX account got blocked, as you remember. I told you that as well. And
you wrote it.
Right. So basically, because I was getting no help in Germany and I was running out of money, and because I work for SAP, and when you work for a large organization like that, as I'm sure it is the same with AOK, they make sure you open a certain bank account, right? Because all these, I'm sure AOK is affiliated to other banks as well, so they want to keep the money within the money, right? So I had to open a Commerce Bank account. What happened is that the email that I sent you saying that I was in Portugal, and you replied saying, oh, if you're living in another country, you don't get any health insurance. That's not what happened whatsoever. I got attacked, physically attacked in Düsseldorf with regards to SAP. I physically got attacked in Cologne with regards to SAP. I physically got attacked in Bonn. So I was getting bombarded with legal documents. This Hanover lawyer completely disengaged with me to... Not now, please, not now. Literally, I went to Portugal to find a lawyer, Dr. Francisco, and... I turned out to be totally bogus. I had all my evidence stolen. Well, I had 750 gig of evidence against SAP, police attacks, people attacking me, and it got stolen. So I ended up in Portugal with no money. I got back to Germany anyway. From day one, Bernard Adam is saying, oh, SAP put money in your account in June, July that I never saw. I actually sent Bernard Adam last week emails from Batman lawyer saying what Commerce Bank. So 2 weeks before I was supposed to go to court against SAP to get compensation, my AOK got blocked, my Commerce Bank got closed, and SAP was sending people after me. And Batman has sent two very strong letters to Commerce Bank saying, according to BaFin, which is the federal court of Germany regarding all banks, what you did is completely illegal. You need to open his account immediately. They have refused to reply. BaFin, the federal court of Germany, which is one of the highest levels of legislation in Germany, is struggling to get a response from Commerce Bank. And in Germany, you cannot just close a bank account. What I did do was, I sent all that documentation to Bernard Adam, and I got a reply last week. What I'm saying is, and what I find highly confusing is, the girl that I spoke to before you said, Mr. Bernard Adam was fired last month, and he couldn't, so I don't know how he could have replied to my email last week.
Okay, this was very much in one time. Do you have at this moment you have the new lawyer from Cologne?
Correct, but my point is that Bernard Adam, I called him when I got back to Germany, and I literally said, are you willing to let a human being die on the street? Because I'm old Krankengeld, I have a Sparkasse account, you can put it in there. And his only response was, my duty as AOK is you need to give me legal documentation that you have no access to the apparent money from SAP that I never got access to, and my bank account was stolen numerous times. I need legal documentation. I sent him those legal documentation from Batman, and he replied. The thing is that I'm finding confusing is, He replied to me within the last 10 days, and yet the girl that I just spoke to who put me through to you said, no, Mr. Bernard Adam was fired over a month ago. So that doesn't make any sense because I personally spoke to him on the telephone. So the thing is, two things. Is Mr. Adam fired or not? Or can I contact him? And secondly, I sent 2 legal documents to Mr. Adam, and the email didn't bounce, so he still works there. But what I'm saying is, it clearly states on those legal documents that the Commerce Bank account was closed illegally. Mr. Fraser has had access to no money whatsoever, and it's now gone to the Federal Court of Germany. And that is what Mr. Adam needed in order to put the AOK money into my account, and yet still nothing happened. And I've just been on the phone to BaFin now, and BaFin is running around. Now bear in mind, this is now at federal level, right? They're running around trying to find out who's lying, who's doing what. I'm calling...
Step by step. Also, Mr. Adam, no, he's not fired. I think he's fine. He's still here.
So
do you have a further Krankenmeldung from...
Why would the girl... I mean, Christian, I didn't have the conversation with you, but the girl I just spoke to before I spoke to you said Mr. Adam was fired. Why would she say that if he's not fired?
Why fired?
Fired as in he was told to get out of AOK.
So, no, I think that was a misunderstanding.
It's really shocking because, well, the thing is, look, I have 2 letters from Batman, right, that clearly state Commerce Bank is acting illegally, both in German banking and in international banking as to what they did. So Commerce Bank hasn't, and in Germany and in most European countries, you have to give a reason for closing account. The reason they're not, the reason they're not.
The reason, do you have a further Krankmeldung, Arbeitsunfähigkeitsbescheinigung? Illness, certificate of illness, that's the word.
Yes, but my point is what my lawyer is saying is anything Commerce Bank is saying that they closed an account for is illegal. When I was in Göttingen, police officers took copies of my bank accounts and statements, and people were illegally using my account. What I'm saying is there was no notification of a bank closure, and in German law, even if you're going to close an account, you have to give someone notification that you're going to close an account. When I went to Porto, everything got blocked, and I was left on a beach in Porto to die. What I'm saying is I've now forwarded AOK clear legal documentation that states Commerce Bank acted illegally and they cannot do what they can do. Therefore, I have had no access to the funds that you're talking about, and also my Commerce Bank account was hacked and used illegally. Now, BaFin, I've just been on the phone to BaFin for about 3 to 4 minutes saying yes, what they did is completely federally against the law. I've also sent that to Bernard Adam. So what BaFin said is, look, if AOK owe you money, and I told them everything, then they have no reason not to put it into another account. And I have a totally valid Sparkasse account. It is now December, 6 months later, and I still haven't had anything from AOK. I've now been told by your staff that Bernard Adam was fired, and clearly he's not, because you just told me he's not. So I want to know what's going on with AOK. You've had clear legal documentation that states Commerce Bank is acting illegally, and I've had no access to my bank account. And the thing is, they need to reply to my lawyer or BaFin. And BaFin said in German law they have to have 6 weeks to get all their documentation together, and the only way that in Germany...
Can we talk with your lawyer? Is this possible?
No. It's all done in writing. No, I don't want anything done by telephone because, no disrespect to you, Christian, but everyone has been lying to me from the start. Everything has to be in writing.
Yeah, I feel better if I could talk in German.
No, absolutely not. I will send you personally the 2 letters that Bettman wrote that clearly states what they did is illegal. Nothing is done by telephone from now on. You know why? But Christian, Your staff have just blatantly lied to me about the fact Bernard Adam was fired. What trust do I have in any phone call from AOK? Can you understand that? Your staff that put me through to you just said the director of AOK, Bernard Adam, has been fired. You're telling me that's totally not true. What faith do I have in a phone call from AOK? Written documentation, anytime it's legal, needs to be done in writing. I have sent it to you over 10 days ago, stating what they did is illegal. BaFin is now running all over the place, trying to find out what's going on and why Commerce Bank. The thing is, you can't just close an account because there's no funds in the money. There's no funds in the account. There was fraudulent activity on the account. Commerce Bank representatives were sending statements to their own address. They are in big financial trouble about what they did. So what I'm saying is I've never had access to any of the money you're talking about, and it's in legal documents. What I will do is the legal documents that I was, and the thing is, the last time this happened where AOK contacted my lawyer in Hanover, my lawyer in Hanover said I'm starting to get harassing calls from AOK, so I don't want that anymore. Everything has to either be done in email or in writing. I trusted you many times about phone calls, and you've even contacted my doctor, and the doctor in Munich, who you guys contacted, well, Bernard Adam contacted, now refuses to treat me as a patient. So the phone calls from AOK have got to stop. What I'm saying is, I will email you those 2 documents that I sent Bernard Adam that clearly states Commerce Bank illegally closed my account, and I have a Sparkasse account, and we must be up to about 7,000 or 8,000 euros now that AOK owe me. The thing is, I cannot go to the court date against SAP was at the end of November, and in November, this is when all this happened. Commerce Bank did what they did, SAP did what they did, AOK did what they did, and I couldn't attend the court date. If I get what's rightfully mine, which is my Krankengeld, I can go to court, I can get my compensation, and then most likely me and you and me and Bernard Adam never have to see each other again. So I will send you those emails that clearly states I had no access to no money. Commerce Bank closed my bank account illegally. There's fraudulent use all over Commerce Bank account. I'll also send you the documentation from BaFin. I have a Sparkasse account that is totally valid.
Stop, please, Mr. Fraser. What can we do for you now?
What you can do for me now is the Krankengeld that you are owe me can go into a Sparkasse account. It's not essential that it has to go into a Commerce Bank account. I have another legal bank account. What I will do is, and Bernard Adam was stipulating that it's essential, I will send you the legal documents from my Cologne lawyer that states Commerce Bank closed my account and refused me access to my funds illegally. I'm more than happy to do that.
Okay, can you send us the contact of your lawyer?
I swear to God, if you phone my lawyer, I am going to be very angry with you, Christian. I swear to God. I am actually stipulating right now, under no circumstances do you call my lawyer.
Because we don't have a further Krankmeldung, sickness note. The last one was
oh my goodness, you told me not to give you any sickness notes.
Why shouldn't you give me any sickness note?
Because that's what Bernard Adams said. I have been on sick. You guys are lying about everything. I've been talking to Bernard Adam the whole time. The next time I actually call you, I'm told he's fired and not there, and now I'm talking to you.
Sorry, Mr. Fraser. Nobody has a problem with this, but with you it's always something special.
So, hold on 1 second. You think it's normal for an employee of yours to say that your director's fired and he's not? You think that's a normal thing to say?
Well, I think that's the wrong information, man.
It's dangerous. I wanted to speak to him, not you. Because he's the one that's been dictating, don't give me sick notes, don't do this, I can't give you anything until I find out about the Commerce Bank.
Yeah, that's too...
You
I tried to talk...
So look, it's now December.
Mr. Fraser, please contact your lawyer. He can contact us. We will tell him everything.
No, nothing is done by telephone anymore. No.
When I talk to you, could you talk to me for 20 minutes and I can't say any word that doesn't work? Really.
Okay, I'm going to give you 4 points. 4 points. Christian, 4 points. What sick notes, if I go to a doctor now, and I've been to numerous doctors, right? Can I get backdated sick notes that you need? Because I've gone to them and said that I'm sick. Well, and they've asked me. Yes, but what I'm saying is, they said, "Do you need a sick note?" And I said, "No." Bernard Adam has told me not to get sick notes right now until Commerce Bank is fixed. So.
But if you're sick, then you get a sick note from the doctor. That's the usual way.
Yes, I know, but Christian, I'm not from Germany. When someone tells me to do something, I have to take it as gospel that it's true, right?
Yeah, maybe if you, for example, if there is a. Now I need to word.
Okay, so look, let me make this simple. Make it simple. If I can get you sick notes from the summer until now, because I've been contacting.
We have everything since the middle of November, since this time, and after that there is.
Okay, so if I can get, I tell you what, just to make it easy, I will get you the sick notes from the beginning of November until today, right? So you're saying you've had sick notes from me since this started all the way up to the beginning of November, correct?
Yes, I'm until the
11th of November, okay. So I will get you a sick note from the 11th of November until today. What I will also send you, Christian Weber, because I obviously can't trust Bernard because I don't know whether he's...
Send with mail like before, that's okay.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I'm confused as to whether Bernard Adam is an employee or not. I will send you personally the 2 legal documents from Bettman that clearly state Commerce Bank are working illegally. I will also send you a sick note that covers me from the 7th of November until today. I will also send you Sparkasse details that allows you to put money into my account, because Commerce Bank, as it stands right now, is going to end up having to go to the federal court. Because what they've done is completely illegally, both in Germany and internationally. So I will do that today.
Send the signals, and then we can have a look on them.
Yes.
And please send if it's okay for you, that's your decision, and you can send us the contact dates of your lawyer.
Yes, but the thing is, I am stipulating very clearly to you, Christian. Is that
has a better English? You talk to the lawyer talks with us, and then...
No, 1 second, Christian.
That's maybe a good way.
Christian, it's not a good way, because the times I've had 2 lawyers before, anytime AOK has got involved, you contacted my doctor, I'm no longer a patient there. You contacted my lawyer, I no longer have a lawyer. You contacted my lawyer in Hanover, I no longer have a lawyer in Hanover. I don't want that. All Bernard Adam wanted was, give me physical evidence legally that Commerce Bank acted illegally, and we will give you your Krankengeld. I have given him that. He didn't reply. So what I will do is I will get you your sick note. I'll get you your 2 PDFs from my lawyer, but I do not want you contacting my lawyer under any circumstances. I'm giving you exactly what you need, and it's signed, dated, it's a PDF. I will actually forward the email from my lawyer to you.
No problem.
But I'm stipulating clearly, Christian, do not contact my lawyer, because I've trusted that scenario a few times and it has backfired badly on me. So it is the documentation that exactly you need. I will give you my Sparkasse bank details. I will give you, so there's 4 things. I'll give you my Sparkasse bank details. I will give you the sick note from my doctor. I'll give you the 2 letters from my lawyer that clearly states they're acting illegally. I will give you the BaFin code, which is the federal level of banking that oversees every single bank in Germany. I will give you the code that they're investigating Commerce Bank, so you have more than enough. And I'm just asking.
Okay, then
I will do that today.
The most important thing are the signals.
Right. No, but it's see, this is why it gets confusing, because one day I speak to Bernard and one day I speak to you, and it's a little bit different. All I'm saying is, but he's fired, I got told. But all I'm asking is, I am doing exactly what you asked. Sick notes. The one thing I had about a 20-minute conversation with Bernard, right, when I managed to get back from Portugal, because you wrote me an email saying, if you're living in Portugal, we no longer give you krankengeld. You didn't give me a chance to reply. I was there for about 2 days. The only reason I went there was to try and get a lawyer. That was it. And I got all my stuff stolen, and I had to get back to Germany in an emergency. So Bernard Adam was saying, yes, we can give you your krankengeld even all the way back to June if you can prove to me that you've had no access to money from Commerce Bank. And that is exactly what I'm sending you in a legal PDF. Two legal PDFs.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Fraser, please send the signals. That's what we need.
No, but okay, I will do that. But what I'm saying is, and this is the end of the conversation, Bernard Adams said, we will not give you any money, even if it goes into next year, unless you prove to me that Commerce Bank illegally blocked your bank account. I have that evidence. That's what he said verbatim.
Because Krankengeld will end in some time, maybe.
Yes, but my lawyer from Hanover also said the krankengeld, because the SAP, it's been proven that SAP did not legally fire me, is that I get krankengeld until the summer of next year. That was legally proven. The whole point is I was supposed to go to court in November and prove all of this, and then right before I'm supposed to go to court, that's when Commerce Bank pulled my bank account. So it was totally and utterly coordinated. So I will give you those things, those 4 things, Christian. I just, if you can imagine, right, you're calling my company and you're talking to my director, and your staff member told me that your director is fired. What kind of confidence am I supposed to have when you tell me he's still an employee? What am I supposed to think? Really, what am I supposed to, after everything that's gone on, the racial abuse, the attacks, I am trusting you guys, and one of your staff members said that. He actually checks so
much since we met us the first time, I don't know.
No, but Bernard, what I'm, Christian, what I'm saying is, she physically said, and I have a guy stood right next to me, physically said, Mr. Bernard Adam has been fired. You can no longer contact.
Yes, I heard it before. Yes.
I mean, what am I supposed to think about that? That's a blatant lie.
No, but that's the first time I hear it.
Is he still working there?
Maybe. Maybe I'm wrong informed, but I don't know.
But she said he was fired over a month ago.
I saw him yesterday, but
okay.
Friday he's here.
Yeah, well, can you understand why I have no confidence? Like, if someone is saying that to me that I've never spoken to before, why would they say that? But anyway, it's besides the by. I will send you those emails today, and you have all the information you need.
Yes, let's do it like this.
Okay, I will send it to you by end of day today.
Thank you.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye.
So, just to give you, so I came here from a concussion that I got attacked in Cologne over 6 months ago.
Yeah, I know. I see the shot.
Right. So, to cut a long story short, because I've been here 7 times trying to resolve this, I came to emergency with, my face was black, my eye was black, because I got hit pretty bad. The doctor who was seeing me was apparently a junior doctor, I've been told, I don't know his name, and there was a German witness who witnessed the attack, and he was here with me. Once he heard I had a concussion, he seemed to find it funny and was laughing, and I said, I don't see why me getting hit in the head is funny. And he continued to say, oh, sorry, sometimes I laugh at things like this. And I turned to my friend, and he actually got to the point, my friend had to talk to him in German to say, can you stop laughing? It's not appropriate. He said, okay, so he stopped laughing. So then he said, no, nothing wrong with you, blah, blah, blah. I said, look, in North America, I was captain of ice hockey, baseball, basketball, track. I've had numerous concussions. So when I have a concussion, it's very dangerous. At that point, he then went away and talked to, I'm not sure if it was you or somebody, and said, oh, we better do an MRI. So I immediately got, I was waiting in that room for about 10 hours with my friend Sonka. Then they said, well, we're not sure if your nose is broken. Yes, you have a severe concussion, you have to stay in overnight. I said, okay. So I went upstairs, nothing was wrong. They said, we can't figure out if your nose is broken or not. I said, my nose was broken 20 years ago. Yeah, but we're not sure if it's re-broken. I said, okay. So they had me on painkillers. There was mass confusion about what had happened. Is my head injured? Is it not? What's the severity of my concussion? So this went on, and I gradually started to feel better day by day, right?
I saw it in the last day.
Right. But the problem is that on the last day I was told to wait for the doctor. So I had to wait 5 hours. Then I was told, no, you got to get out the hospital. I'm like, but I just waited 5 hours. So I left with no medication, no medical notes. The doctor didn't see me. I talked to the guy who's just below you, who said, yeah, it's been a big mix-up. We don't know what's going on. I said, I still don't feel very well. Yes, but someone else is coming in. You got to get out the hospital. So I said, the doctor who actually saw me in emergency said, it's mandatory that I talk to you because of the severity of your concussion. I never saw him again, and in that little waiting area that you have, I waited there from about 8 o'clock in the morning to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and then it was get out. The only time I actually got these medical notes was 2.5 weeks ago when I went actually physically back to the ward, so I'd been calling that ward, I've been going into that ward, I've sent emails, and I'm like, I want to know why that happened. And also with the IV drip, it was such a mess. They were willing to let me walk out with the IV drip in my arm. And I just thought, from a medical perspective, you can't laugh at a patient. I left, even last night, and this is the concerning part, when I went to emergency again, and I don't live in Cologne, so I'm traveling a long distance to get here, right? The guy below you said, it was such a mix-up, the professor needs to know about this. Yesterday I was in emergency talking to another woman doctor, and I said, look, there was real confusion over whether my nose was broken or not. She said, I've looked at your notes, there's still confusion. I said, no, but my nose was broken 20 years ago. And they said, well, even though it's broken 20 years ago, we still can't tell if it's broken or not. So it's really concerning that I left the hospital without he prescribed medication that I did not get. There was 2 medicaments. He said, I need to give you this for your concussion. I left without it. I left without the medical notes. I had no idea what was going on.
Okay.
That's 6 months ago.
Basically, from medical view perspective, objectively nothing went wrong. Out from your view's perspective, the communication was bad. The two parts of it. The one is what have we done with you objectively, and what reached of our objective medical reports in the communication at yourself. Difficult to explain.
No, I know what you mean, but on the medical part, medically I should not leave a hospital without the medical notes. Medically I should not leave a hospital without the medication. And to be honest with you, because I've had so many concussions, I've actually gone, it's still a problem for me. And I'm not directly relating it to this. All I'm saying is I've had so many concussions, right, that I have a problem with headaches if I get very tired. Medically, if that doctor says, these are the 2 medicaments you need, well, hold on a second, because he did say that. These are the 2 medicaments you need. Do not leave this hospital until I talk to you because I need to give you medical advice. And none of that happened. Medically, that can't be correct.
from your patient, on the day of your discharge, I visited you. I saw
in the morning, yes.
I asked the standard questions. You have headaches. How are you? What are you feeling?
Yeah.
And then we said, okay, we had 48 hours. We had her here as an inpatient. We had a daily report where we looked at you, asked you questions. The nurses asked you that, how it is, and everything was fine. You had a CT scan, no bleeding.
That's
in it.
right.
You had in this CT scan of the face, and that shows an old fracture of your nose. And furthermore, due to your bluing and the brush and the contusion of the eye, there was an eye doctor here. They visited you.
That was another thing that was totally incorrect.
Okay, then all of that, yeah, and we did our points. What was necessary if somebody has got a concussion.
That eye doctor came in from vacation, looked at me for about 30 seconds, and went, "Your eyes are fine." Pre to that. And after I met her, I actually have medical reports from eye doctors saying this eye is badly damaged. And I've had eye medication for numerous months.
Okay, this is...
After I saw you, and then I'll stop talking. After you left, and the guy that was my doctor, I think was to your right-hand side, right? After you left, I told him I'm still getting bothered by headaches. That's why he specifically said, do not leave this hospital until I talk to you and I give you the medication.
This is the medication we gave you, or we probably not gave you, two medications, ibuprofen and pantoprazole. Pantoprazole is nothing for or against concussion, and ibuprofen is just
Yes, but I don't know what medication he was going to give me because he never turned up.
But to be honest, okay, I got your point, and I apologize for every inconvenience you have during your hospital stay here. But I can tell you that medically, there was no dangers, and you don't have an injury what we did not recognize or what we did not treat appropriate. So I apologize for all inconvenience you had during your hospital, and we still work on communication between young doctors and patients who came in. We still work on it. This is still
I've had
work
to
in
come back
progress.
7 times since.
To be honest, at the beginning of this week, I got an email from our official and I answered already the email. You got it to your Munich address. And
yeah, but the point is, I've gone to that second floor numerous times.
Okay, I can't.
Only to the point. Okay, so
I'm the head of the department. I just can apologize for the inconvenience you have. Now you're talking to me. We had still a talk about 10 minutes. You already. I have the letter of recommendation from 6 months ago. I had for you. I had already answered your email.
My concern is yes. Communication-wise, it was wrong. Medically, you're saying it was correct. When I've gone to concussion in Canada, medically it doesn't work like that. You don't, when you have a concussion, doctors don't tend to laugh at you. I then had to wait a long time for the MRI. The other point is, just on a medical note, if you have been prescribed medication for a broken arm, concussion or whatever, and the doctor has to give it to you and doesn't give it to you, I don't understand how you can medically say that's correct.
Okay. This is an optional medication, but to be honest...
But you don't even know what he was going to prescribe me. Because we spoke, there was 3 people in that room. Yes. You saw all of us. You're basically going off the notes of what that junior doctor says. You also asked me about 3 questions. We spoke again after you left, because I was due to leave, and he was the one that said, because of the severity of your situation, or concussion, medically I need to talk to you again.
Okay.
I don't understand how medically that can be correct.
Okay, good. But what's your point today?
Well, my point is I want to know what happened. I want to know who the doctor is, because I'm very... If it had been dealt with properly when I came back to that... I came back 3, 4, 5 times. I've lost count, and I haven't lived in Cologne for a long time. For the one below you, your right-hand man, to say your treatment was very, very bad, it needs to be addressed. He said that, not me. Because when I was in there, he's like, oh, I remember you. Has that complaint been dealt with? I said, no, that's why I'm back here. That was literally 2 weeks ago. And I said, I never got my notes. I never got this. He's like, yes, it was a very, very bad. He was the one that actually gave me this So when I went medically around there, I had no medical notes. I said, I have no idea what happened. There was no conclusion after you came, because both you and the junior doctor wanted to talk to me. Your right-hand man was the one who came and got me and was like, you gotta get out, you gotta get out. I'm like, but I don't know what's going on. I don't medically, like, you guys told I can't leave, and so I left the hospital in a total cloud of, medically I don't know what's going on. Those two were the ones that told me to stay.
Okay.
I want to know why it happened, and
Okay,
if the communication is
it
bad.
was a discommunication.
Sorry?
It was a discommunication between our doctors or our nurses and you.
So where I'm losing you is on the medical level. If you think it's medically okay, fair enough, they did the MRI. But the thing is, I saw you for 5 minutes, right? And obviously you're referring to him based off his nose. Every time I've come back again, it's been more confusion about, yeah, he wasn't sure if your nose was broken. Yeah, we're not sure what's going on. We don't know why you didn't get the medication.
I don't know what you never had since your discharge here. You never had an official appointment in one of our outpatient clinics.
I've written emails. I've telephoned.
First, to be honest, have you phoned to our secretary?
Not the secretary, but the hospital. I phoned the ward.
To be honest.
But I phoned the emergency, and when I phoned the emergency always tell me to go to ward 2.
Okay, this is it. I apologize for the discommunication, but we have a talk now. To be honest, I apologize for the discommunication.
I want an investigation as to what happened, really.
You want to have an investigation what happened, really?
Well, I'm getting the impression you just think it's a non-event.
No! I told you that this is discommunication and we still work on the progress, and I will have another talk.
That's irrelevant to me if you work on the progress. Clearly you haven't, because that was 6 months ago and I've had to come back to the hospital 7 times. How is it improving? I'm now not even, I've got to travel again. So if you're saying communication improved and those guys are saying it, why is it I'm here 7 months later?
It has improved.
But no one has. So that's why I want an investigation. Firstly, it wasn't done properly. Secondly, I've tried my best. I've called emergency. I've gone into emergency. I've gone by the directions of what I've been told at this hospital. I've been in that room several times on the 2nd floor and been told it needs to be addressed by you. Your right-hand man said he would talk to you. Clearly he didn't, because I've spoken to him a couple of times now. Then I emailed, then I phoned. I don't see where I'm going wrong. Yesterday I said, I'm getting massive headaches just off the stress of this. It's just, I don't get it. I really don't get it. If it had been dealt with properly on the last day, for me to come in yesterday and then say, let me look at your notes, and they looked at my notes. Yeah, it was still unclear whether your nose was broken. And I'm like, why are you telling me this? Surely you should know this.
I told you that there is something wrong from your perspective in the progress of your medical history. This reached me on the beginning of this week as a consequence of your email.
Right.
I got the email, and now we are sitting here.
So what I'm asking
4 days later.
Right, so what I'm asking you, Professor, is...
To be honest, I can understand I wouldn't, if you're coming, what time did you reach yesterday here?
Yesterday was about 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
But I don't live in Cologne. I'm traveling by Deutschland.
I can understand your everything has its reasons, but that you came into a hospital and got a serious information from my doctor who is in the emergency room.
But she gave me wrong information, and to be honest with you, when she gave me this is showing how ridiculous it is. When she gave me
So I came here from a concussion that I got attacked in Cologne over 6 months ago.
Yeah, I know. I see the shot. Yeah.
Great. So to cut a long story short, because I've been here 7 times trying to resolve this, I came to emergency with my face was black, my eye was black because I got hit pretty bad. The doctor who was seeing me was apparently a junior doctor. I've been told, I don't know his name. And there was a German witness who witnessed the attack, and he was here with me. Once he heard I had a concussion, he seemed to find it funny and was laughing. And I said, I don't see why me getting hit in the head is funny. And he continued to say, oh, sorry, just, you know, sometimes I laugh at things like this. And I turned to my friend, and he actually got to the point, my friend had to talk to him in German to say, can you stop laughing? It's not appropriate. He said, okay, so he stopped laughing. So then he said, no, nothing wrong with you, blah, blah, blah. I said, look, in North America, I was captain of ice hockey, baseball, basketball, track. I've had numerous concussions. So when I have a concussion, it's very dangerous. At that point, he then went away and talked to, I'm not sure if it was you or somebody, and said, oh, we better do an MRI. So I immediately got, I was waiting in that room for about 10 hours with my friend Sonka. Then they said, well, we're not sure if your nose is broken. Yes, you have a severe concussion, you have to stay in overnight. I said, okay. So I went upstairs, nothing was wrong. They said, we can't figure out if your nose is broken or not. I said, my nose was broken 20 years ago. Yeah, but we're not sure if it's re-broken. I said, okay. So they had me on painkillers. There was mass confusion about what had happened. Is my head injured? Is it not? What's the severity of my concussion? So this went on, and I gradually started to feel better day by day, right?
I saw it on the last day.
Right. But the problem is that on the last day I was told to wait for the doctor. So I had to wait 5 hours. Then I was told, no, you got to get out of the hospital. I'm like, but I just waited 5 hours. So I left with no medication, no medical notes. The doctor didn't see me. I talked to the guy who's just below you, who said, yeah, it's been a big mix-up. We don't know what's going on. I said, I still don't feel very well. Yes, but someone else is coming in. You got to get out of the hospital. So I said, the doctor who actually saw me in emergency said, it's mandatory that I talk to you because of the severity of your concussion. I never saw him again, and in that little waiting area that you have, I waited there from about 8 o'clock in the morning to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and then it was get out. The only time I actually got these medical notes was 2.5 weeks ago when I went actually physically back to the ward, so I'd been calling that ward. I've been going into that ward. I've sent emails, and I'm like, I want to know why that happened. And also with the IV drip, it was such a mess. They were willing to let me walk out with the IV drip in my arm. And I just thought, from a medical perspective, you can't laugh at a patient. I left, even last night, and this is the concerning part, when I went to emergency again, and I don't live in Cologne, so I'm traveling a long distance to get here, right? The guy below you said, it was such a mix-up, the professor needs to know about this. Yesterday I was in emergency talking to another woman doctor, and I said, look, there was real confusion over whether my nose was broken or not. She said, I've looked at your notes, there's still confusion. I said, no, but my nose was broken 20 years ago. And they said, well, even though it's broken 20 years ago, we still can't tell if it's broken or not. So it's really concerning that I left the hospital without he prescribed medication that I did not get. There was 2 medicaments. He said, I need to give you this because your concussion. I left without it. I left without the medical notes. I had no idea what was going on.
Okay.
That's 6 months ago.
Basically, from medical view perspective, objectively nothing went wrong. Out from your view's perspective, the communication was bad. The two parts of it. The one is what have we done with you objectively, and what reached of our objective medical reports in the communication at yourself. difficult to
I would no, I know what you mean, but on the medical part, medically I should not leave a hospital without the medical notes. Medically I should not leave a hospital without the medication. And to be honest with you, because I've had so many concussions, I've actually gone, it's still a problem for me. And I'm not directly relating it to this. All I'm saying is I've had so many concussions, right, that I have a problem with headaches if I get very tired. Medically, if that doctor says, these are the 2 medicaments you need, well, hold on a second, because he did say that. These are the 2 medicaments you need. Do not leave this hospital until I talk to you because I need to give you medical advice. And none of that happened. Medically, that can't be correct.
From your position, on the day of your discharge, I visited you. I saw
in the morning, yes.
I asked the standard questions. You have headaches. How are you? What are you feeling?
Yeah.
And then we said, okay, we had 48 hours. We had her here as an inpatient. We had a daily report where we look at you, ask you questions. The nurses asked you that, how it is, and everything was fine. You had a CT scan, no bleeding.
That's right.
You had in this CT scan of the face, and that shows an old fracture of your nose. And furthermore, due to your bluing and the brush and the contusion of the eye, there was an eye doctor here. They visited you.
That was another thing that was totally incorrect.
Okay, then all of that, yeah, and we did our points. What was necessary if somebody has got a concussion.
That eye doctor came in on vacation, looked at me for about 30 seconds and went, your eyes are fine. Pre to that, and after I met her, I actually have medical reports from eye doctors saying this eye is badly damaged. And I've had eye medication for numerous months.
Okay, this is...
After I saw you, and then I'll stop talking. After you left, and the guy that was my doctor, I think, was to your right-hand side, right? After you left, I told him I'm still getting bothered by headaches. That's why he specifically said, do not leave this hospital until I talk to you and I give you the medication.
This is the medication we gave you, or we probably not gave you, 2 medications, ibuprofen and pantoprazole. Pantoprazole is nothing for or against concussion, and ibuprofen is just
Yes, but I don't know what medication he was going to give me because he never turned up.
But to be honest, okay, I got your point, and I apologize for every inconvenience you have during your hospital stay here. But I can tell you that medically, there was no dangers, and you don't have an injury what we did not recognize or what we did not treat appropriate. So I apologize for all inconvenience you had during your hospital, and we still work on communication between young doctors and patients who came in. We still work on it. This is still work in progress.
7 times since.
To be honest, at the beginning of this week, I got an email from our official and I answered already the email. You got it to your Munich address. And
yeah, but the point is, I've gone to that 2nd floor numerous times.
Okay, I can't.
Only to the point. Okay, so
I'm the head of the department. I just can apologize for the inconvenience you have. Now you're talking to me. We had still a talk about 10 minutes. You already. I have the letter of recommendation from 6 months ago. I had for you. I had already answered your email.
My concern is yes. Communication-wise, it was wrong. Medically, you're saying it was correct. When I've gone to concussion in Canada, medically it doesn't work like that. You don't, when you have a concussion, doctors don't tend to laugh at you. I then had to wait a long time for the MRI. The other point is, just on a medical note, if you have been prescribed medication for a broken arm, concussion or whatever, and the doctor has to give it to you and doesn't give it to you, I don't understand how you can medically say that's correct.
Okay. This is an optional medication, but to be honest...
You don't even know what he was going to prescribe me.
Huh?
Because we spoke, after I spoke, there was 3 people in that room.
Yes.
You saw all of us. You're basically going off the notes of what that junior doctor says. You also asked me about 3 questions. We spoke again after you left, because I was due to leave, and he was the one that said, because of the severity of your situation or concussion, medically I need to talk to you again.
Okay.
I don't understand how medically that can be correct.
Okay, good. But what's your point today?
Well, my point is I want to know what happened. I want to know who the doctor is because I'm very... If it had been dealt with properly when I came back to that, I came back 3, 4, 5 times. I've lost count, and I haven't lived in Cologne for a long time. For the one below you, your right-hand man, to say your treatment was very, very bad, it needs to be addressed. He said that, not me. Because when I was in there, he's like, oh, I remember you. Has that complaint been dealt with? I said, no, that's why I'm back here. That was literally 2 weeks ago, and I said, I never got my notes, I never got this. He's like, yes, it was a very, very bad. He was the one that actually gave me this. So when I went medically around there, I had no medical notes. I said, I have no idea what happened. There was no conclusion after you came because both you and the junior doctor wanted to talk to me. Your right-hand man was the one who came and got me and was like, you gotta get out, you gotta get out. I'm like, but I don't know what's going on. I don't medically, like, you guys told I can't leave. And so I left the hospital in a total cloud of, medically I don't know what's going on. Those two were the ones that told me to stay.
Okay.
I want to know why it happened. And
okay,
if the communication is bad...
It was a discommunication.
Sorry?
It was a discommunication between our doctors or our nurses and you.
So where I'm losing you is on the medical level. If you think it's medically okay, fair enough, they did the MRI. But the thing is, I saw you for 5 minutes, right? And obviously you're referring to him based off his notes. Every time I've come back again, it's been more confusion about, yeah, he wasn't sure if your nose was broken. Yeah, we're not sure what's going on. We don't know why you didn't get the medication.
I don't know what you never had since your discharge here. You never had an official appointment in one of our outpatient clinics.
I've written emails. I've telephoned.
First, to be honest, have you phoned to our secretary?
Not the secretary, but the hospital. I phoned the ward.
To be honest,
but I phoned the emergency, and when I phoned the emergency always tell me to go to ward 2.
Okay. This is it. I apologize for the discommunication, but we have a talk now. To be honest, I apologize for the discommunication.
I want an investigation as to what happened, really.
You want to have an investigation? What happened, really?
Well, I'm getting the impression you just think it's a non-event.
No, I told you that this is discommunication, and we still work on the progress, and we'll have another talk.
That's irrelevant to me if you work on the progress. Clearly you haven't, because that was 6 months ago, and I've had to come back to the hospital 7 times. How is it improving? I'm now not even, I've got to travel again. So if you're saying communication improved, and those guys are saying it, why is it I'm here 7 months later?
Say that it has improved.
But no one has. So that's why I want an investigation. Firstly, it wasn't done properly. Secondly, I've tried my best. I've called emergency, I've gone into emergency. I've gone by the directions of what I've been told at this hospital. I've been in that room several times on the 2nd floor and been told it needs to be addressed by you. Your right-hand man said he would talk to you. Clearly he didn't, because I've spoken to him a couple of times now. Then I emailed, then I phoned. I don't see where I'm going wrong. Yesterday I said, I'm getting massive headaches just off the stress of this. It's just, I don't get it. I really don't get it. If it had been dealt with properly on the last day, for me to come in yesterday and then say, let me look at your notes, and they looked at my notes. Yeah, it was still unclear whether your nose was broken. And I'm like, why are you telling me this? Surely you should know this.
I told you that there is something wrong from your perspective in the progress of your medical history. This reached me on the beginning of this week as a consequence of your email.
Right.
I got the email, and now we are sitting here.
So what I'm asking
4 days later.
Right, so what I'm asking you, Professor, is...
To be honest, I can understand I wouldn't, if you're coming, what time did you reach yesterday here?
Yesterday was about 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
But I don't live in Cologne. I'm traveling by Deutschland.
I can understand your everything has its reasons, but that you came into a hospital and got a serious information from my doctor who is in the emergency room.
But she gave me wrong information, and to be honest with you, when she gave me her, this is showing how ridiculous it is. When she gave me, no, what happened was I had a really bad hand and arm infection, right? Two doctors in Cologne said, you need to go to the university clinic immediately. I came here, I went, I got the information that sent me, floor 3, floor 7, floor 3, for 2 hours. I then got sent to emergency. They said, we can't speak English. Took my card, took the medical note. I thought they registered me. Apparently they did absolutely nothing. Go back to floor 3. I saw one guy, he said, go to these 2 doctors. The 2 doctors were like, there's absolutely nothing wrong with you. Started laughing. I'm like, I can't even move my hand. I think it's pretty urgent. They said, come back at 7 o'clock tomorrow. I said, logistically, it's impossible for me. So I got really very sick. I came back 1 week later. I went to emergency again. They're like, sorry, we can't speak English. Can I have your card on that? They still didn't register me. I had to go back to floor 3. The guy said, oh my God, what's wrong with your hand? It was blue. I went to another doctor. The doctor was like, you're making stupid comments. You can't speak English properly. And she wasn't English. And I'm like, what are you talking about? She said, well, we told you to come back at 7 o'clock. I said it was logistically impossible for me to come back. Well, your hand looks perfectly fine to me. I said, I cannot move my hand. And it got so bad, the other guy is now laughing at me. It takes a lot to piss me off, right? I grabbed my stuff, I got on a Deutschbahn train, I went all the way to Aachen, I walked about 3 miles to the hospital, I walked into emergency, and the house doctor was like, oh my God, plastic surgeon, right now. That bad. And then what happened was I was in that hospital for 3 days on an emergency drip to fix this, getting constant codeine pills on 24-hour watch until it was going up my arm. And I came back and I spoke to Dr. Hackle there and I told him, and he's like, well, firstly, they shouldn't be laughing at you. He said, even if they couldn't treat you, they have to send you to a plastic surgeon or emergency. And he said, the part that I really can't explain, because he has all my details now, is, according to us, you never even came in this hospital. And I said, well, how can the dermatologist and emergency have taken my medical reports from my... I mean, it's dangerous. And the thing is, by the time I got to Aachen, they're like, if you didn't... they actually put marks on Aachen. So it was going up my arm. It was very, very dangerous. You can see the remnants of it. Well, the thing is, they said they don't need surgery, but they said, we're going to try and stop whatever this is. I was on a constant flow of antibiotics and codeine to reduce the swelling. I sent the doctor a picture of my hand. It was like this. And the doctor up there went, yeah, nothing wrong with it. Literally get out of my hospital. I literally was so angry, I forgot my briefcase and I left and I went back and got it. But to be in the University of Cologne International Hospital twice for over 5 hours where I saw 3 doctors of an emergency and none of it's registered, I'm never even, that's dangerous. For one, if there was nothing wrong with me, fine, but you have to log that I'm even in the building anyway. And 2, the fact I had to literally stagger all the way to another city an hour away and they put me on a bed within 45 minutes to an hour on an IV drip on 24-hour watch. That is extremely dangerous. And I cannot get an answer from anyone. As soon as I go to that information desk, so do I have a card? Yes. Is anyone even talking to me? No. That's why I'm coming back and I wanted at least to talk to someone at a decent level today. Because yes, I am an international patient.
Yeah, but you're not a patient from me, you know.
But I'm not a patient from anyone
now
here.
It's a little bit bad, but it's now my time where because I have my patients, nobody available here.
But the reason I came to the international office, I don't know what else to do.
It's no possibility to call them. Everywhere the mailboxes.
I have called, I have sent letters, I have emailed.
Did you fulfill this contract?
Yes, I have done all of them. I've sent them an actual email. They give you an envelope, right? It actually got that bad at that information desk. I was trying to explain what happened and they're like, no, you listen to me. And I'm like, oh my God.
Who is telling like this?
The
information desk over there. The last time I came here.
Mhm.
So for me, it's because I can't. It's a German thing.
Hi. Wie geht's dir? Ist er gesund? Nur. Das ist gut. Danke. Ich habe einen Patient, der ist aus Kanada. Der war mal in Notaufnahme, danach war er in Dermatologie. Can you please tell your birthday?
10th of December 1976. They don't have it registered anyway.
Dezember.
They don't have it
The
registered.
birthday?
76.
76. Das Problem ist, der war bei uns hier vor einer Woche, aber die erste Notaufnahme, Dermatologie haben ihn wieder angeschaut, der hat Probleme mit der Hand. Hin und her angeschaut. Aha. Okay, weil wegen der Beschwerden und so weiter und so, ich weiß nicht, was er... Mhm. 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 Ja, richtig. Der sagt ja auch, dass keiner ihn registriert hat. Ach so, das noch. Mhm. 12.10.76. Der ist angeblich nicht im System. Und der beschwerte mir, your name is?
Barry Fraser. I've been trying to make a complaint for 3 weeks.
Fraser. Ich denke, der versteht sogar Deutsch, wenn er jetzt antwortet, was ich sage. Aber ich bin überhaupt nicht zuständig. Mhm. Okay, alles klar. Mhm. Danke dir. Ciao. Nein. Nein. Okay. Okay. Danke. Ja, danke. Tschüss. You should go to the Beschwerde management. Write email and I'll call there. The email
Well,
which
why
you
can't you talk to someone face to face? I have sent so many emails.
I don't even have no possibility. Now you're also...
But you know what? The emergency guy, I said, if you're not going to deal with the dermatology part, who can I talk to? You know what the answer was? Find it out yourself. This is not correct responses in an international hospital. Why? How can I not find out who I need to make a complaint to in dermatology?
You just should fulfill this form and wait a little bit. They will contact you.
They are belated. 3 weeks? No, the thing is, look, I've worked all over the world. I can send a gazillion emails. That's not my point. I can send a gazillion emails, right? Yeah. If you don't reply, what am I going to do? It's just wait until he goes away, and we don't deal with it. Exactly the same as if you come into an international hospital and don't register the person and see a doctor, that's against the law. It's illegal in any country.
What kind of law? German law.
Can you, well, you're laughing as well.
No, I'm not laughing at you, you're just telling me a law of Germany.
You can't go into a hospital and potentially have surgery, see doctors, and it not be logged anywhere that you're even in the building. The police would be all over that. If I died in this hospital, or something horrendous happened to me in this hospital, and I'd be here for 5 hours seeing doctors and I hadn't been registered, this hospital would be toast.
Maybe.
No, it's a fact. Millions.
Warten Sie bitte einen Moment, ja klar.
Nehmen Sie draußen mal Platz, stopp zu ihm.
üzerine sıkalım. Arabanın durumu da bozuk zaten şey yapamam. Verirse bir hafta alamam.
Julie, I spoke to you before. I've gone back to the doctor. He said this is actually now extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous from the doctor. He said, why did the hospital send you away? It's going up my arm. I have a big problem now. Big problem. I told him I came to the hospital. He said, he can't believe you guys sent me away. He said, it's extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Really? Seriously.
Genau, aber hier ist keiner mehr heute. Wegen Krankheit. Alles schön. Alles klar.
Ben sayma. Çiviler sesi taşlarını zor çıkıyor. Almanca anlamıyorsun.
Almanca anlamıyor. O kadar öküz müsün? Mantıda mı görmüyorsunuz?
O kadar öküz. Hollanda yok mu?
Ja, kann man nichts machen. Guck mal. Ich habe dann wir warten jetzt gerade. Wenn wir. Ja. Wir warten jetzt.
Sie sind der Dolmetscher?
Ja.
Ja, okay. Also es gibt da ein Verständigungsproblem. Ja? Dieser Termin von heute war verschoben worden. Auf den 15.01. Wir haben das alles dokumentiert. Ich weiß nicht, mit wem das besprochen worden ist, weil das Kind muss in der Wundambulanz mit unserer Wundmanagerin zusammen angesehen werden. Und die ist heute nicht da. Ich habe den Termin nochmal gebraucht. Vielleicht hat es ein anderer Dolmetscher oder aus der Einrichtung ein anderer irgendwie. Also ich habe mit der Einrichtung. Ich habe mit der Einrichtung. Die Termine verschoben.
Şeye geldi, odana bile geldi.
Ich bin Schwester Marina.
Hier, von der
Ich gehöre zur Poliklinik.
Sen de işte ona göre akrabalarını seçeceksin.
Tut mir leid, dass du uns das gefragt hast.
Mecbur gidecek ya.
Ja, ja, ich sag.
Warten Sie bitte einen Moment. Ja, klar.
Nehmen Sie draußen mal Platz, ich komme zu Ihnen.
Kaldırırsa arabanın durumu da bozuk zaten şey yapamam. Verirse bir hafta alamam.
So, Entschuldigung, I spoke to you before. I've gone back to the doctor. He said this is actually now extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous from the doctor. He said, why did the hospital send you away? It's going up my arm. I have a big problem now. Big problem. I told him I came to the hospital. He said, he can't believe you guys sent me away. He said, it's extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Really? Seriously.
Einer mitten in der Poliklinik. Ach, genau. Genau, aber hier ist keiner mehr heute. Wegen Krankheit. Alles klar.
Deniz bak. Şiveler çok ulaştığını güzel çıkıyor. Almanca anlamıyorsun.
Almanca anlamıyor. O kadar öküz müsün? Mantıda mı görmüyorsunuz?
O kadar öküz. Olan yok mu?
Ja, kann man nichts machen. Guck mal. Ich habe Termin von Holocaust. Wir warten jetzt hier. Wenn wir. Ja.
Sie sind der Dolmetscher? Ja. Ja, okay. Also es gibt da ein Verständigungsproblem. Ja? Dieser Termin von heute war verschoben worden. auf den 15.01. Wir haben das alles dokumentiert. Ich weiß nicht, mit wem das besprochen worden ist, weil das Kind muss in der Wundambulanz mit unserer Wundmanagerin zusammen angesehen werden. Und die ist heute nicht da. Ich habe den Termin nochmal gebraucht. Vielleicht hat es ein anderer Dolmetscher oder aus der Einrichtung ein anderer irgendwie. Also ich habe bitte eine. Ich habe bitte eine. Ich habe bitte eine. Ich habe die Termine.
Şeye geldi, odana bile geldi.
Ich bin Schwester Marina.
Hier, von der
Ich gehöre zur Poliklinik.
Akrabaların, sen de işte ona göre akrabalarını seçeceksin.
Tut mir leid, dass wir uns gesprochen
Diyorlar, beraber sohbet etmeyeceğim. Mecbur gidecek ya.
ولا اللي كلمت
Haben Sie irgendwas genau? Also für Herzrasen sind Sie an der falschen Stelle. Mit dem Kopf da unten und die Füße. Ja. Ich schaue jetzt die Haare.
Warten Sie bitte einen Moment. Ja, klar.
Nehmen Sie draußen mal Platz, ich komme zu Ihnen.
Arabanın durumu da bozuk, zaten şey yapamam. Verirse bir hafta alamam.
June, I spoke to you before. I've gone back to the doctor. He said this is actually now extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous from the doctor. He said, why did the hospital send you away? It's going up my arm. I have a big problem now. Big problem. I told him I came to the hospital. He said, he can't believe you guys sent me away. He said, it's extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Really? Seriously.
Tamam.
Sana aynı sana bak.
Ben giderim zaten. Şiveler sesi kaçtığını zor çıkıyor. Almanca anlamıyorsun.
Almanca anlamıyor, o kadar öküz müsün? Mantıda mı görmüyoruz?
O kadar öküz. Olan yok mu?
Wir haben beide Fälle gemacht. Ich habe vergessen, ja, kann man nichts machen. Guck mal. Ich habe dann nicht vom Hals verloren. Wir warten jetzt hier was. Wenn wir. Ja. Wir warten jetzt.
Sie sind der Dolmetscher? Ja. Ja, okay. Also es gibt da ein Verständigungsproblem. Ja? Dieser Termin von heute war verschoben worden. Auf den 15.01. Wir haben das alles dokumentiert. Ich weiß nicht, mit wem das besprochen worden ist, weil das Kind muss in der Wundambulanz mit unserer Wundmanagerin zusammen angesehen werden. Und die ist heute nicht da. Ich habe den Termin nochmal getroffen. Vielleicht hat es ein anderer Dolmetscher oder aus der Einrichtung ein anderer irgendwie. Also ich habe mit der Einrichtung. Ich habe mit der Einrichtung. Ja, genau. Ich habe die Termine verschoben.
Seni berabermiş gelmiştik. Şeye geldi, odana bile geldi.
Ich bin Schwester Marina.
Schwester Marina. Hier, von der
Ich gehöre zur Poliklinik.
Akrabalarım, sen de işte ona göre akrabalarını seçeceksin.
Tut mir leid, dass wir uns darauf gesprochen haben.
Diyorlar, beraber gidiyoruz, yoksa gitmeyeceğim. Mecbur gidecek ya.
ولا اللي كلمك
Haben Sie irgendwas in der Hand? Also für Herzrasen sind Sie an der falschen Stelle. So, mit dem Kopf da unten und die Füße hier unten. Ja. Ich weiß,
Warten Sie bitte einen Moment. Ja, klar.
Nehmen Sie draußen mal Platz, ich komme zu Ihnen.
Dann muss er halt damit leben, ne? Das, jetzt, ich kann ihn nicht weg.
verirse kalır. Arabanın durumu da bozuk zaten şey yapamam. Yani verirse bir hafta alamam.
I spoke to you before. I've gone back to the doctor. He said this is actually now extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous from the doctor. He's like, why did the hospital send you away? It's going up my arm. I have a big problem now. Big problem. I told him I came to the hospital. He said, he can't believe you guys sent me away. He said it's extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Really? Seriously.
Einer mit in der Poliklinik. Ach, genau. Genau, aber hier ist keiner mehr heute. Krankheit. Alles voll. Alles klar.
Ben sana bak. Şiveler sözü taşlarını zor çıktı. Almanca anlamıyor.
Almanca anlamıyor. O kadar öküz müsün? Mantıda mı görmüyoruz?
O kadar öküz. Olan yok mu?
Ja, kann man nichts machen. Guck mal. Ich habe dann mit dem Holocaust. Wir warten jetzt hier was. Wenn wir. Ja. Wir warten jetzt.
Sie sind der Dolmetscher? Ja. Ja, okay. Also es gibt da ein Verständigungsproblem. Ja? Dieser Termin von heute war verschoben worden. Auf den 15.01. Wir haben das alles dokumentiert. Ich weiß nicht, mit wem das besprochen worden ist, weil das Kind muss in der Wundambulanz mit unserer Wundmanagerin zusammen angesehen werden. Und die ist heute nicht da. Ich habe den Termin nochmal getroffen. Vielleicht hat es ein anderer Dolmetscher oder aus der Einrichtung ein anderer irgendwie. Also ich habe mit der Einrichtung. Ich habe mit der Einrichtung. Ja, genau. Ich habe die Termine verschoben.
Seni berabermiş gelmiştik. Şeye geldi. Odana bile geldi.
Ich bin Schwester Marina.
Hier, von der
Ich gehöre zur Poliklinik.
Arabaların, sen de işte ona göre akrabalarını seçeceksin.
Tut mir leid, dass wir uns gesprochen haben.
Diyorlar, beraber biz yoksa gitmeyeceğiz. Mecbur gidecek ya.
ولا اللي كلمت
Der Herzrasen sind Sie an der falschen Stelle. Mit dem Kopf da unten und die Füße hier unten. ja. Ich schaue
jetzt hier an.
Warten Sie bitte einen Moment, ja klar.
Nehmen Sie draußen mal Platz, ich komme zu Ihnen.
Kaldırırsa arabanın durumu da bozuk zaten şey yapamam. Verirse bir hafta alamam.
I spoke to you before. I've gone back to the doctor. He said this is actually now extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous from the doctor. He said, why did the hospital send you away? It's going up my arm. I have a big problem now. Big problem. I told him I came to the hospital. He said, he can't believe you guys sent me away. He said, it's extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous.
I'll give it to him.
Really? Seriously.
Einer in der Poliklinik. Ach, genau. Genau, aber hier ist keiner mehr heute. Wegen Krankheit. Alles voll. Alles klar.
Tamam.
Sana aynı sana bırak.
Ben gideriz abi. Şiveler çok uğraştığımız yol çıktı.
Onlar çağıramaz.
Almanca anlamıyorsun.
Almanca anlamıyor. O kadar öküz müsün? Mantıda mı görmüyoruz?
O kadar öküz. Olan yok mu?
Wir haben beide Fälle. Ich habe vergessen, ja, kann man nichts machen. Guck mal. Ich habe dann nicht von Holocaust. Wir warten jetzt gerade. Wenn wir...
Sie sind der Dolmetscher? Ja. Okay. Also es gibt da ein Verständigungsproblem. Ja? Dieser Termin von heute war verschoben worden. Auf den 15.01. Wir haben das alles dokumentiert. Ich weiß nicht, mit wem das besprochen worden ist, weil das Kind muss in der Wundambulanz mit unserer Wundmanagerin zusammen angesehen werden. Und die ist heute nicht da. Ich habe den Termin nochmal gebraucht. Vielleicht hat es ein anderer Dolmetscher oder aus der Einrichtung ein anderer irgendwie. Also ich habe mit der Einrichtung. Ich habe mit der Einrichtung. Ich habe die Termine verschoben.
Şeye geldi, odana bile geldi.
Ich bin Schwester Marina.
Hier, von der
Ich gehöre zur Poliklinik.
Arabaların, sen de işte ona göre arabaların seçeceksin. Diyorlar, beraber gidiyoruz. Yoksa gitmeyeceğim. Mecbur gidecek ya.
ولا اللي يكلمك
Also der Herzrasen sind Sie an der falschen Stelle. Mit dem Kopf da unten und die Füße hier unten. Ja.
Warten Sie bitte einen Moment, ja klar.
Nehmen Sie draußen mal Platz, ich komme zu Ihnen.
Kaldırırsa arabanın durumu da bozuk zaten şey yapamam. Verirse bir hafta alamam.
True, I spoke to you before. I've gone back to the doctor. He said this is actually now extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous from the doctor. He said, why did the hospital send you away? It's going up my arm. I have a big problem now. Big problem. I told him I came to the hospital. He said, he can't believe you guys sent me away. He said, it's extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Really?
Seriously.
alles schreiben. Alles klar.
Gideriz bak. Çizelerse birkaç tane yol çıkıyor. Almanca anlamıyorsun.
Almanca anlamıyor, o kadar öküz müsün? Mantıda mı görmüyoruz?
O kadar öküz. Hollandca yok mu?
Wir haben beide. Wir haben beide Fälle. Ich habe vergessen, ja, kann man nichts machen. Guck mal. Ich habe dann nicht vom Hals. Wir warten jetzt gerade. Wenn wir. Ja.
Sie sind der Dolmetscher?
Ja.
Ja, okay. Also es gibt da ein Verständigungsproblem. Ja? Dieser Termin von heute war verschoben worden. Auf den 15.01. Wir haben das alles dokumentiert. Ich weiß nicht, mit wem das besprochen worden ist, weil das Kind muss in der Wundambulanz mit unserer Wundmanagerin zusammen angesehen werden. Und die ist heute nicht da. Ich habe den Termin nochmal gebraucht. Vielleicht hat es ein anderer Dolmetscher oder aus der Einrichtung ein anderer irgendwie. Ich habe mit der Einrichtung. Ich habe mit der Einrichtung. Ja, genau. Ich habe die Termine verschoben.
Seni bırakmış gelmiştik. Şeye geldi, odana bile geldi.
Ich bin Schwester Marina.
Hier, von der
Ich gehöre zur Poliklinik.
Sen de işte ona göre atlamalarını seçeceksin.
Tut mir leid, dass du uns das gefragt hast.
Geliyorlar, beraber sohbet etmeyecek mi? Mecbur gidecek ya.
ولا اللي يكلمك
Also für Herzrasen sind Sie an der falschen Stelle. Mit dem Kopf da und dem Antifusion. Ja. Ich war jetzt
How dangerous is that hand? That's been like that for 3 weeks. I can't even move my wrist. I went to the emergency department at the university hospital. I showed them my hand. I said, please treat this.
Look, this is Miyageke. Ja. Miyageke am Apparat. Ja. Tja, muss man mal gucken, vielleicht am Freitag oder so, dass man sie mal besucht und muss mal gucken, was da ist. Oder Sie kommen morgen Vormittag mit dem Krankenhausbericht und dann gucken wir mal. Also wäre vielleicht am besten. Also Sie kommen morgen Vormittag mal in die Praxis und dann gucken wir uns, Sie bringen den Krankenhausbericht mit und dann besprechen wir es. Ja, das ist ja kein Problem. Ne? Genau. Und ich gucke vielleicht am Freitag dann mal. Hm? Ja? Okay, bis morgen. Ja, tschüss.
The problem is I have with this hand.
You have an infection in this hand. There are bacteria inside.
That's
so
what I said.
You need antibioticum, cefuroxime.
But I've been to a dermatologist and the hospital in Cologne,
Yeah.
and neither of them will
You
help me.
need this antibioticum 2 times a day. One in the morning, one in the evening.
Right.
You must take your hand here, not to do much things with this. So, and cooling, cold, and these tablets, and this gel.
Gel, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you write something that I can take to the hospital to say, look, can you please look at that? Like, I'm
No,
so...
you can go in all hospitals.
But they won't, dude, I've been there. I went to the university hospital.
I don't know.
They refused to treat me.
So, soll ich mal Uniklinik schreiben? Uniklinik Köln?
Yes, it's an emergency department. I said my hand is, I couldn't even move my hand, and they still wouldn't treat me.
Okay, you need the paper for your work?
Yes, please. And can I get a repeat prescription from last time I saw you?
Until Sunday?
Until, what day is Sunday? No, the 10th. What day is Sunday?
10th? 10th?
Yes.
Okay.
And just the other 2 medication you gave me before.
What?
It was, well, the Zopiclone and the Nasonex.
Okay.
Like, this is what I can't, I'm supposed to be able to type. I can't even move my hand.
No, that's not good. It's not
I'm not
good.
a doctor and it doesn't even
It is
look
not
right.
good to move the hand because the bacteria go here.
That's
So, kommt ihr da rein? So, ja, hallo.
How dangerous is that hand? That's been like that for 3 weeks. I can't even move my wrist. I went to the emergency department at the university hospital. I showed them my hand. I said, please treat this.
Look, this is Miyageke. Ja, ja. Miyageke am Apparat. Ja. Ja? Tja, muss man mal gucken, vielleicht am Freitag oder so, dass man sie mal besucht und muss mal gucken, was das ist. Oder Sie kommen morgen Vormittag mit dem Krankenhausbericht und dann gucken wir mal. Also wäre vielleicht am besten. Also Sie kommen morgen Vormittag mal in die Praxis und dann gucken wir uns, Sie bringen den Krankenhausbericht mit und dann besprechen wir es. Ja, das ist ja kein Problem. Ja. Genau. Und ich gucke vielleicht am Freitag dann mal. Hm? Ja? Okay, bis morgen. Ja, tschüss.
The problem is I have with this hand.
You have an infection in this hand. There are bacteria inside.
That's
so
what I said.
You need antibioticum, cefuroxime.
But I've been to a dermatologist and the hospital in Cologne,
Yeah.
and neither of them will
You
help me.
need this antibioticum 2 times a day, one in the morning, one in the evening.
Right.
You must take your hand here, not to do much things with this. So, and cooling, cold, and this tablets, and this gel.
Gel, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you write something that I can take to the hospital to say, look, can you please look at that? Like, I'm
No,
sick.
you can go in all hospital.
But they won't, dude, I've been there. I went to the university hospital.
I don't know.
They refused to treat me.
So, soll ich mal Uniklinik schreiben? Uniklinik Köln?
Yes, it's an emergency department. I said my hand is, I couldn't even move my hand, and they still wouldn't treat me.
Okay, you need the paper for your work?
Yes, please. And can I get a repeat prescription from last time I saw you?
Until Sunday?
Until, what day is Sunday? No, the 10th. What day is Sunday?
10th? 10th?
Yes.
Okay.
And just the other 2 medication you gave me before.
What?
It was, well, the Zopiclone and the Nasonex.
Okay.
Like, this is what I can't, I'm supposed to be able to type. I can't even move my hand.
No, that's not good. It's not
I'm not
good.
a doctor and it doesn't even
It is
look
not
right.
good to move the hand because the bacteria go here.
That's so
So, kommt ihr da rein? So, ja, hallo.
That's fucking 2 Helios Hospital now. I've been treated like absolute fucking shit. I mean, it's terrifying. In Germany, how you gonna get treated if you're not German? Holy fuck. How do I get out this place? Just absolute blatant lying. I've been fucking, oh man, this is really terrifying. Fucking Michael Gotts goes to UK, tortures fucking people. I come to Germany, I've been tortured in 3 fucking Cologne hospitals. I can't even go to a hospital in Germany. Can't go to a police station. Yeah, the Siegburg police, I mean, it is corrupt as fuck here. They're trying to fucking kill me. This has been going on for 2 years. From the moment I landed in fucking Meerbusch, so many lies. And now I've heard so many terrifying stories from different people. Fucking being held up with guns by police, attacked with knives. I go to Siegburg, yeah, mocking me. I go to, they do a police report, they contact St. Augustine. These police have been fucking terrorizing me non-stop. I can't go anywhere without being terrorized by Germans. Hospitals, nurses, doctors, police, ministers, government officials. I mean, it's unfucking believable. Come here for safety? No, come here so we can cash in on you and build some fucking buildings. I have to report to this stuff.
Okay.
I try to come today because then I leave the area for
Yeah,
parking.
understand that. Fine, just, I can't give you an appointment because it's.
No, I understand.
So, yeah, let's just see that I need one. What do you have for me?
So look, I went back and forth with some of the things that you wrote an email back. The key points. So basically, you wrote me an email saying you want what exactly was it you needed?
The dates, at least when you have been here.
I can give you that.
Exactly, that would be.
I can give you the times.
Yeah, would be that.
Yeah, I can also give you the medical notes from the other hospital.
It would be great to have that.
And I think what I wanted was why it happened. So is it possible to type this? Or do you want to type it up, or you can take the seat to do it?
No, it's right now I don't have enough time. You can either give me some things now, and I will take them and whatever you have in written reports. I will
So can you pull up the calendar, and I can point it out to you?
It's fine. I just also write me an email saying that it's easier because right now all the notes get lost. But do you have the report from Aachen or something?
Yes. So the first time I came in here, I went to information. Both were Wednesdays.
Yeah. Wednesdays. Which
so I was treated. So I just. What's today's date?
Today is January 15th.
Can you pull it up, please?
That's December
15th. So I was treated last week. So it would have been the
10th.
No, they were both Wednesdays. So yes, 10th and 3rd. So the first time I came in, I went to the main reception. I was sent for 2 hours. So I arrived here around 3 o'clock, about 2 to 3 o'clock. I was sent to the 3rd floor, 7th floor, 3rd floor, 7th floor, about 2 hours.
But it was all dermatology.
All dermatology because of my hand. They refused to accept me, and then that's when I got sent to this emergency. The emergency woman.
But you also the first time you have an hour front desk.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So she said, can't speak English, go to 3rd and 7th floor.
Okay.
So this went on for 2 hours. So by the time I actually see the guy in dermatology, he said, yes, we have a specialist, sit down. And he took the medical note from this doctor. Do you want the doctor's name?
you don't need the name, but just whatever you have in written form with some diagnosis on. So, I mean, we trust that the
okay,
doctor
so
said it was
basically
correct.
he took the doctor's note and my AOK card.
Yeah.
At no point was it registered. I then went round, spoke to 2 lady doctors who
In the
were
dermatology?
specialists. Correct.
Third floor in the, yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
So basically, they said, it's not an emergency. I explained to you, and you saw last time it was still bad. Couldn't move the joints, emergency. They said, it's not an emergency. There's nothing wrong with your hand. It's perfectly fine. Please leave.
Yeah, I know.
They then said to come back on the Thursday at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Which you could not do.
I said, it's logistically impossible
and then
for me.
You came back the second time?
Because I got very sick. I came back the very following week.
Same day?
On the Wednesday, yes.
Wednesday, 10th of January?
Yes.
Which time?
It was in the morning.
8, 9-ish?
Just give me a
roughly.
second.
Not just a rough estimate is fine. Just
about 11-ish.
11-ish. Okay.
And basically, I was very angry. I spoke to the same guy. I handed him another doctor's note from another guy. He said, "Okay, your hand is clearly not right. Please sit down." I waited. I then went around to 2 other female doctors. As I said, one was very short blonde. Actually, no, she was by herself. She was by herself. Very short blonde with a cut above her lip, like you know, someone has a lisp. And immediately was saying, "You didn't turn up Thursday. It's your fault. There's nothing wrong with your hand. You're making stupid comments. You're giving stupid answers." And all 3 doctors, both the blonde one and the 2 doctors the first time, were actually laughing. That was the disturbing part. Remember I told you?
I know.
At
Yes.
what happened. So what I did was I then grabbed my jacket
Went out.
and I was actually in such a rush that I left this briefcase. And I actually got all the way to the Hofbahnhof, came all the way back to get my briefcase. So the hospital reports, just give me a second. Please tell me I brought them.
To make a scan of that and send it by email
Yes,
to me
yes.
as well. That would definitely.
Here we go. So as I said, I went all the way there. As soon as the male doctor saw my hand, he sent me to a plastic surgeon. They took blood scans. They couldn't find anything, but they said, "Your hand is blue. You clearly have an infection." And I stayed in for 3 days. They gave me a drip of antibiotics and cortisone, and I was on 24-hour watch, and my hand obviously got better, because I sent you a picture of my hand, right? I think I sent you...
You did, but what is a bit interesting, when did you go to Aachen? Which of the days?
So the second time.
But this is the first time.
What do you mean?
The date of this is Aachen. Huh?
Yes.
Hospital in Aachen.
Yes.
Yeah? Says 3rd of January.
Which is what day?
Well, so it's a Wednesday, but this is. But you right now told me it has been. The first time reported this Wednesday, then the second time here, then you went to Aachen. But the report you showed me here.
No, I got it mixed up because I thought the first line was so. This is correct.
But then it would be before New Year.
Yes.
The first time it was between
Correct.
Christmas and New Year.
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry, because I was looking at the calendar the wrong way.
So then it would also roughly be that you would.
Both were Wednesdays, yes, but I got
Wednesdays,
mixed up
but
looking
so
at the calendar.
27th.
Correct. And obviously when my car was never registered in this hospital, which I don't know what happened.
But they didn't keep you here in the hospital.
Yes, they did. For 3 days.
But not with this report and at this day, because then they claim that you would report again the next day for hospital for plastic surgery.
Okay, so that's not, well, I don't, look, I can't read German.
Yeah, that's why I'm
So if these, so look, I went directly from this hospital on the Wednesday straight to Aachen, right?
Yeah.
I went to this hospital. I went to the emergency. They had a house arts there. Yeah.
Immediately, the nurse took blood and said, you need to see a plastic surgeon immediately. So I basically went to the plastic surgeon. He said, I can't totally figure out what it is because it's totally bizarre. He said, do you either want to, we treat you here and you go and sleep home, or we keep you in? I think it's best we keep you in. And I was in there for 3 days.
In which hospital?
In this hospital.
At this state, because this doesn't tell they would have kept you or they would have treated you. That's what I'm wondering about.
I was on 6B, ward 6B.
In the Luisen Hospital.
Correct, 6B, and they had me on a constant drip for 3 days, and I had to take cortisone tablets like every couple of hours. So that took the swelling down. Whatever infection it was in my hand, they gave me 3 or 4 IV drips a day of antibiotics, and I was in there for 3 days. And to be honest with you, they actually said I should have probably stayed in longer, but because of my lawyer, I had to discharge myself. But they could, day by day, it got better and better, and then they gave me antibiotics to take home with me, and now that's the state of my hand
that's
now.
the only report you have.
That's all they gave me.
Yeah.
But then I saw the emergency guy, I saw the plastic surgeon. Let me just double
On the same day, because they just say you should report again to them the next day for the plastic surgery.
Oh, my apologies. Hold on, there is a report here. Sorry. I got a lot going on back. Okay, so here you go. This is the full report. I guess it's all that. Yeah, you can take all that.
It's all the Eden Hospital. It's just the thing, if not.
You can copy it if you like.
That is all just the legal part of it. But it's not a problem if you.
But I think the key things that I need answered here. Why wasn't I registered?
You know, I understand that, but the point is, of course, it would be to have that the impact of your claim, because if I just sent to dermatology this, which come back the next day, that doesn't technically not really help you. So if you if it's okay for you, we can contact the hospital and ask them to please send us the complete reports of you which you have, if that's okay for you.
Well, why can't you just copy them?
Because the other one is just that's not a medical report. This is just legal stuff about.
Yes, you can contact
standard stuff you will get as a patient.
Can you photocopy this?
I will photocopy this, and if it's okay, I would contact them and ask them to send me the complete report.
I'm okay with that.
If that's fine for you.
That's fine for me.
And then I would forward that part, we have that, to the colleagues of the dermatology department, because I mean, the registry part is one thing for us, but if they clearly state there has been a bigger issue, and then will definitely make a bigger impact.
Well, within 1 hour, I was in a bed on an IV drip when they said there was nothing wrong with my hand. So that was the point is, okay, they screwed up in dermatology, but like you said, even if they didn't know, they should have sent me here to see someone like you, our plastic surgeon, and they didn't do that.
True.
And
so,
the laughter.
So that's the point. I will quickly take a photocopy of this.
You can, yes.
And then we will ask the other guys.
Do you need a copy of my AOK card?
No, it's fine.
How are you going to know why I wasn't registered?
Huh? I mean, we have your dates actually. We already used your AOK card to check. You have never been in our system. So then nobody used your AOK card to put it in our system, which is weird, which I can explain, but we tried it already, even with your card, and nothing showed up.
So those medical reports are written by my GPs in dermatology. Where did they go? I guess you're going to have to find out, but...
Yeah, but the point is, obviously, for now, even if you would... I mean, normally the dermatologists don't write digital reports. Most of the time they just write on paper cards, but still, you've been seeing here, and actually starting a patient file, you would need to be in the system. And as far as we could figure out, even with your AOK card, you have been never registered in our system.
So in order for me to actually see a doctor, I have to be registered, though, right?
Normally you would have to be registered. That's what I can explain. That's why we need the dates and everything behind to look into that. Because otherwise, it's even if they tell you
I was getting terrified.
It's not an emergency and go away, even then you should clearly see you have been at the dermatology department because you have been registered before. That's why I don't understand exactly. But that's why I need reports. I get a photocopy of this, be right back.
You need anything else?
For now, not. report back.
To be honest with you, like when I saw you and I saw the guy at reception, treated me at least professionally. The thing is that concerns me is even if I live in the area and I have to come back here, the treatment was so bad. And the weird thing was it was 4 women. And I'm kind of making like, not sexist comments, but like you stupid man. Like whereas you're treating me with respect.
Yeah, I told you before I have no answer for that. I asked the colleagues to give me the full report and then keep you updated.
Okay, so what does that mean? When will I get an actual response? Because you're saying that emergency is involved, dermatology is involved.
Yeah, so the response from us will be rather quick, as we will go to the system, a few days at least. But then
it was it's very serious.
Yeah, but the main
that
serious
could be
part
anything.
Yeah, but that's the medical dermatology part. So I need this report from Aachen, and then we'll forward it to them. But it's not in my hands in a way.
So in the behavior of those doctors, I guess you can't. Do I need to go to their boss, or can you deal with this?
I will forward it to the responsible person in dermatology. If you, of course, would like to special consult additionally in dermatology, then would have to ask them who's responsible. I'll figure it out and write it, to update with an email. But if you're leaving today, I'm pretty sure there's nobody.
No, but I can go there right now.
Yeah, you won't see anybody right now because it's not unusual that we quickly, when you just come to us, instantly just see a higher up person. It's not the normal behavior in the hospital. So you can try, but
not a normal behavior in hospital. But the only reason I'm doing it is because of the behavior of the hospital.
Understand that. Yeah, I will look into that. From my side, all responsibility a few days to get everything figured out.
Is there a manager of the whole hospital? Because when I went to the
there's a central complaint management. You can also write to them if you would.
And where are they based?
Don't ask me, but it's on the webpage you will find persuader management.
Should the information people know? Because I emailed, so they give you a form and it has the email. I emailed that email twice and no one replied. And I pretty much sent the same email that I sent you and 0 response.
Okay. Because normally they are slow, but usually they respond. It takes some time. But I guess that's the only thing. With dermatology, I think I can't offer you anything quick for now on today. So.
Well, I don't want this to go on forever.
It won't, I mean, but of course
this is my concern is if I move to Cologne, which is possible because of my job, I'm going to have to feel like I'm safe here when I'm in the hospital. Right now I don't.
I understand that, but this won't go away in just with the paper. I will keep you updated.
Hello, speak in English?
Yeah, what?
I need to speak in English?
A little bit.
Okay, I have a gross problem. I've been to the director of emergency with regards to something very bad that happened in dermatology. He is going to deal with what happened in emergency, but it is very, very bad, legal. So I need to talk to someone at a senior level.
For dermatology?
Yes,
No?
it was a big, big problem. Big, big problem.
Why? You are a patient.
I was a patient, but it's been a disaster. I wasn't registered anywhere. There was massive...
Tell me your name.
Barry Fraser. I had to go to another hospital over 2 hours away, and they put me on an emergency drip where I was walked out of dermatology here. Emergency doesn't know what's happened. I was in this hospital for 2 days, and I'm not registered anywhere. And it was very bad. Very bad. So you know how the chef of emergency trying to find out what's going on? The chef of dermatology needs to find out what's going on. It was horrific. So someone at a senior level, a secretary, someone who can deal with this, and email, because I have sent about 4 emails, phone calls. Sorry?
I was sent from the 7th to the 3rd to emergency, from the 7th to the 3rd to emergency. I spoke to 3 doctors. I'm not registered anywhere, and they make big mistake. Thank you.
Also wie gesagt, ich habe schon angerufen, dann wurde gesagt, dass wir unterwegs sind. Ich habe gehört. Ja, also, aber das kann, also das ist nur für Mittwoch. Aber da ist noch einer, der fehlt. Ne? Genau.
My name is Dake. Dr. Juma has been with you for circa 1 week.
No. What happened is I came and spoke to him. I detailed everything that happened. He said, this is very dangerous. I promise to get back to you either tonight or tomorrow. Okay. He promised to do something. He didn't do it. I was told to come back today. I waited outside his door 20 minutes. Then go away. I speak to Dr. Graf. Große Graf problem. The problem with young men, he make promise. I promise, I call you, I email you, I investigate over the weekend. Dr. Graf said he did nothing.
He has become an email for you?
I want to talk to the professor.
No.
Appointment.
Professor Oder says me Oberarzt Brunner.
Why can't he talk? Dr. Graf, right, listened to me and said, I must speak to the professor. Dr. Graf said, I must speak to the professor. Why?
I have talked to Professor Oder and he says Oberarzt Brunner. Hat mir gesagt.
So I traveled it's not funny, I traveled by Deutschland twice, like 2 hours, to talk to the doctors when I was in music behavior in the hospital. That's it. You can understand it. She told me to knock on your door. Yes.
I was calling.
Okay.
And then I have looked
So if you're going to arrange it properly, why is he refusing to talk to me? Why? It's a big complaint. He's the chef.
Ja, Professor Rode has Mitarbeiter, people, doctors, die für ihn noch arbeiten.
Yes, I understand.
And she can speak with you. Oberarzt Jungmann.
No, my complaint is against the female
For
doctor.
1 week.
I'm working on it. Okay, so make it in a week. I'll come back in a week.
Nein, Oberarzt Jungmann has speak with you for
And he did nothing.
circa 1
He
week.
did nothing. Zero. Nothing. And Dr. Grass said he never even spoke to the staff.
Yeah,
It's his responsibility because he's the boss.
Dr. Graf has said that Dr. Jungmann write you a mail.
No, he didn't.
The mail comes to you.
There's something very wrong. I'm being sent all over the place. Dr. Youngman now refuses to talk to me. He's in his room. So he sat in his room and he won't come out of his room after listening to my complaint. That's not good. I stood there for 20 minutes. He's in his room. What is distracting to me? Dr. Graf come out and like, oh, he's not going to talk to you. After I make my complaint, and I'm supposed to trust him, and your chief won't talk to me? That is wrong. If I work in a bank, I'm a banker, right? If I'm a senior IT manager, I make a mistake, it goes to my boss. He doesn't want to talk to me because he knows it's a very bad complaint. I have his email. Just email? I have his email. His email.
This email is I sent to Professor Rode.
Right. Is Professor Rode going to reply?
You can
So can I ask?
write another mail.
So, if it's this month, next month, or the following month, this professor will not talk to me. Ever, ever.
The time. He has no time.
So what about in 3 weeks? Try what?
You write me a mail.
Asking me a question.
You write me a mail, and you write
Can I have your email?
Oberarzt Jungmann.
you remember when I came here last week, right? And I spoke to the doctor. When I went to telephone, he said this doctor doesn't even exist in this hospital. It's all cover-up.
You can read it?
Yes.
Yes. You write the mail and you talk that over as Jungmann.
When I spoke to the doctor the first time, oh my God, those programs I fixed. When I telephoned him, they said, this doctor doesn't work in this hospital. I said, oh no. I said, what? No, he works. So I traveled another 2 hours by Deutschland. I go to his room. Oh, alles klar, one moment. He said, wait, we will talk to you. 20 minutes, nothing. I go back around, only Dr. Graf talked to me. Not a professor. You guys are dealing with this very badly.
You write this in this mail.
I'm going to the
Yes. And I send this mail to Professor Rohde. Yes?
After I've been dealt with this, you guys don't even talk to me. I traveled for 4 hours on Deutschland and you're treating it like it's a joke. I'll go to the hospital. He's doing nothing. He promised. He did nothing.
You write, yes? You write.
Why are you laughing?
You write.
Dr. Graf just spoke to me, right? And said, Dr. Brunner,
Yeah, Jungmann.
hasn't taken any notes. He forgot what to do. He just told me now in the room. I just spoke to Dr. Graf.
You write that?
Hi.
Hi. Are you the gentleman I spoke to?
Yes, Sunday.
Okay, the problem is, I obviously spoke to the doctor, right?
Ich habe mit Oberarzt Jungmann letztes Mal gesprochen. Der Oberarzt Jungmann wollte sich per Mail mit in Verbindung setzen und ihm dann Bescheid sagen. Ich habe ihn gerade angerufen, er hat es nicht gemacht und er will jetzt auch nicht mit ihm sprechen. Er hat gesagt, er meldet sich per Mail.
Okay.
So I called several times to find out what was going on. So I had an extensive conversation with him, massive complaint. He said he would deal with it immediately and send me an email that
Yes, that's right.
He did not do that.
No,
So
he told me he wanted to write you an email and he didn't do it this time yet, so...
Right.
He will do it.
Yeah, no, that's great. Well, I'm not traveling 2 hours because I called again and someone said if there is such a mix-up, you have to speak to the professor downstairs. I've now traveled 2 hours. I knocked on his door.
But I told you first, write an email to my professor.
I don't have the email.
But I
gave me the name.
Yeah, the secretarian email.
Right. And I got no reply. So,
Okay, so maybe, but we are doctors. We have to work every day.
Yeah, but I can't come into
operation,
the hospital and
we
be
are in the
assaulted.
operation room, so we
Why
have
did
no
he
time.
ask me to wait outside his door for 20 minutes and then not open the door?
Who?
I was stood there. There's a guy came out, I said, can I talk to him? He said, yeah, no problem. I'm stood there for 20 minutes. To the point, I then go back down for the information. They say, no, you have to go to the secretary's door for Dr. Rodolph. She wouldn't open the door. I'm sent back up here. I've already been here for an hour and not spoken to anyone.
But do you have an appointment with my professor? Or?
Yeah, but the point is, I called several times. He didn't do what he said he's going to do. When I arrived here, he said, wait outside my door. So I waited outside his door for 20 minutes. I knocked again, so someone came out and spoke to me and said, yes, he'll talk to you. Okay, so I'm just stood like this for 20 minutes. I then go back down to information. Information's like, I don't know what's going on, this is a disaster. Go back to the professor secretary. She won't even open her door to talk to me. She's a secretary.
Yeah, but if you don't have an appointment with
Oh,
my
come
chief,
on.
he's in the operation theater, so...
There's got to be someone here to talk to. The complaint I said to him was horrific. Even he said it's horrific. I've traveled 2 hours to get back here. I'm leaving the area.
What's your problem? What's
Yes, but it needs to be talked to a doctor in privacy. He noted down several horrendous points that happened whilst I was here and promised me an email, which he did not deliver. I'm not leaving with just a case of, oh, we'll give it to you whenever. It was a very serious complaint. Very, very serious. To put my health in jeopardy. So he also agreed to that. And he didn't do what he said. I just stood outside for 20 minutes. It wasn't a case of I don't have time to talk to you. I stood there for 20 minutes doing nothing. You can talk to me today. One of them can. I'm not leaving. since I've been here, I've been sent all over this hospital. To be treated like go home? No. No.
So, but what can I do now? Maybe I can just call
Knock
him
on
again.
the door.
I can call him again.
If he's already said he will talk to me, I think he should. The guy came out and said, go grab your things and stand outside the door. Which I did. I was sat here and stood out there.
Now you mean Dr. Jungmann?
Yes.
Okay. I can call him again.
Please, because it's just...
At that moment he's in the operation theater, so...
He was totally there when I was there. I feel like I'm being...
Okay, I didn't...
Can we go to his room now, please?
To his room?
Just ask him if he'll talk to me. He was
I
one of...
can call him.
But why can't you just go to his room? I'm being fobbed off because of the complaint I made, 100%. He didn't give me his email. And he didn't send me his email that he promised.
Very cool. Ja, mein Lieber, ich muss mal ganz kurz anrufen wegen dem Herrn, was ich Okay, nee, ich sage Ihnen das, okay? So, alles gut. Okay. Okay, he said he will write you an email, but there's no time to talk to you now. He is in the operation theater.
Can I tell you what happened privately?
Yeah. Just a second. But I also have to go to the operation theater. I can give you 5 minutes.
And I also have my life to get back. So, you know what I mean? So, are you the chief nurse?
No, I'm a doctor.
Oh, you're a doctor, okay.
I'm a specialist for urology.
Okay, so you're like the gentleman I spoke to.
So
you're on the same level as the gentleman I spoke to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you tell me if you think you'd be happy with this, not as a doctor, just as a human being, right?
Yeah.
So I arrived in this clinic because I went to a doctor.
I know the
hit the background. Right. So the first doctor that I saw was fantastic. His English wasn't great, but real gentleman, super nice.
Dr. Nikolov, I think.
Nikolov, yes. Very, very nice guy. So they organized me the room. The problem started is when he disengaged. Because the female doctor who was here with a ponytail, I can't remember her name, with the glasses.
Blondeau, I think, yeah.
Sorry?
Blondeau.
Okay,
it's
Blondeau.
a French name, yeah.
Okay. So what happened is and this is where it started to go wrong, and there's 2 other patients in the room, right? Get ready for your operation. Okay, fine. So I go down for my operation. As I'm down there, one of the Frau nurses is stabbing my arm 5 times to find blood. There's blood dripping down my arm.
But that can happen. That can happen. Yeah.
She finally gets blood. I'm like, ow, shut up. First of all, I don't think that's appropriate. The anesthetist said, are you ready to go? I said, yes, I'm ready to go. Everyone, before she puts the mask on, everybody's laughing in the room. I'm like, why is everybody laughing? I'm quite nervous. Then puts the mask on. I don't think that's appropriate to be laughing and then stop. So I have my operation. I come out. Everybody's laughing. I'm like, is there anything I'm missing that like everyone finds hilarious about me that I'm not understanding? I said, if you don't mind, can you please stop? And they stopped. That's bizarre behavior. I then came up to the room. The 2 elderly gentlemen who were in my room were very nice. They actually, the one on the right hand side said, I'm actually sorry for the way you're being treated, because it became to the point I wasn't given food during the day. He had to ask the night nurse to give me food. On the day that I was leaving, they put the food in the furthest part of the corner and went, Bon appetit, Mr. Fraser. and the actual German guy came over and gave me my food. Even more importantly, when I had the catheter, I had a problem with the catheter. It wouldn't work and it was urine all over the place.
That's typical, yeah.
Okay, but I asked the nurses to fix it. The patient then went and spoke to them and they refused to fix it. So there's now me and another patient in the toilet trying to fix my catheter. That's massively inappropriate.
But what do you mean with fixing the catheter?
It wouldn't work properly. There was urine coming out the top, there was urine leaking out the back, there was urine leaking out the front. It was getting too full, it wouldn't empty, the urine was going backwards. I said, oh, this is getting quite dangerous. The whole time.
It's not dangerous. That's typical for a catheter.
But if I ask the nurse, or even if it's to the point of the other patient is saying, please can you do something with his catheter, and they refuse to even talk to me, that's not appropriate. Okay. Then I was given no discharge notes. Then a friend of mine came to get me, right? And actually he turned out to be a nurse. He's a nurse. I was given no medication on leave, no discharge notes. The female doctor who was looking at me, well, for the 2 days I was here, I said, I just need to make a quick phone call so my friend can come and get me. I was refused to use the telephone. It actually got that bad. You know how you have your IV drip? The nurses wouldn't take the IV drip out. The nurse who actually came and got me, because I had to use one of the other patient's phones to phone my friend to come and get me because they wouldn't let me use a phone, actually came up and said, why haven't they given you your discharge notes? I said, the last time I spoke to either a doctor or a nurse here was that blonde one. She became very aggressive. This is my hospital. I'm the doctor. You do what I say. I said, can I ask a question? I said, yes. I said, who did my operation? She said, the chief of staff. I was like, okay. When I spoke to a young man, your doctor, that's not true. He didn't do the operation. He looked up who did the operation. It wasn't the chief of staff. So she's like, I don't know why she lied to you. Then she actually went to the point of...
You know, that's a problem between English and German. Chief of staff, and we all often say chief of staff, but we mean the Oberarzt in German. Not the chief
Her English
doctor.
is very, very good.
Yeah, I know.
To the point, her English is very good. To the point she said, get out my hospital.
Okay.
So, you know, we're not going to do the language barrier thing. So, all it was, I never had my leaving notes. I was supposed to get medication to leave. I never got it. They were willing to let me walk out the hospital with an IV drip to the point my friend said, absolutely not. He had to go and talk to them and say, for God's sake, take his IV drip out. They're all laughing and giggling in the nurse's room to the point, rip it out my arm. My friend, who's a nurse, had to go and get the spray and stem the bleeding. He was the one that put the patch over my arm. He doesn't even work here. So then I left, and the other thing is that I have a big legal battle with my employer, right? It's so inappropriate that the female doctor knew that, and she's mocking me in the fact that I might or may not be employed, and do you want to use our telephone because you might not have any money? You can't talk to patients like that. I'm sorry. So the points I made to him, and I would like an email of either you or him, so I don't want to leave with nothing. I told him, when I arrived here, the guy was great. No complaints about him, whatever. Super nice guy. He did everything great. What happened was when I went into anesthetic, you're laughing at a patient twice. It's not okay.
Absolutely.
It's not okay. And I'm nervous anyway. And when I actually said, please stop, that's when they stopped. So they are laughing at me. So then when I come to the room, the two elderly German guys were actually really nice guys, and we were talking. For them to get to the point of never having met me before and apologizing for my treatment, and one of the guys was older and could hardly walk, so the room was, normally you put on those desk things, right? The nurse came in, put it in the furthest part of the room. Bon appetit, Mr. Fraser. I'm like, I looked at the German guy and he said, I'm very, very sorry, I don't know why you're being treated like this. So something was clearly wrong. If a complete bystander who doesn't know me was like, I'm really sorry.
Okay, that's surprising me, really.
I wouldn't travel 2 miles.
In some points I'm with you.
I would not travel on a Deutschbahn twice just
No,
to
we
make a
have-
fluff complaint.
We have to talk about
But
it.
that's
not
actually
okay.
dangerous.
Yeah.
The IV, the medication, the discharge notes,
But the
and mocking me
discharge
about my
notes, that's really surprising me because that's standard in our house that you give it.
But doctor, I don't mean to interrupt. It got
Yeah.
to the point of when that Dr. Blow, I don't know if I'm pronouncing her, it deteriorated so badly because she was mocking me about my financial situation, my employment situation. I've delivered.
I don't think so because we have a lot of patients. in
Sir, I
this.
wouldn't make it up. What happened was
so-
I delivered $5 billion. The accommodation was the problem, right?
Yeah.
Because I said I'm jumping all over Germany, so my accommodation is the problem. That's how the money aspect came up. That's why I needed to use the phone. So she was making inappropriate comments about that. And I just said, you know, time out. I just want to get my stuff and go. And she said, I'm the doctor. You've had your operation. Get out. So she left, and it got to the point, I'll be honest with you, I couldn't actually physically go and talk to the nurses. The guy who came and got me, who is a nurse, had to go and communicate.
I understand.
And even when I communicated, I still didn't get my medication to leave, right?
But which medication?
What they said is they needed, because I had painkiller, it was two medications.
Painkillers or what? Okay.
Okay, so there was a painkiller and something else. I can't remember what the other one was.
Maybe for the stomach, so.
Right, okay. So what was happening is every 2 minutes, nurses were contradicting each other and then saying, no, it's coming from Blondo. She came in and went, you know what, you're not using our telephone. If you've got an accommodation problem, that's your problem, and get out my hospital.
Okay.
I mean, I was spoken to like a dog. Okay, you leave. But on a medical level, to not come back with the discharge notes, the medication, and the IV, that's dangerous.
Okay.
That's
So
what I got a problem
We have to
with.
talk about this.
Right, and
Yeah,
now you understand why I wanted to,
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
I'm not
But
gonna,
I think the
I left at
problem-
8 o'clock this morning to try and come here. I'm not going to ruin my day just for the hell of it.
I think the problem is maybe Dr. Jungmann didn't talk to all the doctors which were
The problem started
in all this therapy.
The
parts.
problem started
So
with
I think-
with Blonde.
Yeah, I think he has to talk with her. Maybe
was
he didn't
brutal.
do this now. So
And this is my concern because he took my details and I promise you I'll email you either tonight or tomorrow. I didn't get it. That's why I then made the phone call. I'm already under a tremendous amount of stress with my legal battle.
Okay.
The last thing I need is to even have this conversation. But it became so aggressive and abusive. What happened was I went and spoke to a nurse and a doctor anonymously in another hospital, and I explained what happened, and they're like, 100% you have to make a complaint. Not only on a personal level, but medically that can't happen. So,
I understand.
right,
Okay.
now you understand
So,
me.
Yeah.
I'm
I
not
will
making
talk to
noise
him.
just for the sake of it.
I will talk to him. He has to talk to Dr. Blondeau and to the nurses and
I don't know these
anesthetic
people. I've
nurses,
never
of
met them
course.
before.
And then I think we will have to get better and better every day. Maybe there's
No,
really
but I really want to make a written complaint though. And the thing is, he has all my details. I would like to be, well, either if you have a card or he has a card or an email, so I can start the process, because the last thing I need is for nothing to, he promised me, he's already broken his promise. I'm quite happy to just list what happened on an email to you or copy him in or whatever, and please start the process, because I don't, with all due respect to you, I don't work here. If the process is not improved, it was targeted at me because they didn't treat the other two gentlemen like that. For the other gentleman to actually apologize, it was almost personal.
It's not okay. But it's the first time I heard this, so I hear this. We really never had problems like this.
I know, but doctor, there's
not
always
with
a first.
homeless patients, not with any foreigners or whatever. We are Catholic
That
house.
doesn't mean
and
anything to me.
Normally, we really
Listen,
have
I've
no
worked at
problems
Bank
in
of
this
America.
relationship.
I've
but-
worked at, I'm getting frustrated, right, because that's a generic standard answer. I've
Yeah.
worked at Bank of America, much bigger organizations than this. I've delivered $5 billion by the time I was in my early 30s. Anytime something goes really wrong, the standard answer is, and I'm not drilling you, but well, that's never happened before, it's very unusual. Listen, I've been in banks where things are not supposed to go wrong. They go wrong every single day. You just don't say it does. I've worked in governments. Things have gone horrendously wrong. But, well, that's the first time I've heard of it. Listen, I've done in sales. I know the response. We'll improve our processes. No, I would like to write an email after this conversation because it was dangerous.
But I promise you, I will talk to Dr. Jungmann.
I understand
He
that.
has to do
Yes.
what he has to do now. And
But can I leave, not with a generic email, because I've already tried an email and it didn't work. Can I either email you and list it? I would. He gave me nothing.
Yeah,
he gave me absolutely
the
nothing.
only email we have for our secretary, I'm just an assistant doctor, so I can't help you maybe. But I give you an email. Just a second.
No, but one second. Everybody in the hospital has an email. Everybody. I've been told.
Yeah, but
so can I get his email? He took my email. He took my email. He didn't give me his email.
He has an email, yeah, of course.
I think that's considering he said he would take ownership of it. He took my details. He gave me nothing. He made a promise and broke it.
Give me a second.
Okay.
So our official card, yeah. This is my chief doctor.
Yes.
This is the name of Dr. Jungmann. And you see, it's always
Malteser.
here, the name at Malteser.com. Okay?
So one last thing I'll say is, you understand why I was getting frustrated in there, because I told him pretty much what I told you.
Yeah.
His response was, "Oh my God, I'm with you on a lot of these points. It's horrendous. We have to do something."
Yeah.
He made a promise. He then didn't keep his promise. I then made a few phone calls, told to come back, made to wait outside his door 20 minutes because he'll talk to me. Then I'm sent to the chief force, and now the reason I became angry was it became clear to me like I'm getting fobbed off here. You know what I mean? If you make a promise, break it. Don't give your details. Say you'll talk to me outside your door, and then you can't talk to me. When he knows I've traveled 2 hours by Deutschbahn, it doesn't give you a great impression, does it, that he's going to deal with it? That's why I need the email, and I'll be honest with you, this is a hospital. Right?
Yes.
It doesn't matter where you are. In a hospital, you cannot be treated like that. Purely on a medical perspective, The arm thing, there's not a whole lot about that, but it was the response. Shut up. Can't talk like that. The laughter, the no medical report,
I understand.
no medication, and the IV drip, and just...
About that, I'm absolutely with you.
The food thing is bizarre. And the catheter, I'll be honest with you. You know what? Let's say you're my doctor or my nurse, and I'm saying I'm in a lot of pain, there's something wrong with the catheter, and 4 nurses just decide to do nothing. One of the other... So it's a... If you think about it, I'm in a toilet with a total stranger trying to fix my catheter when there's 5 nurses who won't do anything. It's not appropriate.
Yeah. Okay. I promise you that I will talk to him again.
Please. I really...
Okay.
I'm on tens of thousands here, not that this woman needs to know that, but it's none of her business who I work for, what my work situation is. Can't do that.
I understand.
Would you be happy with that, if that happened to you?
I wouldn't be happy.
Right.
But, yeah.
You just can't do that. I've been in hospitals around the world, you can't behave like that. So, like, a personal attack and the medical side of it. I really don't know what happened. The guy that I know who's a nurse said on a medical level, well, let's say your friend turns up and I'm going to go. Let's say you've been to the hospital, you're a doctor, you know what goes on, right? Let's say you're about to leave and you don't get the medication, you don't get discharge notes. You know that's wrong because you're a doctor. If you have the IV drip in your arm, they rip it out your arm to the point it's bleeding, and your friend, who's a nurse, is asking for swabs and disinfectant to dab down your arm because the nurses wouldn't do that, would you be happy? Just that one aspect alone.
I wouldn't be happy.
Right, that's what I'm talking about. Like, there's no way I would travel all this way
I
for
understand
nothing.
the problem, and we have to talk about it, and that's not the... That's not how we like to treat
anyone. No, anyone like that.
Yeah. Okay. I understand. That's okay. And
all I can do
is to talk to him. Okay. He's my chief, so I have the problem. I can't.
Okay, but
what if we make it apart on this level? But we also have to talk to him.
Hello. My name is associate. You speak English.
I speak English, yes.
No. Okay.
I have a huge problem, really a dangerous one. So basically, I normally work as an IT manager. I came to Germany with not so much money. I worked for Sky Deutschland and SAP. They didn't pay me, they didn't pay my AOK. It became a huge political problem for me in Munich. So my lawyer was in Hanover. I was supposed to go to the Arbeitsgericht to get compensation, get all my money back. And 1 week before the Arbeitsgericht, I got attacked very badly. My eye is very badly damaged. I have a concussion. And I ended up in Cologne. The 3 hospitals I had the problem with are in Cologne. San Antonio's was a junior doctor. Thought it was hilarious. My face was all blood. My eye, my face, my jaw, my head, and I had a German witness. We went to the POLIZEI, they recorded it in Cologne, and I went to San Antonio's hospital. And the doctor I didn't know at the time was a junior, had no idea what he was doing, wrong medication, couldn't give a diagnosis. And this went on for 3-4 days. I was vomiting. No food. The German guy was bringing in food because the hospital wouldn't provide food. They had me on the wrong medication, and then they said, "Oh, you have to leave." I said, "But I still don't feel very well. A concussion is very dangerous, and I have 3 or 4." And what happened is, he said, "Before you leave, I need to talk to you because of the severity of your concussion." So on the day that I leave, he didn't turn up. I waited 5 hours. They refused to take my IV drip out. I had to go to another hospital to get the IV drip taken out. They gave me medical notes for Mohammed. I said, "I'm not Mohammed." They gave my medical notes to someone else. And I'm like, what is this? This is a joke. So I went back 4 or 5 times, and one of the senior staff there said, "Yes, you were treated really horrendously." And I said, I emailed, I called. This was like last summer. Then I ended up talking to the professor. He's like, "Yeah, well, I'm a professor. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again." I said, that does nothing for me. I said, I want to be compensated, I want to know why I was treated like this, and they kind of tended to fob me off. Then in the uni clinic, and this is really unbelievable, because Commerzbank, SAP, AOK, and Sky Deutschland all froze my money, so I couldn't go to court to get my compensation. I've been surviving on very, very little money, like virtually nothing.
Actually, you're living here in Trier?
Yes, for 3 months, yeah. So my hand got really badly infected, And I had a doctor in Bonn and 2 doctors in Cologne say, you need to go to hospital immediately because this is now dangerous. So I went to the uni clinic 4 times over the period of Christmas, December, and the doctors there kept saying, nothing wrong with you, belittling me, go away little boy, and it got worse and worse. So I had to take an emergency train to Aachen, and they said plastic surgeon, immediate antibiotics, 24-hour watch, and it was so painful, and it's still painful, but they managed to stop it. And the crazy part is the 4 times that I was in the uni clinic, they never registered me. So I gave them my AOK card and the medical certificates from the doctor saying medically treat this person urgently. And then when I went back and I said, why did you treat me like this? They're pretending like I was never in the hospital. I said, I have an apology from the emergency doctor, the professor, saying, I've never seen anything like this. You were in this hospital 4 times and we have you registered nowhere. But I saw 4 doctors who gave 4 wrong diagnoses.
There was no documentation in the hospital.
I was being given medical advice and they had me recorded nowhere. Not at the emergency and not at dermatology. And the thing is, dermatology wrote a letter of apology, and then when I started to ask a lot of questions and I want to be compensated, they're pretending that I was never there and they won't give me my medical notes. The other one was when because I've been subjected to so much, I had to have an operation down here. And not so much a medical thing, but they were mocking my financial situation. I've lost tens of thousands of euros from this SAP Sky Deutschland thing. They were laughing before I went into anesthetic. They refused to give me food. They wouldn't let me use the phone. And it got so bad that I had a catheter. The catheter was broken. The nurses wouldn't help me. The German gentleman opposite me said, I'm very sorry you're being treated like this. I'm in the toilet with a German guy trying to fix my catheter. And then as I leave, they refused to take the IV drip out. And my friend who was a nurse had to take the IV drip out from the hospital. I mean, it's just unbelievable. So what I did was, I put all this evidence together and I had emails going back and forth with all the professors. And they pretty much said, yes, mistake, 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 mistake. I said, you could have killed me, like it was that bad. And then when I started to say, you need to compensate, the concussion thing is the worst one because I don't know how bad my concussion is. It was really, really bad. And my hand has not been the same. Like it's almost, I have to have cortisone cream almost all the time now on my right hand. And when I started to ask more and more questions, they just shut down. So I contacted the Artskammer for that region, and they wrote a letter which he just read, saying we're going to investigate these hospitals. I mean, these are the medical reports. I'm not Mohammed. You know what I mean? And the thing is, my problem is I now have a Berechtigungsschein 3 in Trier to get a lawyer to send it. But the problem is, the Artskammer in the Northwest region wrote me a letter 2 or 3 months ago saying we're going to investigate this. Yeah. And now they won't talk to me. I've tried calling them, I've tried emailing them, and I don't know what they're doing, and I want to make sure I know what they're doing before my lawyer sends a letter. That's the Berechtigung from the court. But it's outrageous now. And I can't get a new job until all this is fixed. I'm living on no money, like zero. And just one last thing. This is the, so if you look at here, we apologize to you for the way we treated you. This is the hospital, the Uniclinic, that is now saying you weren't even there in the hospital. How can I not be in your hospital if you wrote a letter of apology? That doesn't make sense, does it? It was so dangerous. I don't know how I survived these last 6 months, really. It's been horrendous. And I even have an email from the head of emergency saying, I have never seen this before. I don't know how you physically could have been in our emergency and we didn't even know you were here. 4 times. If I didn't go to the Louisiana hospital, I could have lost my hand. That's the San Antonio's hospital. And this is what they're now doing. I went to emergency here and I said, I need to get my medical notes because I'm going to go to a lawyer. Dermatology is refusing. The emergency said, it's by law, you have to give them his, and they won't do it. They won't give me my file. That's completely illegal. Not just in Germany.
So I can take a phone call with
please, because yes, because I don't know what's happening.
What's happened? What happens there?
And the thing is, I have medical attests from doctors saying this guy is being treated horrendously, like from all over Germany. Like, why is he being? This is the Louisiana hospital that saved my hand. But if you look, like, I don't know exactly how much damage they've done to me. And then you have hand infection. These are all copies, right? But it all proves migraines. I have a massive problem with my eye now, all because of what these 3 hospitals did. I'm running all over Germany with no money, trying to save my life. I can't even see properly out this eye now. They had just one last thing. In San Antonio's, I said about my eye, they had a doctor come in who looked like she was just back from holiday. I'd seen 2 eye doctors before that who said, okay, you got a big problem. She looked for 10 seconds and went, you look fine, go on. I said, how can you possibly say that? It was just horrific. And I just want to find out what they're doing before I get a lawyer to...
Perhaps it is necessary to take a lawyer.
But what I mean is I'd like to, they just all contacted me. They said they would investigate the hospitals and now they do nothing. Really, I don't know how I'm still alive after my medical treatment here. Really, I don't.
Schild von der Ärztekammer in Trier. Guten Tag. Ich habe hier einen Herrn Barry Fraser sitzen, der spricht noch Englisch und der hatte sich mal beschwert für ein Asylband. Und er hat auch eine Eingangsbestätigung vom 5. März. Ich würde Ihnen mal das Aktenzeichen von dem Herrn sagen. Können Sie nicht kurz sagen?
Can you sit in? Because I had a massive complaint. Can you speak in English?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I had a very, very bad hand infection. My right hand.
Yeah.
It had gone on for several weeks.
Yeah.
2 GPs in Cologne said this is now becoming very, very dangerous. I came to the Uniclinic and I spoke to the gentleman with the longer hair. He sent me to 2 doctors, two female doctors, to diagnose the hand. They started laughing, there's nothing wrong with you, you big sissy. And I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I said, I can't actually move my hand. All these joints have become solid. I took pictures of my hand. I said, I can't move my hand. I mean, you could see the remnants of it, that's right. No, nothing wrong with your hand, come back at 7 o'clock in the morning. I said, logistically, it's very difficult for me to get here for 7. Can I come back for 8 or 9? No, if you're not here for 7 o'clock, we will not see you. So I became very sick. The next week, which was both of these times were on a Wednesday, so I'd been to information, emergency, 3rd floor, 7th floor, 3rd floor, emergency. At no point was my AOK card registered, which is, you can't do that. The second time I was here, I saw the same gentleman again. I said, my hand is getting worse by the day. It's extremely painful, and it was blue. My hand was blue. So he came in along with and one other doctor. She's short, blonde, with a scar above her lip. And she said, what's your problem? I said, excuse me? What's your problem? I said, I was here last week. Yes, I know about you. I said, yes, it's getting worse. Well, I'm a doctor. I'm telling you it's fine. I said, clearly it's very, very swollen. It's discolored. I can't move it. It's massively painful. She squeezed my hand like that. It's not swollen. I said, she said, did anyone take any blood? I said, I'm not quite sure who took blood. Where it? Well, she said, well, that's a stupid answer. And at that point I said, I'm not going to be spoken to like this anymore. I'm not a 5-year-old kid. I grabbed my stuff. I went to Hauptbahnhof. I took a 1-hour train journey to Aachen. I went to the emergency in Aachen. I saw a house doctor. He immediately said within 2 seconds, plastic surgeon immediately. I was taken straight to plastic surgery. They were like, I have no idea what's going on with your hand. You need to stay in overnight. I was on 24-hour watch because whatever it was going up my arm on daily antibiotics through an IV drip and codeine. I couldn't move my head. It's still not perfect, but it's better. But 3 of your doctors not only misdiagnosed it, nothing was registered anywhere in this hospital. So now the chief of staff in emergency is like, this was handled very badly. I told them what happened in dermatology, and they said, one thing, you can't laugh at a patient. 2, even if they diagnosed it, they thought there was nothing wrong, you should have been sent to a plastic surgeon to diagnose it. So now he's finding out why I wasn't registered in emergency, why I wasn't registered here, why I saw 3 doctors, and there's no recollection of anywhere in the hospital of me even being here. I have to travel 1 hour to Aachen, who put me on an immediate IV drip for antibiotics, and it slowly got better, and codeine practically every hour, or the one that reduces the swelling. And I actually had to discharge myself. They said you should probably stay in longer, but I have a legal case with my employer. So I would like to make a complaint. I've gone to information. I've written the email. I've saw the chief of staff twice in emergency, and he's also emailed me back. He's like, this can't happen. I said, not only was it dangerous, at no point should doctors be laughing at a medical condition of a patient. You can't do that. And for it to be that bad, for me to literally pack up my things, walk from here to the Hauptbahnhof, and I don't know Cologne very well, get on a 1-hour train, find out where the nearest emergency is, and they immediately send me to a plastic surgeon and I'm kept in for 4 days, I would like to make a complaint. It was horrendous. The house doctor in the Aachen hospital looked at it for 2 seconds and immediately took blood and said, go straight to the plastic surgeon straight away, who said, you need to be kept in overnight. They checked it overnight. They said, there's obviously a massive infection. I was getting antibiotics every 3 hours for 3 to 4 days. Yet 3 of your doctors laughed at me and said, basically, called me stupid. I mean, on a human level, you can't do that.
That's right. Have you got any report from the Aachen clinic?
I gave it to Dr. Backel. He's not the chief of staff in emergency, but he's the second in command. He's the one that wrote me an email last night, and that's why I've traveled, again, 2 hours to get here. Because I'll be honest with you, I was getting terrified, because I'm like, what the fuck is going on with my hand?
This report, did you...
It was in Louise. I can give you...
yes, will be fine.
It's not the report, but it gives you access to the information to get to the report.
Okay.
But the thing is, I talked to the emergency, and they said, even if they did think nothing was wrong, you should have been sent to a plastic surgeon, minimum, to check it. And the weird thing is, let's say if I'm in Canada and I go into a hospital, and I'm seen by 3 doctors, over a period of a week, and I'm not even registered. Can you imagine if I'd have died in the hospital? This hospital would have been toast. You can't do that. So that's the hospital that I went to. You can photocopy it. The doctor was who was really, I can't remember the plastic surgeon's name, but the doctor who was treating me was a Dr. Jansen. He was a very nice guy, treated me with respect. It obviously got better. I still have to go back to a dermatologist. They even took an x-ray. They were that worried, they took an x-ray. The 3 of your female staff thought it was funny and actually said, get out of the hospital. You can't treat patients like that. And I can send you the picture of my hand, the way it was. It was black, purple, blue, and swollen. But the 3 Frau doctors thought it was hilarious. The short blonde one actually was being aggressive, pointing fingers. You can't do that. On that report, it actually says, oh, come back the next night. It's not quite right, because what they initially said was, when I saw the plastic surgeon, he said, I can't quite figure it out visually looking at it, but something is very badly wrong. And they kept me in for 3 nights. They said you should stay in longer, but I had to discharge myself to go and see my lawyer. So if you call them and photocopy that, they will give you the report. Actually, you know what? I might actually have some more of the information as well. Just give me 1 second. This is the other. The scary part is, if I had collapsed and something was deadly in my arm and I'm not registered here, this hospital would be in a lot of trouble. And I gave him, that guy that came in here with that, my AOK card and the medical notes from my GP. How it's not even possible that I'm not registered anywhere in this hospital at information here, or Dr. Baco did a search on me. It's as if I was never even in this hospital. That's not good. The 3 doctors I saw here, extremely unprofessional. Extremely unprofessional.
Doctor asked you whether there was blood drawn in order to perform an investigation, and you said, I'm not sure because I'm not a doctor.
No.
How's that?
Okay, so basically what happened is, she was talking to me like a dog at that point. She said, I told her the places I'd been, right? The doctors, numerous doctors. She was talking to me like I was a 5-year-old child. I said, you can clearly see I have an IV bruise, right? When it goes in the arm. So at that point, she actually came towards me, squeezed my right hand, said, there's nothing wrong with your hand, you're making stupid comments. The guy who brought this in giggled. That's when I left. I said, really, if you're going to behave like that, what's the point? She actually said, there's nothing wrong with your hand.
Yes.
I literally, that same night, I went to this hospital. It doesn't make much sense, does it? And even emergency said, even if that was her diagnosis, even if it was, she still should have sent me to a plastic surgeon or emergency. If you can't diagnose it as a dermatologist, you don't say, get out of my hospital. Absolutely.
Back in a minute.
But is that technically the case? Let's say that was her diagnosis, even though it was wrong. She still has to send me to emergency. It has to be diagnosed.
I'll be back in a minute.
Thanks. So can I ask, I don't know who I'm talking to.
I'm not sure if my English is fine enough to make a correct conversation with you. Yes. I think the diagnosis our doctor had was an eczema or something which is not infectious. And as far as I've heard, she proposed to have a blood investigation.
That's not true. I was there, you weren't. Just what I would say to you, sir, is, sir, I don't know who I'm talking to, doctor?
Doctor, yes.
Yes.
Pardon?
So your last name, sir?
Razukat.
Razukat. Okay, are you one of the chief here?
I'm responsible for this area, yes.
So bearing in mind I came here twice, not once, twice.
Yeah. But there's another point that our emergency doctor proposed that you should come the next day, and that was not possible, or?
Okay, so it's really not that complicated, but I arrived here. I gave the note from the GP to that guy. He let me see 2 female staff. They asked a few questions, they looked at my hand, they specifically verbatim said, there's absolutely nothing wrong with your hand. It's not an emergency. I said, what do you class, please let me finish. What do you class as an emergency? They said, not your hand. I said, but I can't physically move it. And they said, it's too late now. We're not going to send you to anyone else. Come back at 7 o'clock. And I specifically said, logistically, that is impossible for me. I said, can I come a little bit later? And they both said, if you are not here exactly at 7 o'clock, we will not see you. So I said, well, what am I supposed to do? You know what they said? Go to another hospital. I said, but you're supposed to be one of the newest, most... The conversation became ridiculous. So I was that flustered even on that day.
I think that's most probably the point, is I think it's hard to tell it.
We're not going to pass this off as communication or the behavior was absolutely outrageous. What I'm saying is, for me, so I'm an IT manager, delivered $5 billion worth of IT project, right? I'm not a stupid person. For them to act in such a way, the thing that really got me was, if you start laughing at a patient, it doesn't make you feel overly great, does it? I'm clearly in pain, you're laughing at me. That's when I grabbed my bag, and you can actually ask the guy, I was so angry, I actually came back half an hour later because I left my briefcase. So what I would say is, I couldn't come back the next day, I became very... Right. So I became very sick, I came back the next Wednesday, because a doctor in Cologne said, this is not only a skin problem, it's now dangerous. He used the word dangerous. He said, you need to go to the Uniclinic immediately. I said, I've already been refused medical care there. He said, get your ass back there right now. So I walked all the way from Neumarket to here. Both of them came in, and you know what it is, doctor? I apologize because I interrupted you a couple of times, but you're very relaxed. This woman's attitude was brutal, and it takes a lot to piss me off, but she was in my face from the start, interrupting every single sentence I made. Just as an example, you shouldn't be here at 7 o'clock. I said, can I explain that logistically? No, you can't explain. I'm the doctor, I did that, and this is how the conversation was going. So right from the start, I couldn't say anything, I was stupid, and the thing is, the last comment she made was about the blood. She did make a comment about the blood, right? And I said, look, I'm not bam-bam.
At that stage, the conversation was...
I deteriorated so badly that I said, I'm not really sure I want to answer your questions anymore.
What I can do is I can apologize.
I'd like to make a written complaint.
I can hear that, and I can try to improve our
doesn't mean anything to
habits.
I want to know why I was specifically treated like that, because it's all very well, you know, look, I worked in big companies. Your answer was a fluffy one, I'll be honest with you. I would like to make a written complaint because I've made a written complaint to the head of emergency, and he is going to investigate what happened in emergency, why I wasn't registered, why the doctors here took those notes and I wasn't registered. Yes, but I would like to make a complaint against specifically the dermatological department based off the actions of those 3 doctors. So yes, so what I'm saying is, emergency is dealing with this professionally. I don't really need to know if you need to improve that's your job, not mine. I don't work here, it doesn't bother me. What I'm saying is, it was dangerous, the behavior. For me to have to go to another hospital. He has contacted me by email. I've sent generic emails trying to complain. I've now talked to you. I would like you to take ownership of this now that I've traveled over an hour to get here to talk to you. I want to make a written complaint directly to this ward and find out why did what happened.
Yes,
It's completely unacceptable.
You can do that.
But I'm not writing it to a generic email. No way. If you have a card, I would like your card to take ownership of this. You don't have to do the investigation, but I have gone on this hospital's website, I have made phone calls, I've sent letters. The only way anything actually gets done, or I even talk to anyone, is they physically come here.
Yes. You can write down your complaints, and you can direct these complaints to the Department of Dermatology, of course. You shouldn't use the way of email. It's possible to do that, but I think
it's absolutely the only way to do it.
You can do it by email, of course. And we have a special Beschwerdestelle. And if you...
What does that mean?
An office.
I don't want to be blown off by fluff. And my concern is that you've obviously listened to my situation, right?
No. You can write your complaints to this Beschwerdestelle, and they are obliged to investigate the case.
Can I say that I spoke to you today?
Yes, of course.
Can you write down your name?
Yes, of course.
My only concern with you, doctors, and I've never met you before, I've worked in huge organizations, right? Huge. Much bigger than this hospital. A standard response is, thank you very much for informing us, and we will endeavor to improve our procedures and processes, and it don't mean nothing to me. What I'm looking for is why did what happened to me happen to me?
My English is not good.
And it's good enough, Doc. It's good enough, Doc. What I'm saying is that answer is a generic answer from any part of the world. I've been heard the same answer in America, Canada, UK. You're a smart guy. That's the only thing that concerns me is generic answers, because I've done it myself when I was in sales. Is it possible when I send this email that it goes to an actual person and not a mailbox?
Yes. No, it is.
Do you have a card? Do you have a card?
I have no card, but I have a stamp, and you can use that.
I've been trying to do this before Christmas, so I think at a minimum.
And you can mail me, of course.
Perfect. And you can pass it on to whoever you want to investigate. That's totally fine.
I can do that, yes.
Can I just
So
double check
let's
if you
try
read that?
this now.
So
It's
H.
H point, full stop, RASOK.
Oh, that's an S?
It's the same as here.
Okay.
And it's at uni minus colon, UNI minus, you can read it.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
So really, just a quick one, and then I'll go, because I know you're busy.
You can give me a mail, and I
I will
will
email you
respond
tonight.
with that I received the mail, and I gave it for the process.
That's fine by me.
Is that all right?
That's fine. The only thing I would say is, and it's any hospital in the world, right? Doesn't matter, any first or second world country. If you go into a hospital and you're actually seen by doctors I knew at no point I registered in that hospital. If something had happened to me, bad, or I'd stayed here and it got horrendously worse and something terrible had happened to me, do you know, legally, this hospital would have been in a lot of trouble. That's why the emergency guy, that's the number one thing he's chasing, is like, how can this guy have given his AOK card like 4 or 5 times and no one registered? The behavior of the staff was unacceptable, and on a technical level, all I would say is, and this is my last thing, the emergency guy who was a plastic surgeon, he said, even if that was the dermatologist's response, it's their legal obligation to send you to a plastic surgeon to make the decision on what's wrong with your hand. You can't just leave. That's what he said. Legally.
Okay.
That's not the case, or it is the case?
It's right that we have to document every contact with our patients, and I think there is a kind of documentation.
No, what I mean is, he said, if the dermatologist said, well, we can't see anything, he said it shouldn't have stopped there, it should have been...
Not necessarily. If he is sure or convinced of his diagnosis, so it's not automatically maybe.
How can I have psychological problems just from reading emails? How is that? If all your companies in Germany don't pay you,
everybody is making mistakes in Europe. At the age is...
So I now have the CEO of 3 hospitals saying they made mistakes.
Everybody is making mistakes.
Right, but why are you attacking me saying I have psychological issues? I'm actually one. If you're asking me to talk German, it's got nothing to do with my medical situation.
Okay.
So now you actually made me very angry.
Okay, but I can't help you anymore.
Well, I'd like my medical history from the time that I came here.
Okay, I give you.
Yeah.
But you should.
And I don't think you should say it now.
Yep.
That was actually a very racist attack.
Okay.
Can I have him?
Yeah, we made it now.
And you're not giving me a painkiller for my migraine. So you're
Migraine,
refusing medical care, you're going to quote me for about speaking German, and you're saying I've got psychological issues.
You can.
For one appointment,
Yeah.
you said that. It's outrageous. I'll wait outside. Racist. Is it supposed to be with my medical notes, please? The medical notes?
What do you know? Was braucht er denn? Ja, er fragt mich ja was soll ich machen?
Du sollst reinkommen.
Ich soll reinkommen. It is working. Please sit down one moment.
Can I ask a question? Why would you not talk to me because I can't speak German? You say that you can't come back because you can't speak German.
No.
He asked me how long have I been in Germany? 2 years. He said, well, you should speak German by now, don't come back. So that's why I like my medical reports. That's outrageous.
Please wait a moment.
Outrageous.
It's working. Yeah?
Sorry?
wahrscheinlich da hinten raus. Warte mal einen Moment, Gott. My name is Dr. Dr. Human has been with you for circa 1 week.
No. What happened is I came and spoke to him. I detailed everything that happened. He said, this is very dangerous. I promise to get back to you either tonight or tomorrow.
Very little bit English, no?
He promised to do something. He didn't do it. I was told to come back today. I waited outside his door 20 minutes. Then go away. I speak to Dr. Graf. This is gross Graf problem. Young man, he made a promise. I promise, I call you, I email you, I investigate over the weekend. Dr. Graf said he did nothing.
He has an email for you?
I want to talk to the professor.
No.
Appointment.
Professor Ole says me, Oberarzt Brunner. Talk with you.
Why can't he talk to me? Dr. Graf, right, listened to me and said, I must speak to the professor. Dr. Graf said, I must speak to the professor. Why?
I have talked to Professor Rode and he says Oberarzt Brunner. Hat mir gesagt.
So I've traveled, it's not funny, I've traveled by Deutschland twice, like 2 hours, to talk to the doctors when I was in abusive behavior in the hospital. That's it. You can understand it. She told me to knock on your door. Yes.
I was calling.
Okay.
And then I have looked and
so if you're going to arrange an appointment, why is he refusing to talk to you? Why? It's a big complaint. He's the chef.
Ja, Professor Rode has Mitarbeiter, people, doctors, die für ihn noch arbeiten.
Yes, I
She
understand.
works
I
for
understand.
him, and she can speak with you. Oberarzt Jungmann
No, my complaint is against the female
for
doctor.
1 week oder so.
I'm working on it. Okay, so make it in a week. I'll come back in a week.
Nein, Oberarzt Jungmann has speak with you for
And he did nothing.
circa 1
He
week.
did nothing. Zero. Nothing. And Dr. Grass said he never even spoke to the staff.
Yeah,
It's his responsibility and he's the boss.
Dr. Graf has said that Dr. Human write you a mail.
No, he didn't.
The mail comes to you.
There's something very wrong. I'm being sent all over the place. Dr. Youngman now refuses to talk to me. He's in his room. So he sat in his room and he won't come out of his room after listening to my complaint. That's not good. I stood there for 20 minutes. He's in his room, very respectful to me. Dr. Graf come out and like, oh, he's not going to talk to you. After I make my complaint, and I'm supposed to trust him, and your chief won't talk to me? That is wrong. If I work in a bank, I'm a bank of Ed, if I'm a senior IT manager, I make a mistake, it goes to my boss. He doesn't want to talk to me because he knows it's a very bad complaint. I have his email. Do you have his email? I have his email. His email.
This email is I sent to Professor Rode.
Right. Is Professor Rode going to reply?
You can
So can I ask?
write another mail.
So, if it's this month, next month, or the following month, this professor will not talk to me. Ever, ever.
The time. He has no time.
So what about in 3 weeks? Try what?
You write me a mail.
Ask me a question.
You write me a mail, and you write
Oberarzt
Jungmann.
You're refusing to talk to me.
the boss, this is when he's totally following me out. Do you remember when I came here last week, right? And I spoke to the doctor, and when I went to California, he said this doctor doesn't even exist in this hospital. It's all cover-up.
You can read it?
Yes.
Yes? You write a mail and you talk that over as human.
I know that. When I spoke to the doctor the first time,
Yeah.
oh my God, he was called ethics. When I telephoned him, he said, this doctor doesn't work in this hospital. I said, oh no. I said, what? No, he works. So I traveled another 2 hours by Deutschland. I go to his room. Oh, alles klar, I'm no man. He said, wait, we will talk to you. 20 minutes, nothing. I go back around, only Dr. Graf talked to me. Not a professor. You guys are dealing with this very badly.
You write this in this mail.
I'm going to the
Yes. And I send this mail to Professor Röder. Yes?
After having dealt with this, you guys don't even talk to me. I'm traveling for 4 hours on Deutschland and you're treating it like it's a joke. I'll go to the house. He's doing nothing. He promised. He did nothing.
You write, yes? You write.
Why are you laughing?
You write.
Dr. Graf just spoke to me, right? And said, Dr. Brunner
Yeah, Jungmann.
hasn't taken any notes. He forgot what to do. He just told me now in the room. I just spoke to Dr. Graf.
You write that?
What I wanted to do was give you a receptionist. So just so we're clear, I still don't have the money, eh? That's now 8 months with no money. What I tried to get to show you, that's what I've been subjected to over the last 8 months. 27 police reports of beatings, stealings, verbal threats. You can see from Diebstahl, right? Hold on, is that the latest one? No, go here. These are the latest ones, right? Now, if you look at these, again.
Who did it?
I'll tell you who did it. So, right?
Your boss. Was it your boss?
No. You don't understand. When I'm dealing with a big company out there, I'm getting attacked from everyone. Hostel owners, people in my hostel room, banks, in the street. I'm getting attacked on the trains. I cannot go 24 hours without a violent act towards me. Why? Do you want to know why? Do you really want to know why this is happening? I came here as the first political refugee from Canada and the UK.
Okay.
I was taken to Schweinfurt as the next Snowden. They took all my information. I had a person, you know who brought me to Germany? Anonymous, with the white mask, anti-establishment, because I was a high-level banker in North America. Scotland's independence was fake. They sold me. They're notorious for selling their best people. Germany told me to come here for political protection. All my information was gathered in Meerbusch and Potsdam near Berlin, pretending to be my friend, and will help you. And I got summoned to Schweinfurt and interrogated for 37 hours, and the information got lost. So what I'm saying is, people know who I am, and I am getting obliterated. I mean fucking obliterated. I can't go one day without a knife attack, a beating, my medication stolen. This is all the clothes I have left now. And what's happening is, I knew this was happening, but an African guy verified. So I'm in Trier, right? Now Trier is a very kind of a strange little place, as in you're either accepted or you're not. No one's talking to me, eh? You could tell I'm obviously a very sociable person. God knows how I've kept... Now you understand why I was taking the Zopiclone, right? I have the freaking world on my shoulders. It's not just... That's why what happened at SAP. That's why what happened at AOK. That's why what happened at Sky Deutschland, because it comes from the West. They already knew who I was before I got there. So this is all political bullshit to cover up an independence that was fake. They basically put about 90 million euros on my head, and I somehow managed to go Canada, Mexico, and where I got tortured was the UK. You open your fucking mouth about this one. Why is it always happening? Zopiclone thing. Do you know what happened? When I was in Toronto and I was becoming a very high-level manager, they sent me to a psychologist. Felicia Sisgal, Jewish, believe me, I'm Jewish, all the trouble things we've gone through, had me taking 7.5 Zopiclone a day. I had no idea what the hell it was. And in 2013, just when I have my life settled with a full-time job, full-time everything, that Felicia Sisgal drugged me, go back to England. I went back to England around all that independent stuff, got chased all over England. I got Canadian Embassy to send me back. I got caught in the Calgary floods and broke my ankle. So that's why this is happening. What I'm saying is, on a medical level,
Yes.
I'm going to die. Because as of right the police don't do nothing.
Mr. Fraser, you live here in Germany, right?
I came here to live a life of peace, yes.
Yes, yes. And you want to stay here?
Well, does it look like I'm being allowed? I can't do nothing. I have zero money. What I do have is 5 lawyers in Tria, 5, right, that have now proven SAP lied, Sky lied, AOK lied, Job Center lied. The key thing is here, if you look at that, right? That's what they go for. Because all my evidence are on these.
USB stick.
That's why I'm constantly attacked, which is in this bag. So the problem is.
What can I do for you now?
I basically, yes, medically. So I have a couple of doctors, right? And I've copied them on emails. I staggered to the IGM trade union, which is in Frankfurt. Do you know IGM? It's a trade union that if an employer is being brutalized, they're the ones that go on strike. So they now know my whole story. So I've now copied in the 4 other doctors, 2 of them are in Cologne who are very nice, 1 in Würzburg, 1 in Munich, 1 in Düsseldorf. And I'm just saying, I can't personally fix this right now. I'm gonna, how I'm still surviving, I don't know. I've copied them in on the evidence, partially some of this, some of the medical stuff. The Northwest Rhine region is investigating what happened in those 3 hospitals, remember with a hand infection. I now have a lawyer who's written to these 3 hospitals in Cologne to say what the fuck happened. On a medical level, look, I have no money, so whatever medication you give me is going to have to be AOK covered. I have nothing. Because of, remember when I got hit with a concussion, I had an attack. That's one of the things. My neck and my head is getting worse and worse and worse. Are you tired? You falling asleep?
Yes, sorry.
Are you long day?
I'm so sorry, yes. I couldn't sleep last night, I had a trouble.
Take a telephone, buddy.
I'm listening to you. I tried
No,
to
it's okay, I can tell you.
Give me 1 minute, I bring for me a coffee.
Okay, go for it, sir.
You want to?
Okay.
Yes, you want?
Yeah, okay.
Coffee?
Yes, please.
Good.
I've never seen that.
Wait a minute.
Chat2017@gmail.com.
Yes. I've never received an email.
No, somehow now it should work.
Was it not activated or something?
Okay, now I don't know why.
Okay.
Okay, so what happened?
Okay, so I have these legal battles with SAP, CI Deutschland that you know about, right?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have virtually no money. I'm surviving by friends' money.
Okay.
They're basically putting me in a hospital, and I'm going to my friend's house tomorrow night to stabilize my situation. Unfortunately, I had to get on a Deutschbahn, and I had no ticket. I have about 27 police reports in here of me being attacked since this happened. What happened is, as you can see the bruise here, I said to the Deutschbahn guy, I said, this is my situation. I'm being asked to go to consulates, police stations. There's not a whole lot I can do if my friend is going to place me here. I said, if you can look at your own police reports, it says Commerce Bank, embezzlement, because they closed my bank illegally, so I couldn't go to my court case against SAP. He said, I don't want to read it. Grabbed me by the arm and got the police. I'm like, why are you getting the police? I've done nothing. It's your report. So I've now just been brutalized for about 2 hours in the Düsseldorf station, and they've given me a letter threatening to put me in prison for not paying a ticket. I'm like, you're kidding me.
Yeah.
Like, that's unnecessary roughness.
Yeah, that's true.
The other thing is you know that I've gone to see a specialist because I had an MRT.
Yeah.
And I was in Düsseldorf getting electrodes on my head because they said I have a hole in my cornea. So the eye specialist here and 2 others said I have a hole in my cornea from the attack that I got, right?
Okay.
So I wanted to see what the result of that was, because he said he would have it to you by Friday.
The eye doctor?
No, this guy is a neurologist.
Okay, I don't have the latest, I don't have anything from a neurologist. To what neurologist did you go?
It was number 1 Oststraße.
Okay.
He said he would have the report to you by Friday last week.
Okay, just 1 moment. Yeah, but unfortunately it always takes so long.
This is killing me, like that's a bad bruise.
Okay, just one thing after the
Yeah.
other. Neurologist?
Yes.
Oststraße?
Mm-hmm.
Oststraße 1?
Yes. He's done 2 tests on me now. One, he did a neurological test, and then he put some like electrode helmet on my head to see if it was working properly, or like the electricity through my brain.
Dr. Tavana.
Yes.
Okay, then we call there tomorrow and ask for
Is it possible to email me the report or no?
We can try, yeah.
Because I need it for my legal case.
Yeah.
I also get an hour.
Okay, yeah. We will call there, and then if you get it, we will mail it to you. If you don't have it in 2 days, give us a call.
Okay, what address do you... Oh, you mean email it, right?
Right.
Right.
Okay.
The other thing is, I'm seeing a neurologist, and I'm getting an MRT in Stuttgart on Friday.
Yeah.
Because I complained to the neurologist of I'm getting like electrical shocks down my shoulder, and the neurologist said the artery at the back of my neck, which carries the blood next to the spinal cord, has thinned so much it's now dangerous. So she said that could be causing the electrical shocks and also the migraines.
Yeah.
Because she did ultrasound on the back of my neck, and she's like, okay, that's not good.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm sorry, we don't have the result, but we try to call Dr. Tavana tomorrow.
Yes.
And then when we then if we have it, we will mail it to you.
Is it possible to get a painkiller for this? This is absolutely killing me.
Yeah, and then they let you go when the police came, or what happened?
They were about as violent as you can get. When I was on, and to be honest with you, a German lady was writing down what they were doing.
Okay.
Because it was becoming so violent, I said, I'm going to turn on my phone for protection.
Yeah.
And he said, I don't care, go back to your own fucking country. You don't. And I said, hold on. I said, it's your police reports. Can you read them?
Yeah.
No. The police came. He's like, you ever come back to Düsseldorf? I'm gonna throw you in prison. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you.
Policeman said that.
In the in the train station, yeah. So all
the policeman, the official policeman, or the man from the.
Both.
They both were.
Yes. And I said, you know what? You're a nasty man. And then he basically said, what is it? I don't care about the fact Commerce Bank have closed your account. I don't care about you. If you go to fucking prison and they beat the shit out of you, I don't care. I said, stay away from me at this point. Then they went in my phones. They inappropriately searched my pockets. And then he's right in my face. All I said was, because I thought, what the hell, what are they going to do to me? Then it got violent. That's a bad bruise.
Yeah.
And then he basically, all I said was,
I just make a picture.
Okay.
And this is from right now.
Yes. I mean, it's outrageous.
Okay, can you, I just want to, if that is okay for you, just so prove it's your underarm.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
So it's your face, and then it's like that. Okay, I put this in your.
Yes.
Your
it's totally unnecessary.
Yeah, that's true.
And the thing is, he actually gave me a report that I now have to go to a lawyer so I don't go in prison. All I said was, I've gone to your police station and your police have said it's embezzlement that Commerce Bank closed my bank account.
Yeah.
I said, how do I get my money back? I don't have any time, don't come back to Germany. And then did that. I'm an IT manager, I'm supposed to be trying to get my career back.
Yeah, it sounds.
It was about as violent as you can get without really hurting me.
I thought this is only possible in the United States, but I never thought that it would happen here in Germany, honest to talk, yeah. Okay, I can give you a painkiller.
Is the eye doctor still open? Because he's
probably
closed.
not.
Because he's the one that said I have a hole in my cornea. To be honest with you, you know how
just slow down just a little bit. I just want to see, just in case anybody will ask. It's 6.5. 4.
I've literally ran from the police station here, and I don't even feel well.
So you ran away from them?
Yeah.
You escaped and they didn't run after you?
No.
Okay.
They basically made it about, he was about an inch away from my face.
Yeah.
And he's like, if we send you to prison, I'll come down, I'll get you in prison. So then he said, get the fuck out of here. They wouldn't answer any questions.
Yeah.
He physically assaulted me by putting his hands in my pockets, if you mean inappropriately. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I totally understand why it's so hard to believe. I mean, I believe you, but I can't, I'm shocked about our system, how that could be.
It's not the first, to be honest with you, you know how I have a hole in my cornea?
Yeah, but that was not the police.
Part of it was. Because this is all related to my work case, I'm telling you. I was in Hanover where my lawyer was, right?
Yeah.
3 weeks before I'm supposed to go to court, I'm in an apotheke in Göttingen. Because my normal lawyer was in Munich, right? And I had an apotheke just to help me with sleep. Zopperplan. 2 police officers came in.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my god, what's going to happen? They start looking at me, I'm like, what's the problem? Because I didn't have a German passport, they dragged me by my jeans through the square, I don't know if you've ever been to Göttingen, calling me a refugee. I'm like, I'm not a refugee, man, I work for SAP. They went to my 5-star hotel, took copies of all my university degree, my SAP contract, and what happened was, part of the reason I have the hole in the cornea is I got attacked in Cologne from a random with an axe, but what he did was, he was making such a I'll be honest with you, I know he was making racist comments about my passport. At the very end, he slammed this folder down right in front of me, said, get the fuck out of Germany, because they don't want me to get my SAP money. And at that point, honestly, I said, you know what, you're a racist. And he had an envelope, and he went, don't you, and the envelope went straight in my eye, and that's why I have scratches all over my eye, and that's why I have a hole. So I went to the police and I complained, they don't do nothing. And the problem is I'm struggling with is, even with the legal system, AOK, Commerce Bank, and SAP, my lawyers are saying, they're virtually lying every single day and they want you to go away. I said, this is now my whole life, my career, everything. And I'm starting to get concerned that I'm being targeted to the point of, let's harass this guy so much that he disappears. I never had this in my life before. All I was sat in my chair like this. I said, read the police reports. It says I'm being harassed by my work, beaten. I've had my bank card stolen 40 times. I'm up against it, Doc. So the reason I'm specifically coming to you was, this result is critical to my lawsuit. If I get my money from AOK, I can stabilize, I go to my SAP, and then I got my life back. I am getting brutalized right now because I have no money, and my friends are supporting me. I don't normally have asthma. I don't normally have sleeping problem. Like, I'm getting smashed here.
Yeah, it's incredible. Okay.
Let me just check if I have some painkillers I can give you right away, because of course I can give you a prescription, but a little bit you have to pay yourself. I'm afraid I don't have any medication.
Do you have any creams? I'm under so much stress, my hands are...
You can for right now you can use that.
Oh, that's awesome.
Okay. Yeah, this is a good one.
Okay, I'm surviving by a thread right now, Doc. I gotta get this money and I gotta get my life back. I can't be threatened with this stuff.
No, that's crazy.
If I go to prison, my whole career's over for a train ticket.
Yeah.
And it's I didn't close my own bank account.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be a gold member of a bank. If I get any jot on my career, it's over. My whole 20-year career would be over if he had done what he was going to do.
So, but your lawyer is here in Düsseldorf?
No, Trier. The reason I'm having to jump around so much is they blocked my money October 17th last year.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to eat? How am I supposed to buy?
Yeah.
And basically the lawyer has gotten to the point of, it's so brutal now, does this guy just starve and freeze on the street and he's dead? It's got to that point. They owe me about 60, 70, 80,000 euros. And they're just waiting it out. I don't want to purposely jump on a Deutschbahn and not pay. I'm fighting for my life right now. These are not even my clothes. I'm in a dogfight, Doc. Really, I am.
Okay. I understand that you're in big trouble, and I'm sorry. I can give you a prescription for a painkiller, ibuprofen. Yeah, 600 milligrams that you can take.
I can't take ibuprofen. It goes bad with my stomach.
Okay.
The key things are these reports, Doc, because then when I can give them to my lawyer, I got a good chance of getting my money back.
Okay. I can give you. You want another painkiller, or or you put some lotion on it?
It's killing me right now.
Okay. Novalgine, have you tried that before?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, this is medication that you can take. It's drops, 20 to 30 drops, up to three times a day.
Oh, it goes directly to
No.
the skin? Oh, you put it in the mouth?
Okay.
And what I would say as a doctor, just hang in there with me until I get through this, because this has got to solve in the next couple of weeks, because I can't survive this much longer. So just...
I believe you, and I do my best to help you out, okay? And we give them, the neurologist, a call tomorrow, and I put that already on the to-do list for my assistant. If they have that, they will mail it to you. If you don't have the mail until Wednesday, give us a call and we ask maybe that something went wrong with the mail.
Okay, and I've gone to 2 neurologists to back it up. The second one was in Stuttgart, and they were the one who did the ultrasound on the neck, so you'll be getting 2 reports.
So you told them to send me the report sheet?
Well, they can't do anything until I get the MRI, then they make the final conclusion, and then they send it to you. But this one, Tawana, should have sent it to you already.
Alright, we will give them a call tomorrow. Maybe, please, send me an email.
Yes.
And just send...
like a test.
Like a test, yeah. Please remember to send me the results, and then I will I double check if I have the results to just go on answering. So my email won't be on spam.
Okay.
And I do it on my to-do list.
You can imagine I'm stressed out.
Yeah,
This is one of the reasons I've been taking that Zopiclone. I've been jumping hospitals that my friends are paying for, and I'm getting treatment like this.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I'm stressed out in my head right now.
I can imagine. Yeah, I'm so sorry for you.
I'm just saying, hang in there with me.
I will. I will be on vacation anyways.
I know. Can I come? I really need one. I'm joking.
I can imagine.
I'm in survival mode, man. Really.
Yeah, you will. You will survive. Okay, take care. You need some more lotion?
Yeah, I have clients all the time.
And you're going to trial? I got like no money back.
This is all.
Give it a small version. You understand, I delivered $5 billion by the time I was 35 and I'm in this position.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I can't totally understand.
The only thing it comes down to is money. That's it. That's all this is about. Thank you.
Well, I'm sure, and I'll keep my fingers crossed that everything, one day you will come back, and if everything's okay, we go out and drink a beer together, okay?
That's a good idea. This has to solve quickly though, because I can't continue like this.
I'm sure. I keep my fingers crossed. Take care.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, bye.
Prescription? Tell you something very briefly. I don't need your money today. I'm not sure I'll come back. That scenario that just happened with your receptionist, do you know how my situation started? I'll be perfectly honest with you. I worked in banking, remember? And medical. I saw a feminazi, Jewish, felicitous gal in Toronto Women's College. All of my previous bosses were feminazis from the UK. When the whole political scenario came up with the Scottish independence, data protection broken all over the place. So from 2013, you think it's a little unusual that the only doctors I've ever had have been male, when the 3 complaints against the doctors in Cologne were female. So, yeah, but you live, it's already a proven fact. The thing is, so I'm technically homeless, right? So if you think about it, I went to Mainz. None of them would talk to me. All lawyers disengaged. Sat in Starbucks. Now bear in mind, I have nothing other than the evidence and legal documents I have. They did not steal them in Düsseldorf last week. So I'm sat in Starbucks, essentially with nothing. And I get beaten by Düsseldorf police and everything is stolen. The credit card, Sparkasse, my AOK. Now AOK is saying I owe them money. It is basically, and the only reason I have money is people from outside Germany are now seeing what's going on and giving me money. And I'm actually asking anyone to get me out of here. What I would say is, I need enough of that tablet, and to be honest with you, I probably won't come back. Only because that scenario that they mentioned about paper and then went giggling in the room is a scenario that I've had to deal with even in the UK where I'm from. The only doctors who would treat me were male. I had no issue whatsoever until March 10, 2013 when Felicitous Gal drugged me. Now, bear in mind, she's Jewish and Jewish control Germany. Well, if you think about it this way, right? Look, I went to the Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Interior. It's a little funny that the synagogue, and I've been beaten by the Ministry of Justice numerous times, and every time I've come out an apotheke, I always get questioned about my medication. There's a synagogue right next door.
Questioned by who?
People with the justice thing on their back.
Okay, okay.
That's not normal.
No.
So I actually went in and I handed in, I've now been beaten by 12 POLIZEI officers, and I handed it into Seahorf or whatever his name is. Every single ministry in Mainz refused to talk to me. Now, when I went to Denmark and I told you the asylum card, and it's actually on here, right? Do you know what they're doing? If I'm a male threat to someone who's quite hot, let's say I was a male threat to Donald Trump, I'm not. Let's say I was. What's the most disturbed way I can try and get to someone? The whole reason they even sent me to women's college is because some screwed up psychologist in the UK pretended I'd been abused by a parent. Then they sent me there. It was a mass medical cover-up, and now I get attacked daily on my phone, on the street, and I guarantee you 100% that your receptionist knew who I was